Peter Townend, PT, 1976 world champ, joining me here at the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project. I'm Don Meek, and board chair for U.S. Board Riders Clubs, and it's an absolute privilege to be here with you, my friend.
Mate, it's awesome to be down here at Lowers, and this is one of the best venues in the world. And, if anything, what we saw yesterday with the qualification day and the Wheat Cup, wow.
Yeah. Well, this is an absolute privilege. California State Parks giving us the permit here at Lowers to have our U.S. Board Riders National Championship. This is our third year, and today we are welcoming clubs from across the country. Here this morning, we are going to be holding our preliminary round, and it will be Outer Banks board riders from the Mid-Atlantic. We will also see Cape May board riders from the New Jersey Board Riders Club chapter. We've got Space Coast from Florida, and we've got the North Shore board riders from Hawaii, their first-year club, a new chapter. And then coming in third yesterday at the Wheat Cup, we saw Santa Cruz board riders clubs, and so they will be here this morning. The top two clubs will be moving on to the championships this afternoon, where they will be meeting up with Jacksonville board riders from Florida and the number one club from West Coast board riders, San Clemente board riders, and the number two club, Huntington Beach board riders. So the Board Riders organization has been around since 2016. It started with Huntington Beach and Seal Beach, and over the last 8 years, it has grown to include 7 chapters and over 50 clubs that gather in their local regions to compete, and then send the best clubs out here to Lowers every year to compete in the U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project. So PT, you're from Australia. You grew up in a Board Riders Club. Tell us a little bit about the history of the Board Riders.
Well, club culture in Australia has been around since the 60s, and that was always your goal, was to get good enough to get invited to be in one of the clubs. In those days, you had to actually get nominated by somebody to be in. And in my hometown, we had 2 powerful clubs. We had Snapper Rocks and we had Kira. And I got nominated my first in the late 60s to be in the Kira Club. Of course, we had a legendary crew of Michael Peterson, myself, Rabbit Bartholomew.
Wow.
But in front of that, we had like Graham Black, who was Queensland champion in '69. And so that's how we got started.
Well, here we go. This is going to be the opening round. So in the blue today, you've got Space Coast. Logan Rad looks, we're going to split the peak between black, which is North Shore. That's Nalu de Anato here on the right.
Nice opening, sweeping turn right there.
15 to 19 age group.
Snaps it off the top and recovers out of the bottom. So a good opening ride here for the Hawaiian.
So the judges, we are using WSL judging criteria. The judges will be scoring these waves between 1 and 10 points. They can serve 4 waves with the top wave scoring, and he's looking in to see if he's going to double whammy that. So we've got a really unique thing that happens. And there he goes. So the first wave of the heat, the double whammy, where by doing that, Nalu goes ahead and doubles his heat or his wave score. So today, what a great way to get started. One and done with a double whammy, and we're going to wait and see what the scores are coming up from our friends at Live Heats.
Well, I watched that wave, and I was wondering about halfway through, he had a couple of incredible maneuvers on it, and I'm going, wow, is he going to call double whammy on this already? Because, you in this format, if you get a really good one, the chances that you're going to get a better one, in the heat of competition, you're better off taking that and putting it in a bird in the hand, right, as they like to say.
That's right. So each heat, if you think about it, two surfers per age division. So let's talk about that for a minute. Here we've got the 15 to 19s, and there's under 14. Then we'll go to our 50 plus, and then open women, and then the 20s, 30s, and 40s. So right now you see that North Shore board riders, that double whammy, 17.34. So putting North Shore up.
And we have White up and riding,
which is Cape May, Jeremy Nordberg.
Oh, he goes over the handlebars.
So here's that replay.
Well, he comes off the bottom right here with a nice sweeping open turn on the face. Comes around it, but then he gets the money move right there. Slams it. manages to pull it out at the bottom. And but that was the money move on the score right there. Finished off with some nice turns on the inside. Bit of old school there. Chris Brown wraparounds there, Don Meek.
Well, he made the most of that, didn't he? Okay, so North Shore going out to a quick lead, 17.34, doubling up an 8.67. So here we are, U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth project at Lowers. So the 15 to 19s are going now, then we'll go to the 14 and unders, then open women, 50 plus, then the 40s, the 30s, and the 20s, and the top 2 clubs from this morning will move on to this afternoon.
A lot of surfing in front of us today. We're going to be here, and hopefully we have the conditions that we had yesterday. Stayed glassy all day.
Here we go, blue up and riding, Space Coast, low and rad.
Nice sweeping open turn in the face. Comes around this pocket right here. Gets a little hung up at the top there, and that wave rides by him. And he'll be looking for a better one than that. But they're allowed to get 4 today, right, Don Meek?
You can get 4 today. Regular season, it's 3. It's 4 today. You think about it, you got about 15 minutes, and getting that extra wave gives you the confidence to really go for it if you've gotten a good score.
Yeah, and I think the go for it part of it is really important as we see him in this wave right here. He comes around and gets a pretty nice first opening turn, and then he just gets too hung up at the top. Didn't read the crispness of the wave because that wave had fattened out and, over the back.
Well, you got to think about these guys have traveled. So San Clemente clearly will have the advantage. This is their home break. But you've got clubs from Hawaii, Outer Banks, Space Coast, Cape May, New Jersey. You come out here to Lowers. You've heard about Lowers your whole life. You're in the 15 to 19s. There's got to be some butterflies, I would think.
Yeah, but you say that it's San Clemente's home break. I think it's like home break for Southern California if you look at the crowds every day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Space Coast, Logan Rad, 3.0 on that first ride. So we're still waiting for Santa Cruz and Outer Banks to post a wave. 25 minutes remaining in this heat. These are 30-minute heats with a short break in between. It is an absolute privilege to have the opportunity to have this event. So there are the current conditions here at Lower Trestles. That is the cup that will be awarded to the winning club. Right now, San Clemente Board Riders are the reigning champs. They three-peated in the Wheat Cup yesterday. So West Coast Board Riders had their championship yesterday. There we go with the event format, so you can see a little bit more about how this is going to work today.
I think the gnarliest thing is, Don Meek, is for those that surfed yesterday with 4-person teams, they have to cut them down to 2. And that wouldn't be an easy cut because remember yesterday the Groms in the under-14s from Huntington set an all-time new record for heat score. Which one are you going to eliminate?
Yeah, how do you do that? So there will be 14 surfer teams today, so 2 surfers per heat in each of the 7 heats. Again, a double whammy surfer. You do not need to designate that going into the heat. So you saw Nalu double up that 8.67. So they are currently sitting in first with 18.11 points. Lots of surfing. The swell certainly filled in overnight, PT.
Yeah, this looks like a decent one coming in right now, and I would think we're going to have split peak again. We've got white out here on the left, but looks like the right's going to get utilized. Someone paddling hard. Oh, can't get over that little ledge. Rolled under him.
So that's Will Dean from Outer Banks.
He was probably sitting on priority too, and I think would lose it based on that. But he was paddling that hard. It had to have had priority, I would think, not having under wave yet.
We are thrilled to be coming to you live on Fuel TV around the world. Thank you to our friends at Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports. Here at Lower Trestles, the U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth project. So getting some notes back from Fuel TV in Lisbon, Portugal. Here we go, Will Dean, Outer Banks. Up and riding on his forehand. Take it over, PT.
Yeah, he picked it up a little inside of this one. Nice snap in the pocket right there. Fully aggressive move. Whacks it off the top right there, down to the inside. Oh, another nice layback. Doing super aggressive surfing right now. Judges are going to love this wave. All the way. Good
and now
completion.
He's going to look in and see, and there it is, the whammy.
I'd be taking the whammy too after that one. He had 2 or 3 like money turns.
And there's the Outer Banks crew, all the way from Outer Banks, North Carolina. If our friend Matt Walker is at home watching, we say, hello, Matt Walker. All right, so we'll be waiting for that score. Sets on the horizon.
Ooh, nice left there with no one there to get it here on the backhand in the red from Santa Cruz.
That's James Daniel on his backhand.
Nice opening turn. Oh, yeah, gets weightless there. He's calling double whammy too. Boy, they're taking the double whammies soon. The Santa Cruz boys are calling that. Pete Mel with the megaphone calling out the instructions. You can see here he takes the drop, gets a nice opening turn, nice carve off the top, but this turn he really goes for it. Gets weightless in the top and rides out of it as it closes out in front of him. But 2 big, strong outside moves. The judges love that.
And here's Will Dean on his first wave.
Well, he got some really aggressive turns. That snap in the pocket right there was world class. Comes around that section in. Nice layback in the inside pocket right there. And comes around. Nice sweeping turn and finishes off strong all the way. Yeah, he had half a dozen moves on that wave. Be interesting to see where the judges go with that, versus the 2 big outside moves versus half a dozen waves on a little bit smaller wave, but really well ridden.
Well, they absolutely love that. They give him an 8, double that up to a 16. A 7.6 for Santa Cruz, doubling that up to a 15.20. And so the pace has been set. Hawaii out in front, North Shore Board Riders, first year club, Outer Banks in second, Santa Cruz in third. Space Coast, Logan is still in the water, and Cape May, we've still got their first surfer in the water, Jeremy Nordberg.
It's so great to see all these teams from other places in the country. I mean, it's fun for me just talking to Joel Santillo. You know, like I was doing commentary down here when he was in the NSSA Nationals. And we were just laughing about famous story with him is when I was commentating, he was on a really great ride, and there was this huge section, and I go, but that having surfed it, it's just unreal that, you know, the board riders has been able to keep guys like that involved in a competitive atmosphere.
So for Cape May, Jeremy Nordberg making his way across the inside on his backhand. So starting with 2 clubs in 2016 and now over 50, I really feel like the board riders is here to stay, PT.
I would think so, Don Meek. As you know, I was just in Australia to the board riders at Burleigh, and you know, they've been having club competition for nearly 50 years, and I you know, being here yesterday and hanging out. You know, I was hanging out with the Huntington crew because, you know, I'm a Huntington Beach boy. This has been able to be accomplished because in history, back in the 80s, we tried to get the club thing going. If
here
you
in
remember,
America. Yeah, I do remember that.
We had Newport Beach and Huntington had a couple of clubs, and we tried to get it going. And a couple of years we had some, you know, scrimmages, but it never got to a level where there was like open club competition like what we got now. And, you know, the fact that, you know, Casey and Chris and Ziggy, you know, Casey particularly had the dream of making this happen, and here we are.
Casey Wheat, one of the co-founders of West Coast Board Riders, who sadly passed away in 2020, and that is how it came to be called the Wheat Cup in honor of him. And then it was Chad Wells and Mikey Riley from Seal Beach who got wind of the fact that there was an HB Board Riders starting. And so they started Seal Beach Board Riders, which was the second club. They had one competition at Golden West in 2016. Here we go. Cape May up and riding. This is James Carr. So one event in 2016, and now I did not count the number of events this year between the 7 chapters. I was in the 30s. I do know that. So got wind yesterday that there will be an 18th club joining West Coast Board Riders. Guy Okazaki is starting the Venice Board Riders Club, which is really exciting. So we are on our way. We want to shout out a New Earth project, the Sustainability Initiative of Atlantic Packaging, whose mission is to rid the world's oceans, lakes, and rivers of plastic pollution. And their New Earth approved catalog of packaging solutions for a healthy planet. Thank you to a New Earth project.
Looking like a bit of a right shaping up here. Red's taking a look at it. No, it doesn't go. And on the left, though, we got yellow, Outer Banks.
That's Ko Stoyanov.
He's their second surfer. Ooh, nice open face turn right there. Whacks it off the top, comes down the inside. Nice little float to end. Pretty nice wave there. I got to give a call. I told you Sid Abruzzi from Rhode Island was. Well, I was on the couch yesterday, chimed in. I think we need to challenge Sid to get the Rhode Island boys going, right?
They have a New England Board Riders chapter, and Sid is part of it, so it's really, really exciting. So Bill Seitz, our head judge. We're running priority today. Here's the replay.
He gets down to the bottom there. Nice first turn off the lip right there. Comes around the section. Nice little sweeping back into the whitewater. And this is nice clean turn right there and finished off. Solid ride.
.17, so a 6 point.
That's a good start for them because their first rider, remember, got the double whammy and it was really strong. So they're in a good position.
Absolutely. Come out strong like this. Outer Banks from North Carolina, North Shore from the North Shore of Oahu, Santa Cruz from just up the coast, Cape May from New Jersey, and Space Coast from Florida. 7 heats today. 15 to 19 right now. Then we'll have the 14s and then open women. You know, it's cool to see Huntington Beach yesterday in their Groms under 14. They had Zoe Kaya, who was ripping. So girls can surf in their age group or in the open women's division.
Yeah, she was ripping. I mean, that whole crew, that 4 crew that was in that under 14s for Huntington, I mean, 2 of them got 9s.
Yeah, well, the highest heat score in the history of board riders in a regular season event, over 44.08. There's only 50 points available in any given heat when it's a 4-person round. So today there's 30 points available when you think about it. A perfect 10 for limit. So here we go. Logan again up and riding for Space Coast.
Comes on from the bottom, whacks it off the top, gets around this section. Let's see what he does in this thing. Nice turn in the pocket. Comes onto the inside again. Gets a little hung up at the top. But you can see if we can get a good finish here. Goes for the big move and can't pull it around, over-rotated. And but some good scores outside to begin with.
He's going to be looking in to see. And so they will not whammy that. They're going to let their second surfer be their whammy surfer.
Definitely, Meek, what's important, there's Shubin giving the green flag to paddle in the next guy. There's a lot in this to the coaching element, a lot more than people realize from point of view of deciding who's going to call the double whammy and the order, too, I think, in which you put those guys out there. You can see there he gets a first nice off the top opening maneuver, gets a nice snap in the pocket, comes around here, and then he gets a little hung up on that one, comes down the inside, then he goes for the gusto right here, and just over rotates. But he's still going to get a pretty decent score for that.
So a 6.23 for Logan Rad from Space Coast, and they are going to go ahead and send out Beacom McCart, who is. So here we go. Black up and riding. North Shore Board Riders. Luke Tema.
Wow, nice sweeping cut back on the open face right there. Comes around and oh, nice, even better second one. Oh, and a third one. He's just winding up.
Well, there
that was really well ridden. He's not going to take the double whammy on it, though.
No, because Nalu whammied the first wave.
Yeah.
So there's
that was a double whammy wave there, too.
There are your North Shore Board Riders with Joel Centeo front and center. He and Love Hodel are the ones that put this club together. They went over to Kauai to compete in the first Hawaii Cup, and they prevailed. And they are here at the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship.
Oh, nice looking right.
Santa Cruz Board Riders up and going on his backhand.
Comes off the bottom. Nice sweeping open face turn. Comes around this section. Gets it up vertically on the open face right there. And again, two big moves on the outside. Judge is going to love it. Coming to the inside. Can he finish it off? There's a little bit more juice. And it looks like the rights might be a little better today, because yesterday the lefts, the big scores were on the lefts yesterday because it was pushing back on. Guys were able to get that hook in the pocket all the time. And today it looks like the rights may be a little bit better. Here's somebody going to have a crack at the left, though. Open face turn there, comes around the pocket. Oh, gets it vert right there. Oh, can he hang in there? Yes, he rides out of it.
Let's see if that's going to be whammied. We don't see that one yet coming up. Here's Bartlett on his backhand.
Nice first turn. Then he gets a super vert over the whitewater right there. And again, two good outside moves. This first heat here today is very competitive.
Setting the pace. 15-19. North Shore Board Riders, Santa Cruz, Outer Banks, Space Coast, and Cape May here at the U.S. Board Riders National Championship at Lowers.
I think he's got the leg burn going by now.
And Luke Tema up again, PT. Call this one.
Beautiful off the top right there. Comes around this section. Beautiful snap. And then this next one right here. Wow, just lays into it.
And the judges loved that. An 8.53 to take North Shore Board Riders to 25.87.
Yeah, that was really well ridden. A couple of real nice money turns in the middle of that ride. And the judges love it. Eights or lates, mate.
Well, I'll tell you what. First year club coming out in first heat at Lowers and making their presence felt. Beacom McCart was a 7, so a 6.13 did not choose to whammy the 7, so we will see with about 7.5 minutes remaining here in the first heat. We know that Space Coast is going to need to whammy one of these next waves.
Little pressure here. It's pretty tight, though, if you look at the three teams that are on top, North Shore, Santa Cruz, and Outer Banks, all in the 20s. Not that far away. Santa Cruz isn't that far away from North Shore.
So for the viewers at home who may not be a wave, you paddle for a wave, stick off on a wave without regard to the other surfers around them.
Through the course of the day, you were talking about that you got 30 points available in each of these heats. I would think you're going to have every age group in the mid-20s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to get that tight towards the end. And
so here we are back in studio with my friend Peter Townend. PT, so good to be on the mic with you.
Yes, mate. I was telling a little story yesterday about the the long-term relationship that both of us have had with competitive surfing, going back to the launch of the old, well, it's not the old, it's today's U.S. Open of Surfing. Isn't it an anniversary year?
It is our 30th anniversary,
right.
Peter. I ran into Tom McElroy not long ago. He is the one that designed our logo. And
That's
if you
right.
remember, we said that if we get it right in 25 years, we're going to look at that and say that is the U.S. Open of Surfing logo. And sure enough, it still is. So I will always say that it was your idea. You said, hey, Meek, we need to have a proper U.S. Open of Surfing. And we used the OP Pro to have surfers actually qualify in with wild cards. In 1994 was our first event, and here we are coming up on our 30th anniversary.
I think we were at the Palm restaurant.
Well,
Roger won and went, how are we going to bring world-class surfing back, right?
His only condition was that we put a fence around the grandstands and we charged $1. So here we are with about 5 minutes remaining here in the 15 to 19s. North Shore sitting comfortably in first, 25.87. Santa Cruz, 22.9. Outer Banks, 22.17. Still waiting for Space Coast and their whammy, and Cape May and their whammy. So still some time remaining here at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, we're going to have to do something at the U.S. Open this year. Just even when we have a couple of beers, right?
I think that sounds like a fantastic idea.
And that made it a little bit of a breakthrough this year, getting Lexus to come in as a title sponsor, which is I think is fantastic for the sport to get a outside our industry title sponsor for an event like the U.S. Open.
Yeah. Here we go, Cape May. Looking at this, a little right on the inside. Call it, PT.
Yeah, he's driving down the line looking for that open face, but it looks like it's going to run away from him. They haven't called Cape May hasn't called a double whammy, if I'm
not yet,
right?
Space Coast and Cape May have their whammies in the water right now. It's an interesting time in surfing. We've got, here we go, Space Coast looking at this one.
Comes off the bottom. Nice snap in the pocket right there. Comes around this section. Nearly a Chris Brown wraparound there. And can't ride out of that. He had a little ride going on there that could have been quite substantial. It wasn't a very big wave, though, so it probably wouldn't have got it out of the... Even if he had to finish that last move, I would think somewhere in the fives. But that's up to the five wise men, not us.
That is exactly right. We're just calling him like we see him.
Comes off the bottom. Nice snap in the right there off the inside of the lip. There, he didn't ride out of that.
Here we go, Cape May. No, choosing not to go on that.
That looked like a I don't have priority paddle, that one. Take a look at the right on the back end. Nice open face turn right there. Comes around it. Gets a vert right there. Comes around again. Nice snap into the pocket. Another one on the inside.
So when we have a comp at a spot with a beach, it's actually tag team. Here, because of the cobblestones at Lowers, we let the surfers start in the water and finish in the water, so you don't have that rush to get into your tent.
They didn't do that at the board riders at Burley, mate.
No. Well, the Aussies are a little tougher than we are, I will tell you that. That was a 15-minute run up the beach. I thought Taj Burrow was going to have a heart attack.
Uphill.
So huge thanks to the crew, Jay Johnson and Action Sports Productions, for the live stream today here on Fuel TV. We're in the final waning minute of this event. We're going to send out the 14s to sit by the buoy. Wow, are you impressed by this North Shore Club, PT? I got to tell you that Nalu.
It's not a surprise to me. I mean, the talent of people that live on the North Shore, a lot that we don't even. Well, you look at somebody like Joel Centeo, like when they look at their age divisions, but we don't see a lot of the youngsters, like say these two age divisions, except many of them come around though for the NSSA Nationals, which we have in Huntington.
The Dolphins are patrolling, making it safe for our surfers. We love seeing that. So what is going to happen here just as we wind down? 15 seconds remaining. Okay, well, this is going to count. They're going to have to whammy this one. Oh!
And, that puts you real.
Going to take a short break here, I think. And then we will be sending out the under 14s coming up.
The Groms.
We've got some. All right, so when we come back from this break, we are going to be welcoming the 14 and unders. We'll be right back. The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project is brought to you by a New Earth Project and their New Earth approved catalog of packaging solutions for a healthy planet, by Turtlebox Audio and their line of waterproof Bluetooth speakers. Live free, listen louder. By West Peak Sparkling Spirits. Ride with us. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Well, we've already got action going here in the Groms division. And in the red, I believe that is the Hawaii team in the red.
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz right there, lighting it up.
James Daniel.
Getting off to a good start.
That is not right. That is Brody Price.
Is he going to double whammy? He's looking to the beach. No. You get 15 seconds. Better make a decision.
Pete Mills sending him back out. He knows he's got more in the tank. And here we go. North Shore Board Riders up and riding. Oh.
And that's Pax Ty Basowski.
And Cape May Board Riders up and riding.
And that would be Cruz Denofa.
Well, Judge is going to like that one.
Looking for the double whammy singer. No.
Well,
in contrast to our last heat, mate, they all took the double whammies on the first wave.
26 and a half minutes remaining. They've got plenty of time.
Decent set heading our way.
So Santa Cruz Board Riders in red, Space Coast in blue, Outer Banks in yellow, Cape May in white, and the North Shore Board Riders from Hawaii in black.
Here comes the wave shaping up. Might be a little deep for the right, but there's a left on it. No takers for it though.
So in blue, we've got Sebastian Peters out there, and it was really fun. About 3 years ago, I was at El Pescador in La Jolla and rocked in and saw a kid wearing a Space Coast Board Riders shirt, and it was Sebastian Peters, and his family were in town for an NSSA event, and Sebastian has gone on to distinguish himself. He's a ripping surfer. We've got the Santa Cruz, Austin Ford Smith and Pete Mills strategizing for Santa Cruz Board Riders.
You know who I didn't see here for the Santa Cruz guys was Rufo.
Rufo did not make the trip. We missed him.
There's some Huntington guys right there. There's Pops right there.
There's Pops and Love Hodel in the camo hat. He is one of the organizers. There's Kalohe Andino. He'll be surfing this afternoon, I'm sure, for San Clemente Board Riders. It was a real who's who down here at the beach yesterday. Great to see Matt Archibald surfing for San Clemente. Jimmy Hogan up from Costa Rica. It'll be interesting to see who they put in their 50s, won't it?
Yeah, that's a bit of a hard call if you're the team captain or the coach, right? Because there were a couple of four-person teams in different age divisions yesterday that were loaded. So you're going to base it on yesterday's performance, or are you going to?
Well, the 30s for San Clemente: Pat Gadauskas, Tanner Gadauskas. Yeah, you had some real talent in the water.
I saw there was a left that Tanner Gadauskas had that was just world class. White chocolate, as I call him. You know, I coached him on the U.S. junior team 20 years ago in Tahiti. He made the final.
Well, positive vibes all the time with that family.
Yep.
Dad Tom and Tanner and Pat and Dane now having kids of their own. The positive vibes continue. Great to be here on Fuel TV. Started back in 2003, just celebrated 20 years last year, coming up on 21, the global home of action sports, continuing to expand distribution around the world. Just launched on Amazon here in the United States last Thursday, just on the 16th. Happy to be here on Fuel TV. Here we go. So we're seeing if he whammied within the 15 seconds. So this was the last team. Let's see what he does here. Will he whammy? He's got the opportunity. This is a replay. Judges are looking at this to see if, in fact, he whammied this thing in time. This would have been in the last heat. There it is. So are they going to give it to him? That's going to be up to Jim Shubin, the ref. So we will have to wait and see. Here is Sebastian Peters up and riding for Space Coast.
Nice little open face turn, comes around that section. Nice little snap right.
You can see he has surfed some heats, hasn't he?
Yep, calling out the double whammy.
So that'll be a good score for Space Coast. Sebastian Peters coming out and doing his work. So a 5.6 for an 11.2. And now for Space Coast, we've got the next surfer out in the 14s. His name is Shea Edwards. I think he was named for Shea Lopez.
There's a good chance. It's like every time I see a Taj, we know where that came from, right?
Maybe somebody will name their kid Parko. All right.
It's funny how that works is, my son Tosh, right, was pretty big time skateboarder.
Yeah.
And Joel Tudor named his Tosh after Tosh the skateboarder.
Tosh Townend was quite a remarkable skateboarder.
He came down yesterday. He was hanging out for a while.
Cool to see Guy Okazaki yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going to be starting the Venice board riders. There's your priority board. So you can see right now yellow, black, red, white, blue priority. We ran the Wheat Cup that was presented by Surfer. You know, that's another cool thing to talk about, PT, is the fact that Surfer Magazine is making a comeback. So welcome back, the Bible of the sport. I think we also want to recognize somebody that we don't see on screen that often, and that's Darren Brillhart, Brillo Productions, our commissioner, best event operator in the business. So here's North Shore Board Riders up and going.
That was a really nice sweeping turn right there. No double whammy on that one, though. Yeah, well, I've called my team manager and events guy, and you were actually somewhat involved back in those days. We had an event called the Rusty Maui Pro.
Yes,
Remember
we did.
that?
At Honolulu Bay.
Incredible event.
And our friend Handsome Bugger would help us get that permit.
Rodney Kilburn. But when I left Rusty, that was the whole thing. I told Brillo, you should start Brillo Productions, and look where we're at today.
No one runs a better event than Darren Brillhart. All right, so Cape May up and riding on this PT.
Yeah. Let's see if he can do the finish. Yes, he's calling the double whammy.
So they're going to add to a 7.33 with that whammy. It's going to take them close to the 20s, I would think.
I would think he'll get in the 20s.
So here's Santa Cruz.
Nice open face wave. Nice slice off the open face. Kind of lost it a little bit. Gets the floater into the next section. Comes around it. Hits it again.
And rides out. The judges will love that. And there's the whammy from Santa Cruz. So here we go.
Yeah, I would say that's gonna get Santa Cruz up into that 20s as well, or close to.
So that's Brody Price making his way in, and he'll give over to Kai Wolbeck from Santa Cruz Board Riders, being released off the buoy. So what happens is, because we start in the water here, then the second surfer can wait by the buoy, and as soon as that first surfer comes in, our ref Jim Shubin will wave the green flag and let him go.
Here's the replay right here. Nice open face turn. Kind of lost it a little bit at the bottom, but the float was really nice. Comes around this section and finishes it off. A little whitewater climb on the end. And we'll see what the judges get that, but I think it'll be pretty healthy as we see this other one outside. Nice open face snap right there. Roundhouse wrap around. And another double whammy right there. Both those scores are going to be healthy.
So let's give you Sebastian Peters scoring a 5.67 to take his whammy to an 11.34.
Up and live riding right here in the black.
North Shore.
It's that Pax Tybowski guy.
He's a PT.
I hope I'm not murdering his name too much. He's coming in, though. So we're going to have Sonny Giles for North Shore go out.
Thank you to Heather Flanagan for bringing us the rest of the heats for this morning. Next up, we'll see the women, but let's stay here in the 14s. So Cape May board riders, that was a fantastic wave. An 8.63 to take that to a 17.66 to take the lead. Space Coast at 11.34. Santa Cruz an 8. Waiting for that, though.
We're waiting for a North Shore.
We're waiting
wave.
for that was an 8. That'll be doubled up to a 16. So waiting for that. There it is, a 16 for Santa Cruz to go into second. Space Coast sitting in third. North Shore at a 4.67, and Outer Banks still looking to post. There is Brett Barley, Morgan Connell from Outer Banks Board Riders. Well, so to remind everyone, we will see the top 2 clubs from this morning moving on to the U.S. Board Riders National Championships finals this afternoon to meet up with San Clemente Board Riders, Huntington Beach Board Riders, and Jacksonville, who prevailed in their Florida Cup.
Up and riding white on the backhand. That would be Finn Law, I believe. That's their second surfer. Is that correct?
Yes. Cape May Board Riders, under 14s.
That little Grommy is amped up. Out the back in the yellow.
Outer Banks.
It would be Cash Souter, their number 2. I think. Actually, it's the number 1 still.
Taylor Meekins.
So Don Meek, this is our 3rd year at Lowers. Did we always have the buoy?
Yes.
From day 1?
Yes, we've had the buoy. That's Brillo's. Brillo's very, very organized when it comes to our rules and how we run.
If the Aussies are watching this, they might employ the buoy at Burley. Oh, look at this nice little right. Somebody's sitting right in the pocket.
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz up and riding. That's Kai Wasback. Nice roundhouse. Whacks it off the top right there. Comes around the section. Nice tail slide. Still going. And finishes it on the inside. That was a good wave.
So with 13 minutes remaining, that's going to be a good score for Santa Cruz. They are looking to finish in the top 2 to move on to this afternoon. Early days, 12 and a half minutes remaining here in the 14 and under.
We look at it again. He comes around that section. Comes off the top. Nice roundhouse. And then to the inside. Gets a little loose off the top right there. Comes around the section. Little tail slide. But finishes it off nicely.
Great camera work from our friends at Action Sports Productions. Thank you, Jay Johnson.
And that's put those guys into the 20s. That's a 23.57. That's like, might be high total for the day, actually. I don't think anyone in the first heat got 23.5. I don't think any team did that in the first round morning. But a good showing from.
This is on Thursday, PT, to say
I
hello
haven't
to
seen
all
him
of
for
us.
a while.
Great surfer and a fantastic business that they have built with live heats.
I coached against him, if you can believe that, when he was on the Aussie team.
All right, so in the 15 to 19s, the details were so yeah, 25.87 North Shore in the first heat. So they were a little bit higher. So here we are, 14 and under, Brody Price and Kai Wolsbeck, Sebastian Peter, Cruz, Denofa, and Finn Law from Cape. Outer Banks board rider, the first one out in the water right now. Taylor Meekins can surf one more wave. You know, you can catch 4, that's it. So 3 ones, and we're looking to better that for Outer Banks.
And I think we'll get lucky again today with this pretty heavy marine layer cloud cover. I think that it's probably going to stay glassy most of the day like it did yesterday.
Keep the wind down. This is our classic Southern California May gray. We go from May gray to June gloom. So 8 clubs today, 14 surfers per club. It is a tag team format, sort of passing in on the inside. 2 clubs will advance to the final, and then we will have 5 clubs in the final. It will be Jacksonville, and then Huntington Beach Board Riders getting second in the Wheat Cup yesterday. San Clemente, the reigning champs, taking first in the Wheat Cup. We were joking yesterday that we're going to have San Clemente start paying for their own trophies.
Yeah, so this, you were saying there's only 1 wave left for the Outer Banks for Taylor Meekins. They're allowed to you don't have to take a double whammy. They could put that on the Cash Souter, who's the next, and say, well, he might have double up.
That's right.
Here comes a nice looking wedge right here. Somebody's right there at the right. Looks like Blue.
At Space Coast.
Blue with a bit of a late takeoff. Can he get to the open face? No, he can't. Shay Edwards there not being able to, bit hung up at the takeoff. Couldn't get out in front of it, get that bottom term off. We got the girls coming up next on me.
Yes, we do.
I was intrigued yesterday. You know who was ripping? Former WCT was Rosie Hodge.
Rosie Hodge looked great yesterday, and she's such a shining light. So great to see her on the San Clemente Board Riders Club representing. So in the women's division coming up, Santa Cruz is going to send out Autumn Hayes and Kiana Miller. Space Coast will have Dea McCart and Loa Fleming. Outer Banks, Annie Peters and Leanne Jones. Cape May will send out Bryn Gallagher and Mia Gallagher. And then for the North Shore, Zoe McDougall and Sky Suit.
That North Shore, there's some family history right there on those 2 surnames.
Boy, I'll tell you what. Here we are back in the booth. National Championship presented by A New Earth Project. Don Meek with Peter Townend, PT, the 1976 world champ, and one of the most influential people in all of competitive surfing. PT, you started surfing in what, 1903?
I joined Kira Surf Riders in 1969 as a grommet.
1969 as a grommet. Wow.
And
so it was you and Rabbit and MP Michael Peterson?
Well, Rabbit was even younger, so it was MP and I, and then all 3 of us were there, but we're in different divisions. MP was in the seniors, I was in the juniors, and Rabbit was in the juniors too.
Well, you were the original Cooley kids.
We were the originals, and of course later on you had the Parko, Fanning, and Dean Morrison. Up and riding on the white, Cape May.
And they're sending.
I think if I was that coach, I wouldn't have taken that double whammy, because you got a kid that's got 6 minutes.
Well, I don't know. This is not a bad-looking wave. He finished it.
But it was a small and finished it.
What are they going to do? And there it is. Sonny Giles taking the whammy for
God,
North Shore.
he even looks like a young Sonny Garcia.
Doesn't he, though? Here we go, Santa Cruz up and riding.
Nice roundhouse right there. Driving down the line. Nice little float over that section. And a good ending, too. Nice little combo there in a tight space. You know, Don Meek, you were talking about that long-term goal of US Board Riders is to have a World Board Riders Championship, and here at Lowers, and that poses an interesting question. So who's Rosie Hodge going to serve for then? Right, South Africa.
Yeah, that would be right. So here we go, Outer Banks, second surfer.
Oh, gets smashed there on the end. Cash Sauter.
All right, so we're waiting for the Outer Banks score to drop on their whammy.
Floater of that section, driving down the line. Little snap back into the pocket.
Gotta feel great about this one.
No, can't do the completion on it though.
Did some work on that one though. Coming all the way from New Jersey. One of the best surf sessions of my life was in New Jersey. A little spot called Mantle Oaking. A very surprising.
Oh, getting some work done there. In the blue, that'd be Shay Edwards. Oh, didn't finish the end, but if they used to give you points for distance, he would have got. And this heat is coming down to an end.
Still waiting for some scores to drop.
Kai Wellsback right here. Nice off the top right there. Driving down the line, lots of speed. Little floater over the section. Comes around and whacks it vertically. And another little hit off the top. And another snap in pocket. And that was a strong ride. And those guys were in the lead.
So Santa Cruz.
Actually, they might have even improved on their position right there.
Sending out the women. So coming up next will be the Open Women's Division. So that is closing it out for the under 14s. So PT, it has been awesome sitting in with you. I got to tell you, mate. And I am going to turn it over here after this break to Chad Wells, one of the original drivers behind the West Coast Board Riders. So when we come back, we will be seeing our Open Women's Division here at the U.S. Board Riders National Championship.
staring the sun in the eyes. There ain't no change in my mind. I can do anything, anything. I'm out here having the time of my life. What could be better? Yeah. Oh me, oh my, just enjoying the ride. Like it's now or never, ever.
Before this fire, there must be smoke. Before I'm dead, I gotta go. Before this fire, there must be smoke. Before I'm gone, I gotta go.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by A New Earth Project, is brought to you by A New Earth Project and their New Earth approved catalog of packaging solutions for a healthy planet, by Turtlebox Audio and their line of waterproof Bluetooth speakers. Live free, listen louder. By West Peak Sparkling Spirits.
Girls up already here in the third age group of this morning. Only it's not an age group, it's the girls.
Yeah, it's the ladies. So in red, well, hold on. Let's just talk about yellow. This is Annie Peters representing the Outer Banks, opening up her account. So, I mean, it's you guys have already chatted about this. It's a condensed team down from 27 to 14.
Yeah, and the condensing might be pretty difficult there based on yesterday's performances, mate. There were a couple of teams yesterday that the 4 all deserve to be in the 2 today.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I rocked up this morning, woke up in the dark, up in Seal, fired up the coffee maker, pulled up the cam on the in the early hues of the morning,
Yes, mate.
and I just saw A-frames at Lowers. I was like, it's
gonna
on today.
It's going to be a fun day.
It's on the cook. He does both Seal Beach representations happen at the same time, but it's a special day. The U.S. Board Riders Club's national champs. So we're doing it.
Saw some great surfing. We already saw some good surfing already this morning, and now we have the girls out there. I mean, you probably were watching yesterday.
I did.
But there was a heat. The Groms from Huntington Beach broke the record.
I saw in the morning they went like
2 of them got
44
nine.
something.
So which 2 are you eliminating,
50.
right?
Yeah, that was. I mean, hey, amazing total.
Yeah, it
you
was
got to
a-
give it to those Groms. Hey, coming from
was
HB,
44.5.
from Beach Break Town
Right.
over here to the cobbly wannabe Point Break. Come on, SC.
Well,
I mean,
but,
SC prevailed at the end.
Yeah, but
Right?
you know what happened yesterday? There was a little grindy left, and it was a lot like the South Side.
Okay.
I
like it.
And those Huntington Groms, that's what they surf every day, right?
True story.
We get that grindy little left inside of the pier, right?
Oh, and it just stands. It's like the Arma Hut Bull at Rockies.
Exactly.
Like you're just on the tail going wabap, wabap.
And that's exactly what they were doing.
Okay. So let's give us a look. Let's see if the judges have anything for us. It doesn't look like it. So what'd you and Don talk about?
Well, I just talked about the overall progression of U.S. board riders from back in the days when, Casey Wheat and Chris Marino and Ziggy got together and, got the Huntington thing going. You got Seal Beach going, and, I was just at the board riders battle at Burleigh, and just talking about the fact that in a short period of time, we've got an event at Lowers that's right up there with that event, which, club surfing in Australia has been around for 50 years. I mean,
Yeah, it's huge.
I was in Kura in 1969 and Kura club champion in 73 in the days when we had the great Michael Peterson, MP. and
Well,
Rabbit.
hold the phone. I'm gonna try to stump you real quick. Who founded the Board Riders clubs? Was it like the RSL people? Like who?
No, well, of course you got two clashes of culture in Australia. You had the clubbies, which are the lifeguards,
Right.
and they had their lifeguard clubs with their clubhouses on the beach since the early 1900s, and the board rider clubs separate of that didn't really start happening until the 60s, and actually the first one in Coolangatta was Kira, and then quickly followed by Snapper. Today you also have Duranbar now as well, all in the same town.
On the other side of the border,
Right.
New South Wales.
Exactly.
Trust me, it's a whole thing. You're like, oh no, the contest time's this. No, it's New South Wales time.
Yeah. And you know the story. There's one street that runs Boundary Street.
Yep.
Then you can walk on one side and you're in New South Wales, and on the other side. And the most important part, there's an extra hour at the pub when you walk across the street.
Oh, good time. So you could rage till like 1 or 2 and then hop the border.
Because of daylight saving. One state doesn't do daylight saving.
Classic. I like it. You guys figured that one out fast.
So you can get 2 hours.
North side, like Cliffs, Bolsa Chica.
Try to get the club thing going in the 80s.
Yeah, back in the day, it just kind of didn't happen.
I think we had Lake Street, West Side Board Riders, and Seacliff. And then they had the Newport guys. And we had some scrimmages, but never any like competition where all the clubs got together at once.
You guys were ahead of your time.
Yeah, and it was fun, and we had a great time, and then it just faded away.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. We'll get back to that story in a minute. White. Who is White? This is Bryn Gallagher. Swings off the bottom. Oosh. All right, looks like, was that her second? I feel like that might have been her second wave. I'm not sure.
Well, she didn't double whammy it, so
No.
she's
Okay, a little
little.
conceding of prio. This is Red. What? Autumn Hayes on a
Cruz.
heater. She's like one of their the replay of Autumn. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges take this score.
Little S turn on the face, gets a little blast off the top right there. Little snap in the pocket, driving it down the line. Pretty strong ride overall. Oh, that was a nice turn. That was the money turn. And another little whip off the top. Yeah, this was a good way to call the double whammy for sure. Got pretty busy down there on the inside.
Yeah, mixed bag of maneuvers. There we go. So Autumn Hayes, let's see. Judges. What did they chuck this wave? 7.5.
Yeah.
Anna Miller, so daughter of Bud Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Second generation pro surfer.
Wow.
So anyways, these guys call us, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, we're like, hey, let's meet with Wheat, Zig, Chris. We're like, what do you guys think? It's just you guys and us, really? So we, through the help of Quicksilver, Mikey and I were at Quickie at the time, and we covered basically all the permit and the expenses and whatnot. We had our first event in October of 2016, and just to be part of the genesis, getting into it, how it's grown on the East Coast with Dane Jing team.
Yeah, I mean,
Giddy up.
there was a little fact sheet rolling around here, and that how many clubs we have. We have 7 chapters now.
It's crazy.
And we have the West Coast, New England, New York, New Jersey, Mid-Atlantic, and Florida.
It's unreal. I mean, well, and let's be honest, like what you guys tried to do in the 80s, you knew what you were doing, and it just, the states weren't ready for it.
Right.
And I think that at the time, obviously people were ready for it, and I know, like, just speaking personally for Seal Beach, and I feel like it probably is a kind of an overarching surf community.
Right. Well, he's not surfing in the contest, but
Oh yeah, you got
family
pops. You got pops down here.
Right.
Like, I mean, you know, the support goes from the top to the bottom.
Right.
And again, it's like Dane Jeffries. Like when I just met him for the first time out in front of the scaffolding, and he was just like, "Dude, thank you. Like it's like you gave us. I mean, whatever the board riders.
Yeah, and what
gave them the foundation to kind of unite all of their little communities, and it's
well,
really,
just like in
honestly super cool.
just like in Australia, you have this family connection. Like in the Huntington team, You got Marcel Ganaldo surfing in the 40s
With his 2 sons on the team.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's what's really cool, in my opinion.
Well, the other thing, I mean, is it really gives brands and the surf industry a place to put their feet back in the sand.
Right.
Because, I mean, I worked in it for a long time, and it kind of, everybody's looking up and nobody's looking down. And you got to look down because that's where your roots are. So it really is given a good kind of cultivation space for brands. I mean, you can reinvigorate your brand. You just have to get out and shake the hands and kiss the babies.
And it's also a real-life connection to your local surf shop.
And your surfers.
Right,
It's a pipeline
right.
into your surf,
Right.
all the surf turkeys.
Right.
Anyways, enough about that. Let's just get on with this. I mean, I watched some of yesterday. What an optimal day for the Wheat Cup. And I like lowers at that size because it's like perfect on the rocks, right? Like doesn't move out too far and get burgery. Like it's just right there on the reef, and some great surfing yesterday.
And it was peaking left and right pretty even. You could, although I think yesterday the lefts were giving a little bit more opportunity for radical progression because it was pushing back. It was pushing back on the turns, whereas the rights were tending to run away a little bit, and it was a little bit more horizontal going right.
Right.
It was more vertical going left. And the example of that was the 2 little Huntington Groms that got 9s. That was on lefts.
Bonkers.
Yeah, on their backhand.
I love it. Here we go. Blue, taking a look. Nope.
Oh, I think there would have been some priority changes there. A lot of paddling going on, and no one caught anything.
Yeah, it's crazy, PT, is, I mean, I know, we've been down to lowers a bazillion times in our lifetimes, is the lulls out here. It's like, it'll drive like the whole pack inside chasing the 2 and 3 footers, and then out of nowhere, boom, 6 foot set. Like,
well, and also what happened right there is it'll tend to roll under you, like 3 of them paddling right there, and you think you're in the right spot, and it just rolls under you, right?
oh yeah. Well, and you're all psyched, like looking at it, all of a sudden you start scrambling, and the thing just goes. Well, and low tide lowers, I mean, it's never been the greatest wave, at least in my opinion. It's always that medium high.
Well, we've surfed a few heats out here, mate, in our day.
All right. Look at this. Having a dig. Yellow and black. Yellow on the left. This is our surfer from the Outer Banks. Annie Peters. Woof.
She's getting some turns in. Kind of didn't quite figure out the end of that one. Didn't get the move. Oh, and big fall there for White.
Oh. Hold on. You know what? With the condensed format, how many waves does each surfer get? I'm sure it's somewhere.
They're allowed 4.
Oh wow, so that's
Yeah.
cool. You get one more than in the regular season. All right, now Blue having a dig. Dia McCart wraps it back.
Him back in the day.
And she's got a ripping brother. I think it's Rylan, maybe. Rylan McCart?
He's here too. He was just on the team in El Salvador. I just talked to his dad. His dad came up to me and he goes, I'm a McCart. I go, you're kidding? And he goes, no. He says, my kids in this event. My kids are in this event.
Well, and again, that is the beauty of the board riders, is it's generational.
Yeah.
Oh wow, look at this. Is it Hawaii? Zoe
Yep.
McDougal?
Yeah, well, we've seen her around for a while.
Oof. Just speed, power, flow. Hello.
Yeah, well, we've seen her through the amateur days and also on the QS.
Yeah. And in all the stab high stuff,
Yeah.
too. Well, I'll tell you what. The other thing that I like about the board riders is it's such a good measuring stick for talent.
Right.
Right? You think you're the bee's knees at your local, and you're like, no, you got to be working on this. This really gives you a good kind of scope as to the talent of other teams and kids in your age bracket. All right. HB right there.
Yeah, they're turning up for the afternoon competition.
And this is our surfer, Leanne. Leanne Jones. So she finishes one off. Looks like SC out to a pretty good lead here. 15 points. Autumn Hayes double whammy kind of helped that number. And this is the second surfer from Santa Cruz. Took a quick look, but it's white. And that is Bryn Gallagher. I wonder, are these sisters, PT?
I think they
for
are.
Cape May?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, this would be Kevmo's team. I was out there yapping with Rob Kelly and Kevmo and Keenzo, and we were just kind of talking about
Ooh, nice way
scoring.
looking right there. Oh, that little girl just nailed that turn. That's another name. That's a Sky Zoot taking over in the black for North Shore.
bang.
Wow.
So is she like maybe daughter of Spencer, perhaps?
Right. I'm trying to figure out the family tree here.
Right. Well, and again, I mean, it's literally, it's like generational. You've got,
Well, the fun.
you got Dino and Kalohe on the same team. At some stage, Kalohe might be on the same team with his kids. Just kidding. But it's possible.
So this is a Gallagher right here, and there's another Gallagher out there. Mia Gallagher must be paddled into the lineup.
Yeah.
For Cape May. No, I was having a good laugh this morning because you remember back the days we used to have the NSSA Nationals out here.
Yep.
And Joel Centeo, I think you were here the day when I was commentating, and there was a big section, and I went, there's no way he's going to make that section. I'd give him $100 if he did.
And he made it.
And I had to give him the $100 at the banquet.
All right, I just saw Sean Moody and I saw Moody and Joel, and I was like, hang on, hold the phone. I'm all, where's Freddie P at?
Yeah,
And they're like, we couldn't get him. I'm all, wait, he blew it. He came to Disneyland too early with his family because he could have timed it and surfed. I'm like, Freddie could not surf for 2 months and drop tens. All right, so taken to the water is Sister Mia. I mean, we're just running the whole thing. Supposedly there's a founders heat that I only just became aware of, and of course I didn't bring anything. No board,
there's
no
a
way.
break when they switch the teams.
Yeah, 12 o'clock.
And I told Mickey could probably sell those jerseys.
I have to call the wife, see if she can come down a little earlier.
Bring your gear.
Yeah. So
There's Matt Keenan with the Santa Claus beard.
Watch me attempt to get to my feet. Look at this. Dreamy. Oh, my gosh. And this is it. Like the 6-foot set comes in and people get caught inside.
Red sitting right there on the corner.
So just 14 minutes remaining. Here goes Kiana Miller. Big wrap back, staying with the pocket, drives off the bottom.
Oh, nice.
Little drift off the top, and then bang, there it is. Back to the open face. Did good to do that. And can she get the finish and hammer it shut? There it is. So Kiana Miller putting one on the books.
For Santa Cruz.
And now the sister, Mia. Well, we got a little combo, regular foot, goofy foot. That must have been fun for Dad.
That's like the old Smith twins. Remember way back in the day?
With
Smith
Georgia
girls?
and what was
Jolene.
Jolene.
They both won World Championship Tour events. One goofy and one regular.
Crazy.
And she's calling for the double whammy.
I think those were the sisters. I'm telling you, there was like some Seal Beach roots there, like their dad owned Senior Corky's or something, which is now the El Burrito Jr. All right, there's the replay. So nothing crazy dynamic, but good surfing.
Just getting it done.
Yeah, good surfing.
You're not getting it done, no mistakes.
I mean, that wave was arguably just a pancake, but, and there we go. Bang.
But finish.
Yeah, and epic day down here. It stayed smooth all day yesterday, right?
Oh, yeah. This has got to be Lower Fleming, the second girl for Space Coast.
Wait, isn't this a? That's not a McCart?
I think it's. I think it's the next girl. I thought the McCart girl already. Maybe it is the McCart girl.
Let's
Take
see.
a look there, mate.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this might be her because she's only got the single score.
Is she going to claim this one? Yep,
Voila.
she sure is. You know who else is here for the Space Coast? CJ Obgood.
Oh, I saw the goods.
And up and riding outside is this little girl from Hawaii again. Sky. Her name is spelled
Flying down the line. This board looks magic. Oh, my goodness. We just jinxed her.
interesting spelling of her name. Look at that. S-K-A-I.
Yeah.
Is it Sky?
Sky. Team Hawaii right there, North Shore Board Riders. I mean, that's this is like the fear, right? It's like, oh no, wait till like Hawaii gets involved, and here we are. You've got Seabass quarterbacking all of like Hawaii, and he and his wife, I think, are doing
and you've heard
Hawaii Board Riders.
And you've heard the rumors about we're going to go global, right? We're going to have teams from Brazil and,
Oh, it's
and
so
Europe.
sick.
And imagine Medina's team from Maricias.
Well, now that
he has a school there, right? You know
yeah,
that?
yeah. What a sick beach break too.
Oh, Maricias is awesome.
They just ran a shootout there, I think, just over the last few days. It was bombing. But, yeah, can you imagine when Kelly throws a jersey on for Space Coast?
In the 50s division.
Well,
right?
he's already got T-Knox and Machado.
Machado surfed really good yesterday. Really good. And Knox did too. They both surfed good.
Of course they did.
Well, I think they both. Well, I know Taylor won out here because I was the marketing manager at Rusty when he won that.
Yeah,
Lowe's.
how good's that?
We claimed it, of course.
As you're supposed to.
And I think the Mobster must have won out here too, I would think.
No, I can't recall a win, but I mean he's just laser sharp still, and you know it saddens me that the kids of today don't get to look forward to the mag and the cover and the spreads, and I mean that was such a special time, you know, like signature movies and premieres, like that's what really kind of, I don't know.
The world has changed,
Made
mate.
it all cool. Now everything's just driven into your phone, and I mean it's groovy and all. You can consume a lot of stuff, but is it meaningful?
But they're fleeting moments.
Yeah, is it meaningful? I don't know.
There's no permanent mag on the coffee table in the living room, right?
Yeah,
that you
you're
can-
not in the airport in 27 countries. It's kind of sad.
Remember when we were traveling in those days? You'd go to the newsstand at the airport to pick up the latest mag, right? To get on the flight.
Yeah, I mean, and think about it. That's when comp results would come out.
Yeah.
The only time you got anything good was like, you get the phone call, the collect call, and you would get it all like, oh, I heard Rye Dog Simmons did good. He called his mom, and then just the coconut wireless, and now knows. Now you just blow it out on your phone. Everybody knows.
Yes, it's totally different.
We're just getting nostalgic. Nostalgia's traditionally a sad thing. Happy and sad. All right, 24.86 North Shore Board Riders. Well, they're doing the number on SC 22.93, 14.47 for Cape May, Outer Banks.
I think our best score today has been a 25.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in the first heat of the day, 15 to 19s.
Let's see. I'm going to have to pull up our information. Let's take a look.
Oh, look at the old guys here, the 50s and up. Look, check the loose. Some Josh Lawyer,
Loya, Desi, Renicky,
Oh my God.
Nolan, Creef, McManus, Ontrup, Gallagher,
Love Hodell.
Coffee, and Hodell. Love it. Okay. So the tide is on the drop. It's a 0.8 at 12:49, which doesn't really help the cause. I like that.
It'll help it for the afternoon, though.
Yeah, I like it when it turns around. Like I don't know, I've always felt like it's down here. It's kind of a medium higher spot. A little more water in the pool kind of just helps it drive it more onto the rocks, but still plenty of swell on offer. What a gift.
We can't complain because
No.
Huntington looked pretty flat.
What an absolute gift. I might need to have. I got to go find a cup of chirp. Get double extra ready. To just yap some more. Chopping it up with PT, mate. Hello. 7 minutes remaining, and
Someone taking a look here.
Yeah, I mean the ladies are almost a wrap. Everybody's on their second. Well, not everybody, but let's see. I think everybody I think is on their second surfer now. Now that we
Wow.
got Blue out there. So PT, this is Loa Fleming. Bang. Hello, Space Coast.
She actually got a pretty serious first turn on this wave.
Saw.
Judges are going to love that. And she finishes that. Now, is she going to double? Is she the double whammy, or did it already get taken?
Yeah, I think she's McCart was the whammy.
That's too bad, because that wave right there was
good.
one that could have been the double whammy. She got the really good outside move, big outside move.
5. There is looks like a few waves in this set, perhaps. And it's kind of like it's not really wedged up on the reef. See how it looks a little strung out, sort
Right.
of? So buttery, though. Just give me 5 of those
There's
things.
a good
that
left here.
Make
Look,
my month.
this girl's on the corner over here in the yellow. Look.
To kind of put it together. See if they can eclipse this North Shore Board Riders lead.
Actually, the North Shore Board Riders, if you look at it from heat to heat of age groups, have won 2 of the heats we've had today. If they win this one, I think they won the first one. They had a 25-point total. Looks like they're in good shape in this one too, with nearly another 25. They're looking good to advance to the afternoon championship round.
As long as I've been alive, Hawaiians have been a powerhouse at Trestles, of all places.
Mate, you've been around enough NSSA Nationals. Every year they come to the Nationals at the South Side, right?
I know.
They're a powerhouse at Huntington Beach.
Everywhere. Let's be real. Let's be honest. But
Well, they just got second in El Salvador in the juniors. That girl that our girl from Huntington, Sarah Prayer, got the bronze. There was the Hawaiian girl that actually won.
was it Vaheen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
ripping.
she's good.
She is good.
She's got the goods to get all the way, I think, at some point.
Yeah, I remember Freddie P winning nationals here,
Absolutely.
and he was riding those weird FCS curve fins. Remember that? It's one thing. Those weird things that stick in the hard drives.
Right.
Those-
On the corner.
Those weird boomerang fins. All right, here we go. Miller.
Oh, gets it vert there, but can't get around that next section.
Oh,
Well, you also remember the days when we talked about the young Hawaiians. Remember when Kalani Robb came on the scene?
oh yeah. Kalani is gnarly. Still is gnarly.
But he came out of nowhere at 17, if you remember. And within another year, he was on the tour. I think he finished 4th in the world.
Yeah, razor sharp surfer. Put people to sleep on a foamy these days. You're like, wait, that guy shouldn't be surfing that good on a softboard. Incredible. Yeah, he and his buddy show up at Seal every now and then and just rip into shore break slabs on their foamies. So classic.
Are those catch fires? They're on the
Yeah, the catch surf thingos.
Catch surf, or what are they?
All right, 250 remaining. And I think that's a wrap.
What have we got up next? We have
Coming up next, we are looking at, let's see, we went from women's, we're going to see the 50s.
the 50s.
Rock and roll. It's the old dogs getting a little long in the teeth. It's my division.
Your division, mate.
My division.
You'd be out there for Seal.
Well, next year it's 5 guys, right? So I don't know what the layout is. Is it just 5 men, a Grom, and a woman? Or is it an old guy, 2 pros, Grom, and a woman?
I don't think they
Uh,
finalized it yet.
Yeah, I have to ask Don. But I mean, look at these guys: Loya Desi, Nolan Renicky, Kreef, McManus, Ontrip, Gallagher, Coffee.
You must have had a
Oda.
few heats against these crew here.
Yeah, you've lost heats. You mean lost all those guys? Highly likely. Could not surf my way out of a paper bag back in the day. Then for a hot minute, I could maybe make it to have a peek out of the bag. Now I'm back at the bottom of the bag. All right, 1:30. 24.86 is the number. Santa Cruz is within striking distance. Space Coast, they're going to need, like whatever. What is that, a 9?
There's a bunch of...
Okay, a little split at the peak. This is Sky running down the line. A little quick float. Can't she come around the corner? There it is. Wrap
Oh,
back
wow, that
right
was a
there.
nice turn for
Oh,
a-
she is just an
for a
amazing
little
surfer,
girl.
huh? Click! Finner! Does
Nothing.
not ride out of it.
And outside, White,
So this is Cape May. Jersey.
Mia Gallagher.
Cuts it back. Look at this little wall. Oh, my. And that's a wrap, PT.
That
The
would
ladies,
be a wrap.
Heat is a wrap. This wave will score. Judges got a little work to do. Coming up next is going to be the 50s. We'll come back to you with more live action. Hey, just
That was
what a fantastic surfer, huh?
That was a really nice first turn for a Grom because she doesn't look like she's that old. She looks like maybe 14, 15.
Right on, don't click that.
The 20 Sport Ridership presented to you by
All right, ladies making their way in, and the 50s is going to open up their accounts for the next 30 minutes.
Well, we have the.
Where's our?
We don't have a team sheet for the old guys yet.
Let's see. No, it's, I think it's all here. No, nah, mer, me. Is that it? Nope. Is that it? Nope. We need Brillo. Brillo, where are you? Oh, look at that.
There you go.
We're not wasting paper. I like it. So, Santa Cruz, Josh Loya, Shane Desmond. They're going to be in red. Space Coast, blue. Randy Nolan, Paul Renicky. Yellow, the Outer Banks, Pat McManus, Perry Kreef. White, Cape May, Chad Gallagher, Scott Ontrup. Black, North Shore, Love Fidel, Todd Coffey. So it's an all-out old dude battle here. See who's kept the surf grease in their hinges. And drawing first blood, looks like a split of the peak perhaps. White, Gallagher, cuts it back. You gonna let this one stand up? Oh, these aren't, this isn't live? Oh, it's Free Surf Town. Okay, well, this kid better punt. Come on, Gromit. Well, don't go anywhere. We're just going to, fluff the feathers of our sponsors. We'll come back with a heat start.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project is brought to you by Surfer, since 1960, the Bible of the sport. By Bonsai Bowls, live life in the bowl. By Fiber Strap, sustainable cable ties built to endure but not to last. And by Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports. At Atlantic Packaging and a New Earth Project, we're thrilled to introduce FiberStrap, the world's first sustainable cable tie designed to replace traditional plastic zip ties. Made in Sweden from sustainably sourced craft paper, FiberStrap works across virtually every application. From hanging banners to bundling products, if you use zip ties, we have an earth-friendly solution. FiberStrap, made to endure, but not to last. For more information, visit anewearthproject.com.
You bitches of Danny and the Dingo. Built to shred. Welcome to my first hat. Welcome to On Safari.
It's time to slam.
Welcome back. We are bringing you live 50s action. I am Chad Wells. Next to me, the living legend himself, Mr. Peter Townend, PT. It's all happening. We have the 50s and up taking to the water.
Yes, mate, and a couple of familiar names from the history out here. People that actually, this is your division, Wellesley.
Yeah,
You
old dudes.
might have had a couple of heats with these guys through the years.
Yeah, like I said, I think I lost all of them probably.
Yeah, but that's what's the beauty of this whole club competition. The board riders is having these older pros that have got reactivated, because a lot of guys have come out like that weren't really like surfing, like from point of view of is intense, and now at least in Huntington,
Well, let me tell you.
guys are actually training.
Let me tell you, there's nothing worse than an old dude with an ego. So if you're an old dude with an ego, give that thing up. You should have abandoned it in your 30s. But the beauty is that the rest of the team can benefit from the experience and the tutelage and the coaching, and that's really the bread and butter of kind of the old guys, and they kind of help, in a sense, kind of cement the pecking order in the town culture, so to speak. So in that regard, the old dudes are very, very they're the tip of the spear. They're the pinnacle kind of the team.
You were talking about Australia. In my hometown, you've got Parko and Fanning at different clubs in the same town, right?
Forget it.
Right, you got a couple of 40 years old. They're not 50 yet, but they're not far away.
Right. It's a stone's throw. But yeah, it's the old dudes are a vital part of the team, and they're also the measuring stick of talent. Guys in their 30s are like, man, I should be surfing as good as that dude when I'm 50, right? Hopefully better. So it's kind of like that. It's the benchmark for your 30s and 40s.
Yeah, mate.
But we've got Loya and Desi representing Santa Cruz. So Loya in the water. Randy Nolan for the Space Coast. He's in blue in the water. Pat McManus, Outer Banks. Gallagher, Cape May in white. And Love Hiddell, North Shore in black. All these guys. Love's a gamer.
Oh, no, I used to sponsor Love. Rusty.
Loya's a gamer. Desi's a gamer. Like, these guys are gnarly.
Guy.
Renicky, they got Rhino on the team. Forget it.
Well, Loya's been unreal from Santa Cruz forever.
Well, I think, I don't know if he'd be 50 yet, but Justin Burns, they got to bring Burns out of retirement up in Santa Cruz. Where's Burns at? Let's go, Burnsy. Put on the jersey. Let's get you back in the water.
Well, who's not here this year is Rufo.
Roof isn't. Is there a reason? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
He'd be in the 60s division by now, though.
Yeah, well, he's like the
we don't have a 60s
He's
division.
the grand poobah, right, of the whole thing.
No, he's grandpa of Santa Cruz surf culture.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't make the cut or whatever.
And still surfing good.
Oh,
from
no,
what
he's
I
a
hear.
hammer. Are you kidding? His backhand's like a pendulum. Long before the Bobby Martinez's, there was the Anthony Rufos. So there you go.
Yep.
So 26 minutes, 30-minute heats. We're facing this dropping tide, which kind of just extends the lulls, I feel like, here at Trestles. Like, always on the low, you get these really long ones. Hopefully the wind cooperates. And
there's a little bit of chatter on the face. I can see
a little fluff.
a little fluff.
Still
where
green, like smooth faces, though.
Yeah, there's no outside wind chops. I see a glassy bland. If you look way out, you can see there's a glassy bland still out there, right?
somewhere out, probably out on the kelp beds. But it was funny. Kevmo looked at me. He's like, "When's the last time you've been down here?" And I was like, I surfed uppers last week, the week before. I don't make it to lowers anymore. I call it Electric Donkey Point.
I can't
because
remember
it's just
the
so
last
many
time I
e-bikes,
surfed
and
out
I'm
here.
just, I don't have it in me to come duke it out with the whole crew here. But uppers, it's a little bit easier for an old guy like me getting long in the tooth. 25.50 remaining. Nobody has yet to open their account here, so we're just kind of patiently waiting, chewing the fat. And Chad Wells, Mr. Peter Townend, PT, the mate.
In the board riders, do we have a restart?
That's a good question. That is a really good question. I doubt it. Incredible surf on offer today. When I rocked up, I saw a 6-foot set stack up on the reef, and I was like, walking down the path, I was like, oh my god.
Yellow having a look. No,
And there, that was the voodoo you were talking about.
Rolled under him right there.
Just the lull factor of how the swells sometimes they stand up and you think you're going, they just roll right underneath you.
This time he might get it though. He's having a look. No.
Such a good wave though. Gotta love Trestles.
Oh yeah.
It is an incredible wave.
I've had a couple of amazing sessions through my 45 years of living in California. I've had some magical moments out here. You know, when I worked at Surfing Magazine, we used to run the military championships at churches.
No way.
So we had a military pass to come on base. And so we'd drive to church in the afternoons and surf down here at Lowers.
Maximize that pass.
Yeah, we surely did.
I love it. Yeah, I used to have, we did some Wounded Warrior stuff back in the day, and I would show my my credentials to the gate up here.
Guard.
So every now and then you get one that's like, yeah, go ahead, park right here, and just trot across the bridge and run down.
Exactly.
I haven't tried to work that one in a while, but every now and then, kiss that thing. Sits in my glove box. Mom, am I feeling lucky today? So there you go, US BRC qualified clubs. It's all right there on the screen for you to have a look at. Coming from Seal Beach, we're going to give our props and get behind anybody. It'll be HB. There are our founding neighbors and our sister club or brother club, whatever you want to call us. But, it's funny. It always kind of comes up in conversation amongst the smaller clubs is population size. So Huntington.
Well, you're allowed to have. You don't have to be a resident, right? Because like Shane Beshan surfed for San Clemente yesterday.
Right.
He hasn't lived in San Clemente in 20 years.
You are allowed to switch clubs once. So, yeah.
But there's no residential requirement.
I mean,
right?
there used to be. I think that it's maybe just gotten a little bit overlooked. But like you've got HB, who's got their Brazilian guys who've all arguably lived in town for however many years, right? So they've kind of been adopted by the board riders. For Seal, we dip into Long Beach. We've got Nolan Raposa. But we've all known Nolan since he was a wee little tacker, and he cut his teeth out at Northside Seal and River, and Southside like his whole life. So he kind of was a natural kind of blend to have him on our team. But we have Rachel Wilson, who's from Virginia Beach.
Right.
Rachel had taught surfing in Seal for Chaz's surf camp for a while, but she picked a club, and it was our club. But we always fear one day she'll bounce and go back to VB. There's Berger getting after it, Black Bear. But yeah, there is some cherry picking happening. All right, here we go. Yellow having a dig. Your surfer, Pat McManus. This is the Outer Banks. Oh,
whoa!
Hammers it.
He surely hammered that section.
Woof. Wraps it back. A little quick one off the top. Ooh, got to be careful right there. Shallow. plug your head on a cobblestone. So if you're out there on YouTube and you're sending us comments, love, hate, in middle of the road, what's ups, we can't even see it. We don't have the ability to see the live chat, so apologies if you don't think we're getting back to you. We just don't have eyes on it.
Randy Nolan right here.
And here goes Nolan. Hack. You know what I love is when you watch the 50s, everybody's really in tune with their equipment. Like, these guys know what works for them. It's so good. All right.
And when you get to the 50s there, mate, you would know foam is your friend. It's not so much about liters anymore, right?
No, 100%. Well, it's about extra liters.
Extra liters.
All right, well, there you go. Nolan with the claim, and we're going to throw it to – we're going to get down, put our feet in the sand with Berger.
What's up, everybody? We're down here at Lower Trestles. I don't know if you can hear me because of the music and everybody cheering at the crowd and each other. But we're down here at Lower Trestles at the West Coast Board Riders, and we're having a blast with everyone down here in the community. We have Chucky from Snap 1, Snap 2, Snap 3, Snap 4, Snap 5. You know, representing Black Bear Surf Club, Mayhem, Lost Surfboards, and Future Fins. I don't know about all you other brands, but you guys are blowing it. Nah, just joking. But anyway, let's keep it positive. It's a beautiful day. Waves are 2 to 4 feet. Really, really fun. Up and riding black. North Shore Board Riders. Let's go! North Shore! Go! Oh! Oh! Let's go! Okay, back to your daily programming. So we're here at West Coast Board Riders. We're having a blast. Everybody's having an amazing, wonderful time. The boys, the girls, the ladies, the gentlemen, the older guys, everyone's ripping. And, you know, come on down if you're bored and you guys want to have a good laugh. You can come yell at us. Up and riding. Josh Loya right there, Santa Cruz's finest. Watch out, cameraman. Right here, Josh Loya. Look at this guy. But anyway, I jinxed him. I'm sorry, you know. I get too passionate and aggressive when I'm calling waves. But anyway, this is one of the coolest, realest, family-oriented, community-involved event. I gotta breathe and slow down. My manager's telling me to breathe. It's like when I eat food, I don't breathe. I just keep eating and scarfing it down, baby. We only bite if you ladies want us to. Arr. But heck, we'll be here all day. Come on down. Out the back. Look at Lourdes. Look at this. It's pumping. Glassy. Fuel TV, I'll be sending you an invoice to say free. Just a heads up. You know, everyone's getting paid. I was like, the camera has a cut. That's what I thought. Invoices. Lights. K-Gang. Peace.
Okay. All right. Well, if you're still with us.
Yeah, there's been a couple of good rides while we're doing all that. And Love Hotel got a double whammy.
Yeah, Love had a hammer wave. And Loya put one together. And that was Rhino for Space Coast. Yeah, I'm just trying to recover. 17:45 remaining. And, yeah, just want to say hello. Jason Shook's out there. Jason, freshly retired off the Solana Beach Lifeguard program, saying goodbye to his fellow guards.
I saw him down here yesterday.
Yeah, and, you know, he's the Grand Poobah for Encinitas Board Riders. He's a former Seal Beach guy.
Right.
And here we go, black. This is Todd Coffey for North Shore Board Riders. Wrap right there. How good is this? Look at this wall. Highline out on the open face. Nice little carve. Just staying in front of it. Nothing too committed. And bang with the finish. So Todd dropping one into the score line. And now Outer Banks. Crack right there. This is McManus. Pat McManus. Ooh, got
To finish off here on the inside section on the lefts. And sometimes you get this little bonus last maneuver. A little off the top right there as he comes to the inside. And gets a little vert on the end.
All right, there's the whammy, McManus. Bango.
And how he'll do the good old rock hop.
The rock hop. So he Perry Creef would be paddling the buoy, so he is the second surfer for Outer Banks. So scores right there. Looks like Cape May out to a little bit of a lead. SC Board Rider 7.93. It's all on your screen. I won't even run it down, but there's Space Coast right there. 15.17. Little lead change. Now Loya.
Comes off the bottom. Nice carve in the open face. Setting up for the next section. Comes around it. Cuts it back in the pocket. Goes for the whitewater climb and pulls it. And another whitewater climb. Is he claiming it? He's looking to the beach. Pete Mel's on the claim flag, I think.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Another generational. Pete and John on the same team. It's gotta love the board riders. It's so good. You know, Froggy and his kid. There's just so many father-son and brother-sister dynamics, father-daughter dynamics. It's quite amazing. The gift of surfing, people. Gotta love it.
It's our tribe.
That's it.
The addiction of riding a wave.
You know, I'm going through the journey with my kids right now, and I'll tell you, it's my daughter will listen to me. My son just does not want any part of me. I'm like, that's cool, man. You can take the hard road. That's fine. I still love you.
How old's that son?
So Desi will be coming in after Loya's done. Got Rhino in the water, Perry Creef in the water for Outer Banks. I'm not sure if there's been the tag from Chad to Scott in Cape May yet. Ooh, I think it looks like it. This could be Scott here on his opener. Ooh, he's got to get through the section. Little high line around the corner. Ooh, little horizontal drift. Cuts it down right there. There we go. That put it in gear. So this is Ontrip getting one under his belt, maybe just shaking off the cobwebs. Oh, you're back out there. Why wouldn't you be? You got 1340 left.
Oh, no, he's calling it.
Oh, wait, they whammied it.
Yep. Bringing him in.
Oh, that's SC. Yeah, Myers has got the coaching hat out. Pays big bucks you got to have big dollars to afford that thing. So let's see. It's he hasn't put it on yet.
He does have a bit of a roster these days.
Oh, no, I was going to say.
On the WSL.
Absolute hammer in Coach Town. So this is your OBX crew. Brett Barley. I don't recognize everybody. But what an unbelievable zone they've got. Doesn't fare too well in Hurricane Town
Here's a replay.
once it breaches the sand, but my goodness, they get some great waves there.
This was a pretty well-ridden wave. That first turn, he got kind of vertical, got a little bit hung up here on the inside, but finished this off nicely. Nice little roundhouse right there. Comes to the inside.
How good's his
Gets
board
a little,
look?
Get a little tap, and then he finished strong right here on the end. Nice little vert.
Oh, yeah,
tap on the
hammered
end.
it.
And takes the whammy as well.
And then Loya's wave. Looking so loose. I love it. And you know what? Like, there's something to be said about the guys that grow up on point breaks. Like, just their
Right.
tempo. It's great tempo. Got himself stuck behind that one, but we'll see Desi take to the water if Loya hasn't come in yet. Desi be the goofy foot out of the bunch, and now OBX crew. This is Perry.
Right. Nice sweeping open face turn to start. Little bit of a carve on that one. Looking for the inside section. Comes around it.
Bang. I love it. Perry. Hit the disco on the kick out.
Yeah. Well, we got a couple of teams in the 20s already, though. We got Space Coast and North Shore in the 20s.
Okay, so Desi is in the lineup for Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz sitting at the bottom, which is not kind of their mantra. 793, but again, Desi has yet to put waves into the account.
How are we doing in the overall team scores for the day so far? Because it's the top 2 teams that advance, right?
Top 2 will make it to the grand finale.
Right.
And they will match up.
Wow, that was a nice turn off the backhand right there for blue.
I mean, we got all kinds of literature in front of us. Let's see. Where's our qualified teams, Don? Which one is it? Where's our qualified teams that are already in the final? Ooh, Desi. Put some ass into that one. I like it. On a frothy one. Zaps it again. Here we go. Who's already seated, Don? Which teams?
San Clemente, Huntington Beach, and Jacksonville are seated into this afternoon.
Okay, so there you go. SC Board Riders, HB, Jacksonville. Those are your already qualified U.S. Board Riders finalists. Top 2 out of this bunch are going to have those guys to deal with later on today.
Well, doing a guesstimation of this is our fourth group today. I think North Shore is in the top 2. I don't see the actual scores, but they've won 2 out of the 4. This is the 4th one. Wow.
Desi, so
looking pretty loose there.
8-5, a 9, and an 8-5. 8-6-7 for Shane Desmond, right? So, I mean, they just went whoop, bang, straight to the lead, 4th to 1st. Thanks for coming. 25.27 points for Santa Cruz. Now, here we go. Rhino, Space Coast, zaps it off the top, swings off the bottom, cuts it back, flattened out a little bit, just waiting for this lip. Carves off the top again, out on the open face. Will he get the little inside bonus section? That is the question. And just on the tail, waiting. Rhino, bang!
Oh,
came unstuck.
That was going to be a big score if he pulled that last move.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he already has a 917. That was his opener. That came in at a 643.
So Santa Cruz goes to the lead with a 25.27. That might be the biggest score so far today. I think we've had one other 25, maybe in the very first heat of the day, where it was close. It was in the 25s too. So another top performance by the Santa Cruz boys. They want to be in the finals this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, Love's whammy was, a 749. I mean, that's a keeper by all accounts. Moody getting ready. Berger with the massage. But I mean, like, QS Warrior, former QS Warriors,
Yeah.
family men now.
Look at this next round right here.
You don't want to mess with these guys. They're gnarly. Here we go. Randy Bonds, Colombo for Santa Cruz. Hobgood Garson for Space Coast. Haynes and Hines for OBX. Gessler Keenan for Cape May. And Centeo and Moody. Like, hammer teams.
That kid, Colombo, you saw his aerial yesterday, right?
So sick.
I mean, they should have given him 10. That was pretty serious aerial.
Oh, it was a great one. I mean, he does those every day. But it was probably something where, like, whoa, people got all freaked out in the 40s. It was insane.
Yeah, it was a world-class aerial.
Big air reverse, Jesse Colombo. I want to say he just joined the ranks of fatherhood.
Oh,
not
yeah.
too long ago. And let me just look. I could be making things up, people. I could be making things up. You never know. Not the first time I've embellished anything.
Never, Wellesley, never.
Everybody loves a good yarn. Yeah. There, he's a pops. He's been part of the fatherhood tribe for maybe a year or two, but he's fresh to the game. 5:40 remaining. Desi's done it. Taking Santa Cruz to the lead with the 8.67, and I mean, I guess the pressure would be on, but this isn't for all the marbles. It's broken up into hour-length 2-person teams, right?
Right.
So we still have the other. Well, no, this will be the 40s coming out next. So, I wonder what the grand total is going to look like for the win. What were you guys seeing yesterday? But it's a different dynamic because it's a full team
Right.
versus the
Right.
condensed team. But, I mean, we just cut it in half, 50%, right? Like, Instead of the hundreds now, it's probably in the, or maybe it's the hundreds, I don't know. Or the 200s. Where's Brillo? We need Brillo. Brillo will set us straight.
I think I hear him on the live beach broadcast.
Yeah, him and Baldy are handling the beach commentary today. 4:30 remaining. And
there's
some waves on offer.
Yeah, there's a big one outside. Could be a good left on the corner here.
Yep. So what board riders club were you, PT? Kira?
I was Cura. And then and I was Cura Club champion in '73. And then if you read the Michael Peterson autobiographical book, there was the night at the Cura where the fight broke out over the elections, and a whole lot of us left and reformed Snapper Rocks in '74.
Really? So
Rabbit,
that was the
Rabbit and I left.
That was the fracture.
Yeah. I had been the president, and I'd also been the club champion, and Michael Peterson decided to run for office. And the night of the elections, MP is canvassing votes by handing out joints to people.
All right.
True story.
What a time to be alive. Well, while we were yapping, Todd Coffey put a dinger on the board. That is going to help North Shore right there. Let's see what we got. What do we got? Scores haven't all the way dropped. This is Rhino. He's coming off the back of a pretty big score of a, geez, what was it, a 917?
Wow.
Oh, he's coming stuck.
That was going to be another good one if he had made that move right there.
Two and a half. Is that going to help the North Shore cause? Well, 603 just, it's got him into third. Don, what kind of totals are we going to be looking at today? Like,
Oh, no, sorry. That's not right. Probably like 120.
like halved off the regular crew, right? So,
220 is a pretty good score. Like 110 today. Given,
okay.
Given the fact that
We're on a condensed crew, so probably low 100s. PT, I think, is going to be around
Ooh,
the
yellow on
range.
the corner.
Look at this
And
set.
white on the left.
Oh, my goodness. Zap right there. This is Cape May. Otrip wraps it back again. Look at this thing standing up. Sucked out. This is it, the finish. Can he hammer it shut? There it is. So you could see that. He was psyching. Minute 30 remaining. So Cape May is going to drop another one into their scoreline. Will that replace? Well, he's already whammied one, I think. So it may not replace it. Rhino moving and grooving on this wall. Is there a 917 in this thing? That's what he's trying to replace. He dropped a hammer. All right, Renicky. Well, this thing's just a little bit of a cruiser. Taps it, finishes it. Walked away with the single highest score out of the bunch, out of this 50s crew. Desi. Yeah, Desi's at Churches right here. That's way down the line. He caught one off the corner. Look at those guys are like, whoa, how's that guy? What are you doing down here? You gonna come surf the heat down here? And now Outer Banks, OBX taking a look. This is Perry, Creef. Oh no.
Goes over the handlebars, mate.
Oh, if my wife brings my board down, that's what I could be doing on the expression session. I thought
you heard you got to pay for those jerseys in the expression session, right?
I thought falling was part of the new criteria, so I figured I'd do it on every wave. Okay, well, the 50s are a wrap. As you can see, it is a hustle and bustle Saturday morning here down at Trestles.
Jeez.
And look at that.
Look at the crew down the beach.
Anybody
there.
says surfing's dead, just have a look at the crowd. They're tripping.
And the electric bikes.
Yep. So don't go anywhere. We've got the 40 crew, 40 to 49 coming up next. And don't go anywhere. Don Meek and myself will be bringing you more live action after this.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth project, is brought to you by the Surf Network, the world's largest surf movie vault, by Sunbum, Good Days Daily, by Zebra House Coffee, San Clemente's best coffee, and by California State Parks. Thank you for all of the spectacular places to surf.
Just dab it on.
Beautiful. Yeah, boy.
San Onofre State Beach and Trestles are a spectacular coastal wilderness within the heart of Southern California. They are recognized as world treasures and are considered to be the Yosemite of surfing. The San Onofre coast must be preserved for all future generations. California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Welcome back. I am Mr. Chad Wells. Sitting next to me, the chairman of the board of the U.S. Board Riders, West Coast Board Riders in general, Mr. Don Meek. Don, what a day we're having.
Oh my gosh, Wellesley, it's so exciting to watch all of this. The surf is great. The weather's fantastic. The clubs are competing at such a high level, and it's so neat to see the clubs from all over the country. North Shore from Hawaii, First Year Club. We've got Outer Banks from the Mid-Atlantic. We've got Cape May from New Jersey, and we've got Space Coast from Florida going up against Santa Cruz, who got third yesterday in the 2024 Wheat Cup Championship that was presented by Surfer Magazine. Making a comeback, Surfer is.
I like it. You know, we, surf media, we need, I mean, personally, I would like to see the magazines have a resurgence, just because there was something so special that this generation of kids growing up doesn't get to have.
Yeah.
I mean, think about the kids that were in the transition that got the mags and then they all kind of vanished, of just being able to, like, a cover shot. I mean, that's something you take to the grave.
Absolutely.
An Instagram post, well, good luck with that one.
I was telling PK, or he was telling us, that you got a little quarter-page shot in the mag back in the day, and you got renewed by your sponsor for 2 years.
Right. I mean,
So-
it was, you know, definitely a special time. It's kind of sad those things have fallen to the wayside, but
I am backing the Surfer Magazine crew big time. Jake Howard, the new editor. So Cape May, looking at this one, not going to happen. Here we are in the 40s. So Randy Bond's in the water for Santa Cruz, CJ Hobgood for Space Coast, Jesse Hines for Outer Banks, Matt Keenan for Cape May, and Sean Moody for the North Shore Board Riders, First Year Club. So we're waiting for the event totals to come down from Brillo, and we'll give you those in just a moment. But this is the 40 to 49 division of the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth Project.
and I mean, top 2 qualifiers out of this, we'll call it a semi, out of this semifinal heat are going to do battle for the title.
That is right. So San Clemente Board Riders qualified first by winning the Wheat Cup yesterday. They are sitting there waiting, along with Huntington Beach Board Riders that got second yesterday, and then Jacksonville Board Riders, who won the Florida Cup. So there is the draw for the 40s. Joel Centeo, one of the organizers of the new North Shore Board Riders Club. We've got Matt Keenan in the water, CJ Hobgood from Florida. So we are just a couple of minutes into the 40 to 49s here at Lowers. Wellesley, it's great to see you. You've got OG status in Board Riders, Chad.
Somehow.
You and Mikey Riley got Seal Beach up and going, and were part of that first competition in 2016. So here the surfers having a look.
Yeah, you know, it's a, like I said earlier to PT, it's kind of a chicken skin moment for us to have been a part of the genesis of this thing, and to see it really kind of just grow, and really, honestly, the beauty, which PT and I were yapping on about, is just strengthening surf communities around the country.
And look at this, a Hobgood.
Oh!
And comes unstuck.
He's all fired up from Jesse's air yesterday.
I know. Jesse Colombo getting the MVP for Santa Cruz. He ends up winning a new Turtle Box speaker, one of our sponsors. Your waterproof Bluetooth speakers. We love Turtle Box. Those guys have been so good to us. So look at this. Santa Cruz Board Rider sitting on a 94.57 after 4 heats. North Shore on an 88.25. Space Coast 66.67, Outer Banks 61.3, and Cape May 56.82. So right now it's Santa Cruz and North Shore. Here goes Santa Cruz up and riding.
All right, this is Randy Bonds right here opening his account for Santa Cruz. Doesn't like the looks of it. He's out now. This former pros, some now staying in the industry. I believe Mr. Keenan here is one of the founding fathers of Beneath. Is that it? Beneath?
That is right.
Yeah.
And there he's going to whammy that one and make fast work of it. So there we go. We'll see what he puts up. So CJ's first wave of 1.33.
The look of uncertainty, huh?
No,
yeah.
He whammied it.
Oh no, indecisive. Get out.
Yeah, can't take it back.
Get out of there. So okay, quick work for Matt Keenan. Now, and
absolutely. Well, when you get it, you get it. Here goes Moody. Nope. All right, Santa Cruz up and riding. Randy the Kid Bonds.
Oh my. Look at this. Big snap off the top, big float. Can he find the green water? There it is.
And these have been running down toward church.
Bangs it again. This thing is going excelente. Santa Cruz. And again, Bonds, just like a pendulum. And is he going to get the finish? There it is. And the whammy. This thing's going above 16 points, I'm claiming.
So Moody's up and riding, and a float over that section.
And you know the judges are going to hold the phone, watch this one first. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to keep going, but still, quality maneuvers. Moody, short one, but hammered it. Now, but that's all going to change. Santa Cruz should be staring at something substantial. Wonder who the whammy. Do we know who the whammy is?
You don't have to call the whammy at the beginning of the heat, so the coaches can do it from the beach during the heat.
For whoever.
For whoever.
So that's kind of groovy.
Yeah, so if they like the first or second or third wave of the first surfer, absolutely call the whammy, and then we're off to the races.
Well, dig that. That's kind of cool. That's a good audible. Is that just for the U.S. board riders?
Correct, that is right.
I like it.
You know, we've got some exciting things coming up for next season with, here we go, replay from Randy Bonds. You want to call it, Chad?
All right. So, I mean, just relax mode, kind of glided off the top, and same right there. He didn't really, like, hammer anything, but they were so well placed that it was, for me, they're substantial maneuvers. Bangs it again, slashes back, waits for it, hits it one more time, and then I think he just gets the finish after maybe one or two more of these. This thing's got to be in the 8 range, in my opinion. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. Let's see.
So CJ on his backhand here. Oh, big one. He's going to get around this. Will he? And no, he won't. He comes unstuck. So CJ Hobgood.
Okay, so Keenan's wave, 7 points. Flat 14 right there for Jersey. That helps the cause. Yeah, I don't know. Judges are they've just got to punch it in. They haven't punched it in yet. So still waiting. Look at these waves, Don. Are you kidding me?
And it's going to fill in. Tide's going to go low in a little while, then it'll fill in this afternoon for the finals. Here we go, Santa Cruz. Nope, nobody's going to take that one. So I've got some exciting things happening on the horizon for board riders. Next year, we are going to the U.S. Board Riders Nationals, and we're getting ahead of things a little bit so that we can be ready for the International Board Riders World Cup in 2026 here at Lowers, where we'll be inviting clubs from all over the world to compete with 5-person clubs. That is the way they've done it at the Usher Cup now in Australia, and we're going to follow Bugs and Theo's lead and actually move to that for the U.S. Board Riders Nationals.
So as a team, who competes?
It would be 1 woman, 2 women, 2 juniors, and an open, so a senior, and 5 people per club.
Okay. So in the grand scheme of things, what that does is really evens out the playing field from the regular season, where little old Seal Beach with 24,000 people in the city coming up against HB with 196,000 people in their city. This levels out the playing field with just 5 athletes.
Well, it certainly does.
I like it.
So here we go. This is Jesse Colombo up and riding. He was the one that threw that massive air yesterday, living in Colorado now. So winning the Turtle Box for being the MVP for Santa Cruz. Oh, he comes unstuck on that one. So the Randy Bonds whammy was a 7.47, 14.94. Kate Mays 7, doubled up to 14. So Moody put a 7.5 up for North Shore, CJ a 4.57 for Space Coast, and we are still waiting for something from Outer Banks.
Look at this. Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. Yellow, Outer Banks, OBX, flying down the line. Who we got? Is this Haynes or Hines? I think this is Haynes.
Jesse Hines.
Hines. There we go. Bang.
And let's see what they tell him to do.
Oh,
and
all
they're
right.
going to whammy that. So that's Jesse for Outer Banks. So he will definitely improve on that .83. Double up his score with 19 minutes remaining here in the 40 to 49.
Wow, I was a little on the high side on Bonds' wave, 7.47.
Well, not too far back.
One judge saw it my way. They went 8.2, a 7 and a 7.2, but I liked it. But I could see where he didn't really put the hammer down on any specific turn. Still beautiful surfing though. I loved it.
Yeah, style points for him. So CJ Hobgood out the back. He will be on his fourth wave. So we've got 18:25 remaining. Oh, here goes Sean Moody from North Shore up and riding. Will he get around the corner here? No, he will not.
Oh my gosh, can I just say there couldn't be anything more frustrating than dropping in on closeouts at lowers. Are you kidding me?
So CJ Hobgood, look at this.
Oh.
Blows the fins loose, and here he comes, fourth wave, and
I wasn't a world champion for nothing there, Don. All right, this is Cape May. Gessler, now OBX. This is Nigel Haynes. Swings off the bottom, big carve off the top. Little off the top drifter, and bang with the drop wallet. Thanks for coming.
so Jesse Hines 7.6 doubles up to a 15.2, and Nigel Haynes is going to add to that for Outer Banks board riders. Coming from the Mid-Atlantic, that division or that chapter is Virginia Beach, Outer Banks, Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina, Carolina Beach, and down at Grand Strand in South Carolina near Charleston. So there we are. CJ Hobgood making his way in. Let's look for that score. Still to drop on his fourth wave. Did not choose to whammy that we saw. And so he sends out Kyle Garson.
Garson. Another former pro, East Coast Hammer. Not sure if he's still spending a lot of time down in Central America or not, but look forward to seeing him put his feet in the wax.
So, Wellesley, you spent close to 20 years at Quick, yeah? 20?
16.
16 years. You saw everybody in the early 2000s into the teens, didn't you?
Sure.
Yeah. And it must be fun to... Here we go, Sean Moody, North Shore Board Riders up and riding.
Moody. Oh, putting some ass into it. Dug the toes in on that one. Bangs it again. Wow, this board's looking good, too.
So fun to see the North Shore guys here at Lowers. What's he going to do? Oh, he's going to come in, I think, and hand it off to Joel Centeo.
Are they going to make him claim it? I feel like they might.
Let's see what they're doing here. He has to raise both hands.
Uh-oh. Let's see. All right, so Centeo's
so they
going to take to the lineup.
I think that they are going to give that to him. That was sort of a Rob Machado claim, kind of a one-handed wrist wave.
Nobody likes that. Judges don't like that. You got to commit. You got to be fully committed. 2 hands over.
So that's going to be in the excellent score, or right there, 7.73 for Moody. And here's CJ's wave. Call it, Chad.
Bang, right there. Huge off the top. Another one. Wraps it back, staying with the power source. You see him just letting it set up. Snap. Oh, nice little. I mean, just so buttery. Like him and Damien were like my favorite, some of my favorite parts in like the momentum stuff. You know, and like all the Globe movies or whatever, just because they're so formed out. So it's great to see CJ just even riding a wave live.
So they gave him the whammy, 8.83, 17.66.
Huge. Hugo.
And here we go, up and riding.
Garson. Quick click. Got to come around. Oh, no. And here we go. This is Black, North Shore, up and out.
All right, 14 minutes remaining.
14 left. Outer Banks to a pretty good lead. Hot on the heels. SC Board Riders. I mean, this is tight. Look at these scores. This will help North Shore's cause right here.
So
they're sitting on the 10.
They did
10,
not
9,
give Moody the whammy on that one. So Joel Centeo's first wave at 3.23. So they're clearly looking for Joel to be their whammy surfer.
7.73 for Moody. Well, it's pretty tight. I mean, this is a battle. And we've got, having a look at the schedule, 40s followed by 30s, and the caboose wrapping it up, and all the weight will reside in the 20s.
Yeah, we used to leave it to the under 14s at the end, and then we realized that it put too much pressure on the grommets to have to get the score. So we decided to dump the load on the 20s. They can handle it. All right, so 13 minutes remaining here in the 40 to 49 division, the prelims of the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by New Earth Project. I'm here with Chad Wells. I'm Don Meek. It is great to be on Fuel TV around the world. Thank you, Fuel TV, the global home of action sports.
I get Fuel TV at home, too. I love it.
Isn't it great?
It's so sick.
So here we are. We're back in the booth, looking at a beautiful day here at Trestles. Chad Wells, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm in full regalia today.
Yeah,
Rarely do both come out at the same time.
Seal Board Riders. I've got the New Earth hat and the special commemorative North Shore campaign t-shirt that we made this year.
I love it.
So here we go. Looks like Outer Bank. Nope, not making it. But our friend Peter King, PK, had these tie-dyed especially for us today. So we're going to give a few out when we do our beach cleanup at noon.
Sick.
Yeah, so here we are. Chad Wells. There he is. Check him out on Instagram.
Chopping it up. Just, trying to bring you live action.
Trying to have a little bit of fun here on a Saturday morning at Lower Trestles. This is, as Steve Long said in the ad for California State Parks, this really is the Yosemite of surfing in California, isn't it?
I mean, the drone stuff of all of it is unbelievable. But having just grown up, my first surf ever outside of Huntington Beach and Seal was Upper Trestles with Brad Nadell, my good friend Scott's older brother. And that was such an eye-opener. We surfed uppers. And it was like, in the world, your little surf world in your beginning of your surf life, it just opens up. That was the moment for me where it was just like, whoa, there's other waves out there.
There sure are.
That are unbelievable. So this place is well worth protecting.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. So I also want to shout out to my dear friend Jay Johnson, the head of Action Sports Productions. Jay and I go back over 20 years here at Lowers doing events together. It is a great honor and a privilege to have Jay be part of the Board Riders family, and to the whole crew, Gio and Jesse, Dave, and the crew at Action Sports Productions. They do all the ISA events. Jay has got some amazing things happening. His wife Jess is just unreal. She's just got herself a brand new job at NFL Network. Another great television executive. And so we want to thank Action Sports Productions for all they do for board riders. So here we are, 10 minutes remaining in the 40 to 49s. Outer Banks out in front. And here we go.
So this is Haynes.
Nigel Haynes on his backhand.
Bangs
that
it off
board
the
is
top.
working really well for him, isn't it?
Oh no, I was saying the 40s and 50s guys' equipment, they look so in tune with their boards. It's amazing. I mean, I feel like everybody at this level is pretty in tune with their stuff, but on your regular surf, you watch people ride board, you're like, what are you doing?
I know it. Well, the technology sure has come a long way, and as I have learned Now that I'm on Medicare, foam is my friend. All right, Space Coast, here we go.
All right, Garson. Layback jam. Swings off the bottom, bangs it off the top. Oh, this is a lovely little wall here. And little fin ditch. Oh, he comes unstuck, but still, I think
He got
all
the work-
yeah,
got the work done.
The work is done. And it doesn't. I mean, Cruz Denofa kind of showed us in a few heats ago, like his wave wasn't the biggest, but they gave him a 7 on kind of a smaller mid-range type-ish wave. So warms my heart. The judges are really looking at quality and not just judging wave height.
So an 8.2.
Yeah, he shredded the guts out of that.
That
thing.
is unreal.
Here's the replay. Look, whatever he's on looks like it's working really good. Quick layback jam, swings right off the bottom, just not missing a beat. Hits it there, wraps it all the way back. And just Garson, I mean, I'm sure he'd served many a nationals as a grommet out here. He's just no stranger to Trestles. At least doesn't look like it by the way he's surfing right now. And there you go.
We're going to start check. Excellent score. Outer Banks at 21.03. Santa Cruz 20.64. Cape May 19.73. North Shore, Joel Centeo in the water. They have not pulled the trigger on their whammy yet, so remains to be seen what Joel does. But Sean Moody left it to Joel to be the whammy surfer. So coming up, Austin Ford Smith and Jimmy Herrick for Santa Cruz. Pete Polanski and Tyler Lawrence for Space Coast. Morgan O'Connell and that's a great heat. Morgan O'Connell and Brett Barley from Outer Banks. Billy Scott and RK Rob Kelly from Cape May. And Gopal Butler and Chris Foster from North Shore Board Riders. Way through.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I can feel the tent heating up already.
So Austin Ford Smith from Santa Cruz. He had a great heat yesterday. He's also one of the best announcers for our West Coast Board Riders events.
Yeah, Austin, very, very talented regular footer from the east side of Santa Cruz, I do believe.
He is from the east side, but I'll tell you, talk to Rufo and Flea and Peter Mell, and they will tell you that the Santa Cruz Board Riders Club has profoundly changed the nature of Santa Cruz. That the east-west divide is no longer as gnarly as it once was, because if you're all on the same club, it's kind of hard to be gnarly to each other.
I like it. And that is, again, what I spoke about earlier, is just the bridging of major gaps in surf communities. The Board Riders has really given everybody kind of the glue to come together and really be kind of more of a town representative instead of just your own little island,
Well, and it's funny. I got a call on Wednesday last week from Leyland Connolly from the OC Register. We love her. She's so good to us. And she asked, what's it about? And I said, I think it's about the fact that you're on a team and you're not just surfing for yourself. You're surfing for your town. But there's also this idea of generational continuity. So here goes Joel Centeo, North Shore Board Riders, up and riding on his forehand.
Well, he's got the pressure on him.
Yes, he does, with 5.5 minutes left. He's the whammy surfer now by default for North Shore Board Riders. They're at 10.96.
I mean, you gotta wonder, are they tripping if they did in fact call the whammy for Moody and it wasn't granted? Because we did see him throw the finger wag. I wasn't sure if that was like, yeah, I'm claiming it, or nah.
Well, Jim Shubin, our ref, is very intolerant of baby claims. He wants to see the full-throated, both hands above the shoulders. Here we go, Outer Banks.
Haynes, heavy on the heels now. Centeo clicks it. Can he come around it? Like I said, nothing more frustrating than catching closeouts at Trestles.
So that's his third wave. So here we go, Cape May Board Riders. This is Andrew Gessler coming around across from Jersey. Want to shout out Rob Kelly and Kevmo, Heritage Surf Shop. Jersey legends are the ones that are holding it down out there. All right. That is going to be a good score for Cape May. I'm sure they will better where they were. Okay, so Joel Centeo onto his fourth wave. That last one is going to be in the mid-4s.
Oh, no.
did not take the whammy. So this last wave, he will have to whammy. So it's sort of all.
Well, he's got 4 minutes, right?
All the chips have been pushed into the middle of the table for North Shore on this one.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the pressure cooker now is like, it's like peaking on high for Joel. So
8,000 RPMs, Joel Centeo. Here we go, Santa Cruz Board Riders.
I mean, he's a former event winner and the hardest place to win an event in Hawaii, right? Like any venue in Hawaii is a hard place to win.
So Jesse Colombo here. Wow. Absolutely.
Colombo.
And he rides it out. So here he goes. What is he going to do? Well, he's going to paddle back out, as I would at Lowers.
I have faith for Joel.
I do, too.
320.
Here we go, 30 to 39s. I see Rob Kelly paddling out for Cape May there, it looks like.
Right, this is the 40s taken to the water.
30s.
Oh, 30s, my bad, sorry.
There's
40s
Austin,
are in the water.
there's Brett Farley in yellow, Rob Kelly in the white. Okay, we've got just 3 minutes remaining. So the drama here is whether or not Joel Centeo, who just got a 4.23 on his last wave, is going to be able to find a wave to whammy.
Look at this. Having a dig. This is Space Coast. Garson drops in out on the open face, wraps it back, hits the rebound. This wave standing up for Garson. Quick jam, little wrap back in the pocket, cracks it again, a little twofer. Can he find the open face? Glides the foam. I think that's going to do it. So Space Coast out to a fairly, not commanding lead, but they're out to a squeaky about 4-point lead. You know, North Shore, they're with a whammy. They're in striking distance. The cut line right now, 20.64 points, Don.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not crazy.
Here we go.
Oh boy, this is it. I'm holding my breath.
He found a good one. Joel Centeo, North Shore Board Riders. And he is connecting. He's going to get one of those runners down into the bay. Representing Florence Marine X on the North Shore and the organizer of the North Shore Board Riders Club. Joel Centeo making the most of this one. And he claims it. And do they give it to him? And I hear the whistle.
Oh, yeah. So Santa Cruz would be tripping right now.
And Coach Matt Myers from Santa Cruz tried to get Jim Shubin to nullify the whammy since Joel only put one arm above his head.
Oh, boy.
But I think we'll give him a pass since it's a first-year club. You're allowed one whammy error.
Oh, no. Is that real? Is that real?
Oh, my gosh. Down to 1 minute. So we will see what North Shore does here.
I mean,
a 6.97 is going to be a 13.94. Will be the whammy, 13.94.
So they apply the whammy, bang, 13.94. North Shore Board Riders straight into second. Now the pressure is on. Santa Cruz, well, this might be done and dusted. We're down to 30 seconds.
There's Joel Centeo making his way in. Well done, Joel.
Boy.
That was a little drama for us here in the 40 to 49s. I am asking my director, Gio, if we are going to be going to break after this.
Well, my goose is cooked.
All right, so we're going to hear from some of our amazing sponsors without whom we would not be able to do these events. There is Joel. Thank you for everything you do, Joel Centeo. And so we are coming down, and that is the end of the 40 to 49s. We are going to be welcoming the 30 to 39s as we go. U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by A New Earth Project.
Well, it's not over. Just in this division, I mean, we still have 30s and 20s to go.
Yes, we
and
do.
it is a cumulative point total that does the job on the cut line. Not just these numbers.
All right, so we're going to be back for the 30 to 39s. I am going to welcome Peter Townend back into the booth. Chad Wells is going to take a little bit of a break. And so stay with us.
By a New Earth Project is brought to you by Specialty Sandwiches and Craft Beer, keeping it real since '79. By Foo Wax, the official surf wax of U.S. Board Riders. And by Northside Grill by Caliente. Eat Northside.
Welcome back to Lower Trestles at the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project. The 30 to 39s in the water. Brett Barley there for Outer Banks. This is still warm-ups, so it's kind of cool. We give the guys the opportunity to go out, hold the lineup down in jerseys, which is something they have to do, and get a couple of warm-up waves while they're waiting for their heat to start. So in the 30 to 39s, we'll have Austin Ford Smith from Santa Cruz in the red jersey, Pete Polanski from Space Coast in blue, Brett Barley in yellow from Outer Banks, Rob Kelly with the beautiful hair in white from New Jersey, Cape May, and Chris Foster in the black jersey. There he is right there in a warm-up wave for North Shore Board Riders.
So in the break there, Don Meek, I took a little wander around out there, and the afternoon team people are starting to turn up. It's pretty hyped up out there, especially when they look at the waves. You know, the waves are looking so good. That last few sets that were in that last heat with Hobgood and Joel Centeo, oh my God, the waves were just crazy good.
So there we're looking at the after 5 heats. Here are the .48 points. We've got Santa Cruz Board Riders with 109.92 North Shore, with 92.53 Space Coast, so just 17 points behind. Sitting in fourth with 82.33 points is Outer Banks. And bringing up the rear with 76.65 points, Cape May from New Jersey. So 2 heats remaining, the 30 to 39s, the 20 to 29s, and the top 2 clubs from this morning are going to move on to the finals this afternoon to meet up with Jacksonville, who won the Florida Cup. And then we'll also be seeing the reigning champ San Clemente Board Riders with a terrifying team, and then Huntington Beach Board Riders, who got second, and they have advanced for the very first time in the history of the U.S. Board Riders Nationals. Huntington Beach advanced, so one of the original clubs advancing to the championship.
Yeah, they're all pumped up about that.
All right, so we heard the hooter blow, and we are underway in the 30 to 39s. I am rejoined by my dear friend Peter P.T. Townend, the 1976 world champ, who received his trophy from Fred Hemming sitting in the hallway outside the trophy case at the Outrigger Canoe Club in Honolulu, and they had to turn it around to hand it to Peter for the newspaper photo because it was a paddling trophy. But it was a cup nonetheless. Peter Townend, 1976, first ever world champ PT. Welcome back to the booth.
Famous photo, Meek. It's the birth of pro surfing in one photo.
That's right.
Wow.
Chris Foster coming
From the
unstuck, but he attacked that wave, didn't he, PT?
Yeah, absolutely. Too bad he couldn't finish it on the end, but I'm still going to probably get a pretty decent score.
All right,
the
Rob.
outside work.
That's Rob Kelly up and riding for Cape May.
Oh, beautiful snap in the face.
Coming to you live around the world on Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports. Here goes Space Coast Board Riders down there on the right.
And that would be Pete Polanski right there. Everyone has got a little bit of the wobbles here in the opening waves. Unable to put a complete wave together, which is only going to put a little pressure on in the latter part of the heat.
All right, so Rob Kelly's opening wave, a 5.67. Chris Foster's opening wave, a 4.33, a 1.33 for Pete Polanski.
Well, the way it's been looking there, Mr. Meekins, that you need to get an excellent score to call double whammy, because you're not going to get in that. You got to be in the 20s by the looks of things in every division if you want to be one of the two teams that's going to make it through here.
So here's Brett Barley out the back on this set wave. Mr. Barley on his backhand.
Oh, nice first off the top, comes around that section. Little slice in the open face, screaming down the line, looking for the setup here. It just can't ride out. The lip just clipped him on the way down.
But a couple of good turns on that. Looking good, Brett Barley. I met his son yesterday, Mason. He will be he was so excited to surf lowers for the first time. Here's the replay for Brett getting around that section.
Yeah, he tries to finish right here, and that lip, he got under the lip, but it clipped him on the way out. And up and riding outside in the white is Rob Kelly again. Well, this is the replay, and beautiful snap right there. Not much else going on that wave other than the one move. You got to get, particularly on these waves today, you got to have a couple of moves, at least a couple to get a real score.
Chris Foster again for North Shore.
Nice carve into the open face right there. Comes around the section, blasts it off the top, sets up down the line. Roundhouse wraparound right there. Wow.
And they give him the whammy on that wave. So Santa Cruz, Austin Ford Smith up and riding. And it sounds like Austin whammied that wave. So we will see from underwater whammy. There it is. Shuby's releasing the Santa Cruz.
Actually, those couple of wraparounds look like the old, as I said earlier today, Chris Brown wraparounds from 1990 when Kelly Slater and him went at it out here on Slater's first big win.
Boy, I remember that event when the Body Love boat the disappearance
Absolutely.
sitting out the back. Rob Kelly from Cape May. Well, there we go, Rob Kelly.
When it was the old school days, Meek, it wasn't like we were live. It was live to tape, right?
No, it was the Alan Gibby Dynocom days
but
where they would tape everything, and then you'd go back in the studio and do the voiceovers.
Get it up the next week
with Billy Mack.
For Wet and Wild Wednesdays.
With the AVP Pro Beach Volleyball Tour. Oh my gosh, and Bill McCaffrey's water ski tour. It was really fun stuff, wasn't it, Peter? All right, so Santa Cruz, Austin Ford Smith's whammy, a 7.67, 15.34. North Shore Board Riders going to 12.86. So those two guys pulling out in front. It's sort of been a battle between Santa Cruz and the North Shore board riders today, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go, Santa Cruz, second surfer. Jimmy Herrick.
Oh, gets it vert on the inside.
And he rides it
rides
out.
out.
Yes, he does. Jimmy Herrick moving some water around out there.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes wild. Santa Cruz board riders are here for all of it. Pete Mill smiling under the umbrella over there. Matt Myers. Yeah, the crew is fired up. Santa Cruz board riders looking to move on to this afternoon to meet up with Huntington Beach, San Clemente, the reigning champs, and Jacksonville board riders. Little fishing action out the back.
Catching dinner. Here's a
Jimmy.
replay. Nice strong opening turn on the open face. Comes around that section. Hooks it under the lip. Out on the open face again for a nice carve. But this, he got that thing vertical. And the fact that he was able to ride out through all that whitewater, I think the judge is going to like that. Just the vert of that last move.
So waiting on scores. 21:30 left here in the 30 to 39s. Scores are dropping. They do like it. It's going to be a mid-range score for Jimmy, first wave. It's going to be mid-fives, it looks like. There's Brett Barley, first surfer for Outer Banks. You know, Peter, I remember back to the early days of, I surfed in one event in my life, and you didn't know until the end of the heat who had actually won because they tabulated everything on paper and then had to add it up at the end of the heat. Imagine now the push button nature of this. We're getting the scores as they happen. Live Heats is just such a great platform. Club management, live scoring, love those guys. Chris Friend, I think you know Chris Friend from Australia.
Yeah, I coached against him. He was on the Australian junior team when I was coaching the U.S. national junior team. I think it was the Portugal event that he was on the team, which was the one that Judson Adre won.
All right, so a 5.33 for Jimmy Herrick, taking them to a 20.67. And here we go, Shado. I'm sorry, Gopal Butler.
Got hung up there. I think he was undecided whether to get in the barrel or try to beat it to the bottom.
We'll see Shado Picaro in the next heat, but that's Gopal Butler from the North Shore. So with 19:55 remaining, North Shore sitting on a 12.86 thanks to Chris Foster's whammy. Santa Cruz in the lead. Cape May, Outer Banks, and Space Coast. 3-4-5.
The waves are just non-stop.
So, PT, tell us about the Huntington International Surf Museum, because I know you've been involved with that for the last 6 years.
Since COVID.
Since COVID. So, want to hear more about that. Tell us.
Well, you know, we have our nice little museum right there just down off Main Street and on Olive. And we have done 3 key exhibits since COVID. We did Finding California, which is the story of how all the spots got discovered from San Francisco to the border. And then we did the 40th anniversary of the OP Pro, which was a great one. We had Shane Aran here as a guest, got inducted into the Walk of Fame and was the first champ. And we just opened Duke's Dream Came True, which is the road to the Olympics, how we got there, from him being a teenager, winning a gold medal, and then Fernando Aguirre's quest for about 30 years to get us in the Olympics when we got there, and we're Olympic year.
It's so exciting, I have to tell you. So the Olympics will be held at Chopu for 2024, and then 2028 in Los Angeles. We're still waiting to hear where it's going to happen. I remember we actually ran the very first ISA World Surfing Games in Huntington Beach in 1996, in the
That's right.
September after the U.S. Open of Surfing.
And if my memory serves me right, Taylor Knox won.
I believe that is correct. That is correct.
Who we had here yesterday.
Yeah, Taylor was here surfing for Carlsbad. He and Pat O'Connell battled it out on Thursday. I think Taylor got an 8.33, Pat a 7.33. So Taylor put 1 point on Pat. It was very exciting. And then Pat got the photo in the Orange County Register on Friday. Thank you to Leyland Connolly and the Orange County Register. So it's very exciting. So at New Earth Project, we have got a film coming out this fall called The Wisdom of Water. It traces the history of surfing in Hawaii and weaves in a story of sustainability and caring for our oceans. And so we're very excited about that. So you talk about Duke, we've got some really core, important Hawaiian voices. So Pohaku Stone, Tom Stone, and we've got Dr. Isaiah Walker, we've got Pake Salmon. So I'm very excited about that. So keep your eyes open for The Wisdom of Water coming out this fall from a New Earth Project. So Brett Barley on his forehand. Over to you, PT.
Nice little roundhouse wraparound right there. Cuts it back into the pocket again. This wave's not giving him much stand-up opportunity. He's looking to finish though. Look, getting the speed down the line here. And he's going to go for the aerial and pulls it. Oh, maybe an incomplete.
But he got some work done, so he is going to paddle back out with 16:37 remaining. So a little less than half of the heat gone. 30-minute heats here today. 2 surfers per team per heat. We're in the 30 to 39s, and we will finish out with the 20 to 29. So currently Santa Cruz on top, North Shore in second, Cape May in third, Outer Banks, Space Coast. And 2 clubs will advance out of this heat into our championship round this afternoon, starting at about 12:30, but not before we do the New Earth Project beach cleanup. So that's going to be very exciting. But I'll tell you, the park rangers down here at Trestles keep this place immaculate.
Yeah, they do a great job considering the breadth of the state park. You know, here at Trestles, you know, when you think about it, all the way up to right there where Cottons is, right down to lower. Oh, actually, if you even think about it,
past trails.
Yeah, like past trails, which is an incredible expanse of coastline.
Yeah, California state parks, we're so grateful. We surf a lot of our comps in state parks. So Ventura, Cardiff, down in Seaside, here at Lowers and at Church in the early part of the season. We are very blessed to have these jewels in California. So thank you to California State Parks for all the beautiful places to surf. And, big round of applause for Steve Long and Bob McNona with the San Onofre Foundation, working so hard behind the scenes to renegotiate the lease with the Department of the Navy. Waiting to hear about how that goes, but we are very hopeful that we will be able to have access to this beautiful part of the Southern California coast going forward. So big thanks to Steve Long and to Bob for all the work they do behind the scenes.
Well, a little history about competition out here. Back in the 70s, the first pro tournament was held out here, man-on-man for California. There had actually been a man-on-man contest back east in one of the ESA championships back in the early 70s. But Peter Druin, if you remember, did the Stubbies man-on-man. And then a guy called Tom Sutherland had the Sutherland Pro here in 77, in the days when you could drive your car to where we're sitting.
Yeah.
I drove my mother-in-law's Grand
Mrs.
Prix,
B's.
Mrs. B's, and parked it right where we're sitting, right? And it was man-on-man competition, and Michael Ho and I were in the final, and the little bugger beat me once again. I got second as normal. He got 2,000 and I got 1,000.
Big money back then, PT. You could have gone and bought your own car at that point. All right, Brett Barley on the replay here. He did paddle back out after this.
Yeah, he gets the little aerial on the inside. but didn't ride out. I don't think they were going to give him that.
All right, so Cape May up and riding.
Ooh, nice backside turn off that first turn, and gets it, smacks the lip right there. And another slash in the pocket.
So,
And, well, finished it with authority.
and there it is. Jim Shubin calling it. Double whammy for Rob Kelly. That'll bring him in. Cape May Board Riders from the New Jersey Board Riders chapter of U.S. Board Riders Clubs.
Here's another look at it right here. The replay. Nice first turn in the pocket. Comes around again, gets it vertical over the lip right there. Comes it around again. Good slash in the pocket. Comes around it. Another one. I think he got like half a dozen of them. I think this is going to be a pretty solid score that's going to push the... I would think that wave's going to be in the excellent range. And where were they placed before that? They were at...
So he got a 7.33 to take them 14.66. So a 7.33 for Rob Kelly. They will send out their second surfer with 11:45 left on the clock here in the 30 to 39s U.S. Board Riders National Championship. Lower Trestles presented by a New Earth Project.
Well, if you look at it from the mathematical point of view, his partner in crime only really needs a 6 to get him into the 20s. Pretty much if you don't get in the 20s in one of these divisions, you're hurting yourself from being in the top 2 later today.
That's right. Here we go, Santa Cruz Board Riders. Jimmy Herrick on his backhand. And he is looking to better a 5.33. And he rides out again. That center of gravity is helping him. Very sure-footed, Jimmy Herrick is.
Well, they're out in the lead right now in this heat, as we see struggling to get round the corner from the Space Coast. That would be Tyler Lawrence, I believe.
That's right. Well, let's see if that's right. No, that's still Pete Polanski.
He hasn't come in. Wow, he's used up a lot of the time, not giving his teammate a lot of time in the water to...
Yeah, but he's at Lowers and he's from Florida, so maybe you're not that concerned about your teammate.
Going to try and get as many waves with 4 guys out as you can.
Absolutely. Right? We're probably going to do a capital campaign for U.S. Board Riders Clubs next year, and I'm wondering if maybe we could sell a heat here and raise some money, PT.
I'm sure you could.
Just donate a quick $5,000 and we'll put a jersey on you and throw you out there with 10 of your friends.
Uh-oh. Flight squadron.
There they go.
In formation. Looks like a little grommet right there in the tide pool. Low tide.
Here we go, Brett up and riding. This will be his last wave.
Yeah, that one just runs away on him.
And so he is going to come in. He will not whammy that, and he is going to turn it over to Morgan O'Connell. Morgan is the organizer of the, here's Gopal Butler from the North Shore.
Ooh, nice slash in the pocket right there. And another one. Got that one closer to the lip. Trying to look for the finish. Going for the backside reverse. Meanwhile, on the white.
So big
Billy Scott.
Billy Scott from Cape May picking up from Rob Kelly. So a very big shout out to...
Oh, Space Coast went over the handlebars right there.
So a big shout out to Morgan O'Connell from Outer Banks. He is the organizer of that club. This is their second trip west for the U.S. Board Riders National Championship. That that Mid-Atlantic squad is cool. Dave Porch in Virginia Beach, and Morgan O'Connell in Outer Banks, and Benny Bourgeois and Aaron Whittle in Wrightsville Beach, Eddie Baker in the Carolinas, or in Carolina Beach. A lot of froth in the East Coast, PT, I will tell you that.
Yes, mate, I've done many tours through the years of the East Coast, all the way back to my pro days when we used to have an event in Florida and an event in Jersey. Rated events on the world tour. How
That's
times
right.
have changed.
So just about 7 minutes remaining here. And North Shore Board Riders, Gopal Butler. Here we go. Jimmy Herrick up and riding again for Santa Cruz. This will be his 4th wave, I think. He's going to connect this one, PT.
Yeah, he's getting some work done on the outside. Now he's got to see what he can get done here at the finish. He's actually been finishing really well. You remember his very first wave, he did that vert re-entry and rode out again.
So he will better that 20.67 I before Gopal Butler's last wave to see what happens with North Shore. 6:50.
This is Morgan O'Connell up here on his backhand for the Outer Banks.
So we will be giving overall event totals at the end of each heat. So those of you following along at home know what's what. So before we went into the 30 to 39, North Shore.
As we see a replay here of Tyler Lawrence from the Space Coast, and another replay of Jimmy Herrick, who surfed really strong in his heat out there.
So we're still waiting for scores to drop here, Peter.
On this wave right here.
Yep.
Cape May jumped up into second as a result of that wave.
Well, they have quite a distance to make up to get into the top 2 for this, but in this heat, the 30 to 39s, absolutely. Let's see what Jimmy Herrick's last wave count was. We're still waiting for scores to drop to see if he bettered that 5.33. He did not. 5.13 on his last wave, so he's got one last wave to go. 4 minutes remaining here in the 30 to 39s. And it's kind of cool. You don't need to finish up in your tent at this event. You can finish in the water, so it gives the surfers more time to surf. At the events where we have actual beach, like in Huntington and Newport, it's a tag team format where you have to finish in your tent. And we have seen some sprints for people to get into their tent at the end.
At the Burley Board Riders, they were still using that. Your team had to finish in the time limit, and the run up the hill, the last couple. The one guy made it with 5 seconds to go, and he collapsed on the stage, you know, for the run up the hill.
Oh, I love it.
Look at that set. Oh, look at that right. Meek, we'd both ride that. Look, no one on it.
Oh my gosh. Lowers on a Saturday, 5 guys out. What a dream.
Here's another one. This one's having a look, blue looking at the left.
Tyler Lawrence, Space Coast Board Riders.
Oh,
falling out of the sky, comes unstuck.
An airdrop there that wasn't complete.
So while we're waiting, I want to send out a massive thank you to the board of directors of U.S. Board Riders Clubs, our dear friend Dave Skyball, Ziggy Williams, Chris Moreno, Brad Blankenship. I also want to thank Summer Meek, who is our volunteer head of finance and admin and who writes all the checks for everybody that needs to get paid. So thank you to everyone on the board for all of your efforts, and to all the clubs, because without you there is no board riders, and all of the clubs are all volunteer. So for the people that put in all the time and do the hard yards, thank you on behalf of all of us at U.S. Board Riders Clubs. The most important thing in U.S. surfing in years. Tyler Lawrence, one more. Nope. Take a look at it. Not going to happen.
There could be one behind it, though.
Go Paul Butler, North Shore Board Riders.
Oh, gets a nice first tag of the lip. Little pocket snap. Drives down the inside. Another off the lip as the thing closes out. And he'll bring it in.
North Shore Board Riders showing up and blowing up at their very first U.S. Board Riders National Championship. They are a first-year club, barely got it together to go to the Hawaii Cup. They thought they were going to need to bring their own jerseys, and Love Hodel was going to go to Home Depot and buy some AstroTurf and roll it out on the rocks in case they had to run up. They'll figure it out. So under 20 seconds remaining here. Waiting on scores to drop. So Go Paul Butler's last wave, a 4.93. So they will not better that 18.99. All right. So that concludes the 30 to 39s. Take a look at Brett Barley and the Outer Banks crew there. Here we are at Lower Trestles. So Peter, when we come back, we are going to have the 20 to 29s. There's Jimmy Herrick to take us out. So we'll have the 20 to 29s coming up. And right now at Santa Cruz in a commanding first place position, North Shore in second, to see who is going to be moving on to this afternoon. We'll see Sam Coffey from Santa Cruz, Chauncey Robinson from Space Coast, Quentin Turco from Outer Banks, Jimmy Napalich from Cape May, and Shado, my friend Shaden Picaro from North Shore. So when we come back, 20 to 29's U.S. Board Riders National Championship.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by New Earth Project, is brought to you by The Couchsurfing Show, The Greatest Life, and by Action Sports Canopies, Shade Redefined.
Yeah, we are revolutionizing the entire surf world right here, obviously. Come on. Oh!
This is core.
Nolan behind the peak.
Oh my god,
Back
that was
goes the peak.
insane. It's obsessive.
Oh.
Wow.
Come out of that.
Wow.
That was sick.
This is so next level.
Hopefully this year it gets into lower.
Oh,
Wow.
that's
Easy
what-
butterballs.
To all the fans watching today, thank you so much. Thanks for the support. We'll see you next time.
We switched over to live heats. We've got 265 members. We run 2 banks all day. And the only way we can run 2 banks all day for 9 hours and get through 190 surfers is with live heats.
All right, we are back. Lower Trestles. The 20 to 29s here in the opening round of the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth Project. In the water for Santa Cruz in red, Sam Coffey. Chauncey Robinson for Space Coast in the blue. Quentin Turco for Outer Banks in the yellow. Jimmy Neplachik in white for Cape May, and Shaden Picaro in the black for North Shore. I'm Don Meek, and I am joined by my dear friend Peter P.T. Townend. PT, here we are, bringing it up. And here are the results after 4 rounds. So in first with 136.15 points is Santa Cruz, but right behind them at 128.91 North Shore. Space Coast in third with 103.93. Cape May making a big jump, 96.41, and Outer Banks sitting in fifth with 89.66. So right now with 1 heat left to go, it's looking like Santa Cruz and North Shore are the ones to move on, but anything can happen. So Space Coast may be within striking distance. Peter, I am going to turn it over to our friend Chad Wells and let him take it from here as we finish up the 20 to 29s at the U.S. Board Riders National Championship. Wellsy.
Well, hot damn, we are looking at kids with good hinges, PT.
And I see the sun has come out there.
Oh, it's cooking outside. It's beautiful. Like these guys, this is like your pro level, the 20s, 30s. Like these are our, these are the hammers of everybody's team, and it brings me great joy, pleasure, and an honor to be able to sit here, chew the fat with you, chop it up about the board riders, but also to just be involved in the sense that just that it's turned into such an amazing, I guess, community staple for a lot of surf towns.
Yeah,
right?
it's good. It's
yeah.
It's actually what it has done is brought the stoke back to competitive surfing in towns.
Yeah.
You know, where before it was all so much individual. Like if there was a kid that was hot in town, and it didn't actually happen in town. It happened somewhere else, and there wasn't as much stoke. But now with the board riders and all the clubs in the towns, and you've got to have your club rounds as well, right, for qualification and stuff. So it's really brought the stoke back to competition on a hometown level.
Well, and it's bridged generational gaps of, for our town, we kind of lost Northside for a long time.
Right.
And we just recently got the city to grade the beach for us to bring waves back, which why wouldn't they? I mean, it's a big revenue stream for them. But because the Northside didn't break, that was kind of our town staple. Like it really disconnected us from the youth of the town, so it's really just been a big gap bridger for Seal Beach anyways.
We have White up and riding already. With it's looking like Jimmy from Cape May.
So I don't know if you guys have done intros yet, have you?
Not for the not for the whole crew.
Sam Coffey for Santa Cruz just went bananas. Chauncey Robinson in blue for Space Coast. That was Sam right there. Quentin Turco for Outer Banks in yellow. Cape May, Jimmy Neplachik. And they're wearing white and black. North Shore, we got Shaden Picaro, Shado, in the water now. So we got to see the replay of this. They're on the right, on the back leg. stand up, bang, floats it, comes around the corner, and
Oh.
big drop wall at form arc. Drop wall at form back.
That was an Ethan Ewing turn, that one.
And then clicks the big air rev. Thanks for coming, judges. Well, that's going to be an easy one to score. It should be excelente. Taking a look at things. Well,
Yes, it is. Look what the score is.
9-8.
19.74 doubled.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, judges loved it.
They're already in the 20s. His partner's only got to get what? He's got 1 point right to get him in the 20s.
Waiting to see what the total was, but I think it's like 9-8.
Well, it's pretty much looking like it's solidifying Santa Cruz moving on to this afternoon.
That is definitely going to help the cause.
Right.
They didn't come out of the last one so well, or the one prior.
Well, here's the running totals right here.
Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Wow, this is a dodgy printout. Santa Cruz. So they're firmly in the lead, yeah.
Here's a replay of that wave again.
Hammer team.
Yeah.
Sam, I mean, he's putting his time in on the QS. And
oh, that turn.
He's
smoking.
just, I mean, it's point surfer. Beautiful surfing right here. Give him a right wall and he's going to make magic. And again, second generation surfer.
Right.
You've got Dad Ward, shaper, former pro, ripper of the 80s.
Yep.
You know, so there you go. Again, the generational thing always kicking in. Santa Cruz, 19.74 points. I mean, right out of the gate, it's not even 5 minutes in, and it's just hammer time.
You want to talk about second generations? I think one of the most interesting things is, Kelly and Kalani are going to have a kid. Is it a boy or a girl?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a boy, right? I don't know. Or is it a girl?
That would be hard to be the kid of Kelly Slater from point of view of expectation.
It would have to be a great thing, I would imagine. Clicks that white water. He's got. They are sitting at 128, so they are firmly in second.
Right. Unless something goes haywire.
Yeah. But these divisions, I mean, we're looking at 20s. And then this is it, actually.
This is it.
This is it.
This is
Then the expression session for the founders, family, and friends that I'm going to miss because they decided to go ahead with it. I threw the idea out there. Hey, boys, let's do a founders heat. Yeah, we're in. And then didn't hear a word show up at the beach. I'm like, I'm not going to bring stuff and let it cook in my car. And they're like, Wellesley, the heat's on. Like, did you bring stuff? I'm all, no. So, anyways, it'd be probably be my only surf at Trestles for the next decade. At least lowers, anyways. 23 minutes, 55. Santa Cruz out in front. North Shore 533, Space Coast 483, Cape May 4, Outer Banks just a small one. I mean, this is for all the marbles. The cutoff line, top 3 teams make it, and they'll go to battle with San Clemente, HB.
Who's in the water for Space?
And
Space
what do you call
Coast?
it?
Who's in the water for Space Coast?
Space Coast. We are looking
they
at
have the best shot.
Chauncey Robinson, absolute hammer, regular footer.
And
he'll be
Hedelson's pretty good
yep,
too.
and he'll be followed up by William Hedelston. Another absolute goofy foot hammer.
Right, they have the best shot.
So they are. Let's see, what kind of work do they have in front of them?
They're in the hundreds.
Space Coast, they're looking at like a decent third at the moment, with Cape
Right.
May kind of on their heels at 96.41. 103.93 for Space Coast prior to this heat. So they're right now sitting in third.
North Shore would have to have a shocker, and Space Coast would.
Yeah,
have to
Santa
bring it on.
Cruz, North Shore looking pretty solid.
Santa Cruz is.
They're done. They're baked.
They're opening wave right
So,
now.
I mean, it's the battle for third.
Right.
You know, we had the tide. I think the tide's on the bottom out pretty soon. But once we see that turnaround, you'll see exponentially more waves.
And the wind has held good.
Yeah, we love it down here. I may not be a giant fan of free surfing down here, but what a just magical place. I've been doing a lot of Santa with my kids before the road went all dodgy. Gosh, they love it. Such a good beginner wave. Great longboard wave too, but really good for the kikis.
We just got some fan mail from Sid the Package, Brizzy in Rhode Island. They've got it on in the shop.
I love it. Yeah, Sid, when do we get to see the movie?
He wants to bring it out here. He contacted me about where could he show it.
Where can we show it?
Have you been to the new Rivian Theatre, the old Laguna Beach theatre that Rivian took over and completely remodeled? They're incredible.
Oh, I've not.
They just did a 3-night stand of Honk playing 5 Summer Stories with Greg McGilvery introducing, with the movie playing behind, and they were playing the soundtrack live. It was incredible.
Incredible. I'll take that. The golden days. Anyways, PT?
We could put it in the Bay Theatre in Seal Beach.
They haven't opened, but there's word that it's going to be opening sometime
for the summer.
Yeah, like I've heard they're going to do the harbor the longest ride there. So that's a documentary Chris Sardellis has put together.
He's been working on it forever.
Yeah, about Rich Harbor.
Right. Outside.
Okay, let's just focus on surfing. My God.
What was that going on outside? That was, that's John Mel.
Yeah, Johnny Mel, the Condor, the John Doerr as we call him. Well, he's up and out. Doesn't have any pressure for a whammy. He's just basically got to go for a little free surf.
And before him, though, from Cape May, I think we had Jimmy Naplick.
I think it's Naplasic.
Naplasic?
Sure.
Like Plagic?
Sure. Jimmy Naplagic. So yeah, there's Johnny Mel. Just a little air rev, nothing crazy. Probably does these in his sleep. Quick wrap back. Yeah, another kid that's just been putting time in on the queue. So he stands up on a wave. He's just dropping minimum 5s by not doing anything. But if you guys
correct me if I'm wrong, he won a Jax Pro, not this year, but
yeah, the year before, and as a boy. It's funny, as a boy at the U.S. Champs, back in the day, he won out here as a mini grom.
You know who he surfs a lot like, or reminds me of? It's Cole Houseman. He's big and lanky and goofy foot, right, with a lot of power.
Yep.
What a story Cole Houseman is. Oh my God.
Big fan. Big fan. Great family. You guys are watching. Howdy to the Housemans. Sean, hope you're doing well. 19 minutes remaining. And, yeah, man, we're just doing it. I'll tell you what, we have these bright lights on us, and the tents are black. This is like a Bikram studio in here. And a pair of leather earmuffs, so it's all happening.
How about that Challenger Series win in Sydney for Geordie Lawler from Narrabeen? That's the biggest hometown win since Peter Harris won the Stubbies back in 1980.
Oh my gosh! What a great talk about a fantastic surfer. One of our local Seal Beach girls actually is dating Geordie. Lives in Australia.
Living
now.
in Narrabeen.
Yeah, and I mean he's a great surfer. I've seen him come up kind of as a junior all the way through now, and I mean, you know what? You see people that's their passion. They've put everything into it, and it's good to see the returns on it.
Right.
You know, like finally they get that one chance and it pops. So good things happen to good people.
He was actually a wild card into that. He wasn't even qualified for.
Oh no way! Local wild card.
Yeah.
Amazing. Truly amazing.
Hopefully they give him. Well, not the wild card, but give him entry into the rest of the challenges for the year, you know, because he probably, after you win one and you win 10,000 points, he's in the top 10 already, you know, like, and it'd be a bummer for him not to get the chance to capitalize on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's super gnarly, which we saw this year was like, guys are good enough to get on the Challenger and then qualify, but staying on tour is an absolute, got to be the hardest thing ever, right? You've got to be pulling down results or you're gonzo.
I really have a different perspective about all of that, about the cut. I mean,
Do tell.
is that I think the cut is good. I think because what it does at the end of the season, it eliminates the bad surf situation, because right now the full tour is too long for one swell, and we end up having to compete in crappy conditions. The first two events of the year this year, Bells and Margaret River, other than Pipe, the waves were crap for most of the time except for the finals day, but up through the preliminaries, the waves were terrible. They weren't even as good at Huntington Beach, right? So at the end, when you get down to a smaller format, smaller footprint, the chances of having good waves for the entire event are much better.
You know, it's funny you say that. I have a very crazy big idea, which I won't even give to you guys here. But on the CT spectrum, what I think could be a very good possibility would be a couple search style events, because once you do the cut, now you've kind of tightened up the field.
Right.
Everybody in that mix is ready basically to go, right? So you may have to cut out a little bit of the fanfare with some of the locker rooms and a little bit of the fluffing, the athletes are used to of being kind of taken care of as elite athletes. Go a little more bare bones, but really try to pick the eyes out of good swell at a quality spot and just go, okay, we're going here, we're on these dates, the swell looks good, everybody get there. Kind of like the Eddy, right? Everybody's got, 48 hours to get there? 24, basically? Like, something in that regard. I don't know if it's possible. It's a big idea.
The problem with that is
there's a problem?
Execution from point of view of the standby of the crew, of the judging crew, and also the broadcast crew, which accounts for about 20 people, and having them on standby for that long of time is an expensive proposition. Are you going to compensate them for the whole window? you take, for instance, in those two first events in Australia, there was a lay day in between the start and the finish. I think it was 3 or 4 days in both events. You know how much it costs when they all sit there like that for a day? About $100,000 a day, because everyone's got to get paid and accommodated and fed, right?
Okay. That's the caveat. I'm delusional, thinking these guys might be on salary and they're just ready to go for the event. So
right,
maybe not. Maybe they're just day rate contract workers. Who knows?
Right.
Shado put a whammy on the board. Johnny with the front side straight air. We like that. Hello.
Yeah, well, Santa Cruz has definitely stamped their way to this afternoon.
But going back to my crazy idea, it was just, instead of like the fluff, let's kind of like G-Land, right? Just go rough it and just score and just bring in a kind of a bare bones webcast and just run it that way. And, I think everybody could deal with a couple tents and pop-ups and make it happen.
Wow.
See some good surfing at good venues. Woof. Chauncey, you're right. This is their chance.
Right. Wow, nice turn.
Oh no! Wait a minute, just stand back up. Was that a whammy? Did they call it?
Well, the beach did, but I didn't see him whammy.
So, Space Coast, he did. Okay, so Space Coast is sitting in the tight spot.
Right.
They're like right on the cut line. We'll see. This is for all the marbles this last.
Good wave yet the double whammy. So Space Coast just got theirs. We'll see what the judges give him. I'm feeling like a 7-ish maybe. It was pretty bloody good. Which would give you 14.
12:40 remaining.
No, they didn't. Space Coast, look.
Yeah, it helped. It's got him up in second. I mean, again, I wish we could get the animation with the total points as they're running. Maybe that's the next iteration of
Technology, mate.
The next iteration of live heats is just point totals, like running live point totals, cumulative point totals. There you go, friendy. I just threw one at you. Where are you at?
He'll probably send you a message in a minute. Well,
Oh no, you want to know? Well, PT, this is crazy. I'll tell you. I sat with Chris Friend ages ago, and he was telling me about this. And then Seal Beach Surf Champs in 2018, we were one of the first people to use it. And then I had told Brillo about it. Brillo was kind of like, we're using it, and then they started using it, and then Brillo's evangelized it across to everybody. So it's kind of like really grown. Not that I'm taking credit for it, but I just happen to be lucky enough to know Chris Friend.
Johnny Mel there with a nice little credit card there, and got pretty high above the lip. Didn't have much else going on other than that, though.
Well, he's free surfing at this stage.
They have the best combined score today.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen a 26 today.
Yeah, Johnny's just having fun. Sam Coffey did all the work for him.
Right, exactly. he's got a free surf session, basically.
10:50.
Look at this set.
OBX needs to get something going. Looks like Shada with priority for North Shore board riders. Is this Shaden still or no? Or has he paddled? Who's in for Shaden? Is this Liam Wilson? Might be Liam right here. Yep, that's Liam. Oh, putting it together on his backhand. I like it. Sun's out. It's cooking down here at Trestles PTA. You haven't left the tent yet since it's reached its peak moment, but it's cooking.
Oh.
Johnny.
Oh, he's just Cole Hausmaning it.
Doing a hash brown. Bang!
So Cole Hausman that wave. He tore the bags out of that wave.
Sorry, just handling domestic duties. Look at this, just magical. I'm waiting for Christian Fletcher to show up, punting a left air on the left. Just put. Remember all those Wave Warriors videos Herbie Fletcher used to put together? I loved those growing up. Okay, OBX needing big things.
Yeah, I think it's too late because look at North Shore has just jumped up into second.
Oh no.
I think the score is going to be out of reach for them.
Max is doing
even though he's riding this one really well.
Is this Quinton or Max? Yeah, this is Quinton.
Yes.
Okay. Unenthused double whammy. Great surfing, though. I mean, that's going to move the needle for OBX this wave and dig them out of their foot spot.
Space Coast up into second.
Chauncey's wave did.
Still, there's not enough points.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of already cooked, right? Space Coast is they're the low on the totem pole on the cut line.
Right.
But that's going to extend the lead. I mean, we don't have running point totals. Hear me, friendy? Uh-oh. I've just cooked it for us. Let's see. I touched something and it threw the whole board out of whack. And we're back. Turco's
Max
wave.
Bigney up going. Lots of waves coming through.
Okay, May Surfer. Oh. You know it's gnarly, PT, is watching all these, like being on a team and you finally get your turn, you know, and then you get out there and dropping on a closeout. So good from being in the box. We could just talk all about it. If I had my stuff, I'd go do cartwheels for you guys live in the expression session.
That's why when I went to the Kelly Slater wave pool when they had the Founders Cup and we had a chance all to go surfing.
Hey, you know the cheat there.
I go, that would have been me right there.
No, you just do have Raymond give you a step off by the fence.
Yeah.
I've seen that one before. Like people that couldn't paddle into a wave. He's okay, brother. You do this. Step off by the fence, and it usually works. It's a cheat code. But gosh, what a great wave! I've had
You surfed it, I gather.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to go a few times, and my goodness, it's like. It's the difference. Like Waco's super fun, but you'd be very hard pressed to remember one wave that you rode because you're riding such a bulk amount of waves. But it is incredibly fun.
John Mel has just destroyed this wave. I mean, I can't even count the number of whacks off the top he had. Look at every one of them, just like whack.
I just slayed this thing.
Oh my God!
Equipment looks amazing. But like a Kelly's wave is like a Greenmount wave. Like
Right.
You're coming from Little Marley through Green Mountain. You remember those waves. 5 minutes.
I got a great question about wave pools then.
Let's hear it.
If you were going to have Olympic competition in a wave pool, which one would you choose? Would you choose Waco or would you choose Kelly Slater?
You know, I would say the subtle nuances of variation in wave quality at Waco. Like I think if you're given ample time and letting the pool completely calm down, I don't think Waco would be a bad idea. Only because it would be because Kelly's is so long that it's hard to remember the first turn from the kick out of the barrel finish, right? It's a much more dynamic, amazing wave, but I think you're really going to bring out separations in the pool, in the Waco pool. I could be totally wrong. Feel free to disagree with me.
This is little Heddleson, isn't it? Johnny just did a couple of really nice moves outside.
Yeah, another fantastic surfer for Space Coast, William Heddleston.
Because there's conversation that NBC TV would love to have the Olympics in a pool because they can program Chad Wells against PT at 4 o'clock today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right?
No, totally. Yeah. And Johnny.
And there's no lulls, right? There's no lulls waiting for a wave.
Yeah.
You know a wave's coming every minute 30 seconds, right?
Yeah. Johnny just going through the gears here. Better slow down. He's still got work to do.
Look at their total score. Look at Santa Cruz's total score.
Boom. Liam. And I don't know. We've seen events in Kelly's pool, and the surfing has been incredible, but maybe moving it to more of a beach break style wave could just make it more interesting. You know? Who knows?
Yeah, well, we'll see after they hopefully don't lose anybody and kill someone at Chopu.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like, is it even surfing and whatever with the wave pool thing, but I kind of...
Is it surfing? Come on.
I feel like... I hate it when people... nobody cares how you feel. I think the pool gives it the consistency that everybody's going to get the same fair crack at it. Right? So that's the part where the pool...
By nature.
Right. The bummer with the pool is there's no oohs and ahs of a set wave, right? The beauty of a buzzer beater. Like, that's the beauty of ocean surfing.
Well, and the priority rule is completely eliminated.
Correct.
And these days, at the top level, the management of your priority rule is so important to your wins and losses. More so than ever. We see it every time now. From a point of view of the last 5 minutes, who's got priority?
Yeah.
Whether you win or you lose.
Yeah, so many pros and cons to it. I mean, I'm a fan of surfing either way, so I'll take it however it's fed to me. Whether it be on a longboard, a mid-length, a friggin', high-performance shortboard, whatever. Just I'm a consumer of surfing in general, and competitive surfing is fun because you get to watch people try and stick it to each other.
Well, it's like any competition, whether you're watching NBA basketball last night, right? You have your favorites and you watch guys melt down. I mean, look what happened the other night in the game with Denver and Minnesota, where, my God, Minnesota blew them out of the friggin' stadium. They were lost by 40 points.
Oh, gosh. That's heavy. This wave of Johnny Mel would have been, I don't know, 2 massive carves.
And an aerial.
This wave would have had to have gone excellent.
Well, look at that. They're in the 28s. No one's even been close to that today. And they actually might have improved on it with that wave right there.
Well, I think this is the start of my expression session. So this was on the other side of Johnny Mel's wave, this
Right.
wave of Liam Wilson, North Shore Board Riders.
Yeah, well, that's just solidifying North Shore Board Riders to be in the top 2. It looks like we got, without it seeing in final print, it looks like it's going to be North Shore Board Riders and Santa Cruz to finals this afternoon.
Okay, so
And there we go.
Sounds like PT.
This morning's competition is over there, Chadwell.
This
That's what
morning, the qualifiers are a wrap. We're going to get the point totals. We'll see if, let's see. Santa Cruz is in.
And looking
North
nice,
Shore's
Shore's
in. I would have to say that Space Coast, based on what I'm seeing here, most likely stayed in that spot.
Santa Cruz Board Riders nearly has a perfect score. Look,
That's
29-37.
That's insane.
You can only get 20.
That's just insane. Well, you can only get 30, right? If you got a 10, it's 20, and then the
Yeah, I
other
mean
server.
you can. I
So-
mean not 20. I mean you can only get 30.
All right, so don't go anywhere. We are going to lob it down, have a chat with Johnny Mel, hit the expression session, or not a chat. We're just going to have a run through of Johnny Mel's wave, and then we'll have a little bit of a break. And then we'll be bringing the U.S. Board Riders Club's National Championship finale, PT. Hello, Governor.
Yes,
All right,
mate.
don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth Project, is brought to you by a New Earth Project and their New Earth approved catalog of packaging solutions for a healthy planet, by Turtlebox Audio and their line of waterproof Bluetooth speakers. Live free, listen louder. By West Peak Sparkling Spirits. Ride with us. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Before this fire, there must be smoke. Before I'm dead, I gotta go. Before this fire, there must be smoke. Before I'm gone, I gotta go.
And we are back live at Lowers, getting ready to kick off the finals of the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project. I'm Don Meek, and I'm here with Peter P.T. Townend, my good friend and partner in crime for all these many years. PT, here we are, getting ready to kick it off.
Yeah, and if any indication of our last heat that we had out there, where the Santa Cruz guys scored 29.37 out of 30, right?
That is like
Johnny Mel and I'm trying to remember who else was in that heat, but ridiculous.
Yeah, it was next level for the Santa Cruz guys. So John Mel just putting on a clinic out there. So here's how it stands. Jacksonville will be in red. So we'll send out the 15 to 19s. We'll have 7 more heats, 15 to 19, 14 and under. The open women, 50s. No, I'm sorry, 50s open women, and then we'll go to the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, and then we will crown a new 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Champion. So Jacksonville.
Who goes last?
So it will be the 20s.
The 20.
20 to 29. So qualifying, because they won the Florida Cup, is Jacksonville Board Riders. Qualifying because they got first place yesterday and won the Wheat Cup again, San Clemente Board Riders. Huntington got second yesterday. Santa Cruz won today, and they move on, and North Shore got second today. So a first-year club moving into the finals of the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship. We're going to be getting underway here shortly. So, PT, any thoughts about this morning?
Well, you know, it looks like the swell's been rising all morning. I mean, we were just out there in the break, and oh my God, the set that just came through, you know, was solid 6 foot, maybe even 8 foot on the outside. So this afternoon is going to be crazy. I think it makes it pretty different, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of lefts. It seems like the rights, with the swell rising, it's more going to be the rights.
And we're going to see a tide swing, an incoming tide this afternoon.
Yeah, so the lefts might come back a little bit on the incoming tide.
Yeah. So here we are back at Lower Trestles. This is a live shot. You are seeing the 15 to 19s getting started here in the finals of the championships. So let me tell you who we've got. In blue, San Clemente. In red, Jacksonville. In yellow, Huntington. In white is Santa Cruz. And in black is the North Shore.
And our first wave up and riding in the black.
Nalu Deodato from the North Shore, who actually came out and put them on the board in the very first heat of the day in the prelims. And comes unstuck.
Overcooked it there on the end.
Okay, so we've got first blood is drawn, and here we go. So it's going to be exciting to see who Huntington Beach and San Clemente bring forward into this, because they started the day yesterday at the Wheat Cup with a 28-person roster, and they're going to have to cut it down to 14. So how do you do that? I know the Huntington guys.
Well, they had that one division. Remember, they're 14 and under kids?
Yeah.
How are you going to eliminate any of those guys, right?
I know. So here we go. In red, we've got Jacksonville up and riding. That's Linnea Mons.
Nice turn off the top. Wax the lip right there on that little bit of foam at the top. Little roundhouse snap in the top of the wave right there. Comes to the inside. Gets a nice slice on the open face. Hits the lip right there. Good opening wave. No mistakes.
So Jacksonville winning the Florida Cup this year. This is their second trip out to Lowers. They are famous for their cowbell. We may hear that later today.
That's so Jacksonville, mate.
All right, so we had Nalu Deodato with a 6.5. We're going to be waiting for Linnea Mons' first score, 5.5. Just a couple of minutes gone here in this first heat, 15 to 19, 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, coming to you live from Lowers on Fuel TV around the world. Thank you, Fuel TV.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few people send me messages on my texting, tuning in, watching the broadcast on Fuel, as we see a replay right there of
Nalu.
Some nice crisp surfing. But as I said, overcooked that final move right there. And then from Jacksonville, Lene. Some nice open-faced terms, but I think he had a couple opportunities in those sections to maybe hit it a little harder and get a bit more vertical. And look, we're here in the finals. Got to give it some gusto there, Don Meek.
Yeah, you don't leave anything in the tank, do you, PT?
You know, as Gerlach said to me yesterday, Gerlach and I were talking strategies yesterday, coaching strategies. He said, you can't leave any meat on the bone. And he left some meat on the bone right there.
That was great to see Gur yesterday. If you haven't already, check out Wavekey, Waveki, Brad Gerlach's surf training program. I'm backing it. All right, here we are. North Shore Board Riders on the board with a 6.5 from Nalu, Linnea, Mons for Jacksonville, a 5.5.
Still, that's a decent score.
Yeah.
In the context of, your overall team effort, on today, 14 people, right? So everyone's got to get a decent score. And now that we're in the finals, it's critical that one of your guys gets an excellent score that you can double. There's not going to be a team that wins this today that doesn't happen. That's got to happen if you're going to be the champs.
So for those of you just tuning in, welcome to the 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship. Per heat, 7 heats. The age groups are under 14, 15 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 plus, and open women. Women can surf in their age group or in the open women's division. And in each heat, each team has a double whammy surfer. They do not have to designate the double whammy before the heat, which we do in the normal regular season. So when the beach coaches tell you to double whammy, you throw both hands over your shoulders, and that doubles that wave score. So theoretically, there are 30 points available, 10 points maximum for a wave. So if both surfers get a 10 and your double whammy surfer whammies it, that's 30 points. And we saw Santa Cruz get darn close. So there's Joel Centeo and Love Hodel from the new North Shore Board Riders. They came on the scene late in the season. They beat everybody at the Hawaii Cup. They got the invite to come here, and they moved through, got second place in our prelims this morning to join with Santa Cruz Board Riders to challenge Jacksonville, San Clemente, who are the reigning champs, and Huntington Beach Board Riders.
Yeah, there's going to be some great surfing this afternoon, no doubt about it. And the swell is just pumping. I mean, Don Meek, you must have said a few prayers last night.
Well, this season was a funky one. We were supposed to have 3 events in each of our 4 West Coast Board Riders regions, and we only pulled off 3. And there's Pete Mell and Dane Jeffries from Jacksonville hanging out in the Santa Cruz tent. Matt Myers. There we go. Jacksonville in red. Yeah, so we had a little bit of a rough season in that we lost a couple of events due to weather. We lost the one down in Seaside because of a sand replenishment program. And anyway, we ended up having a 9-event regular season to bring the 9 different clubs to the Wheat Cup. And then in the Wheat Cup yesterday, which is the West Coast Board Riders Championship, San Clemente 3-peated. That was their 3rd win in a row. Huntington Beach got 2nd. Santa Cruz got 3rd. They started this morning, and they won the event this morning, and so they're moving on to this afternoon. So Santa Cruz, you will see them in the white jerseys. And then North Shore got 2nd this morning, and so they move on to this afternoon to go up against Jacksonville, San Clemente, and Huntington.
Yeah, I think with this format that we're running this afternoon, where you have an open whammy from a point of view of the 2 competitors, there's a pretty much pressure on the coach on the beach to decide who he's got in the water and whether the other guy that's following that guy can get a double whammy wave, right?
Well, we saw that happen with North Shore with Joel Centeo as the 2nd surfer in the 50 or in the 40s, and They left it down to his last wave.
Right. Here comes a little set coming through. I think we'll see some action. There's a little bit of surface bump at the moment, but it's been going through phases. We had this earlier this morning, and then it went dead glassy again. But there's plenty of swell. We've got no shortage of swell. Somebody's having a look at left, I would think.
So Huntington Beach up and roll. And now what are we going to call that? So that is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah,
San Clemente.
And there had to be a priority because we've already had waves written.
So Dane Matson from San Clemente.
There's going to have to be an interference call.
Well, we're going to have to find out if there's an interference. We will see that here on the scores.
I'm going to sure we see the replay right here. So it was blue and yellow.
So Santa Cruz up and riding. James Daniel on his backhand.
Yeah, he wasn't in the interference though. It was blue and yellow in the interference. But I'm not sure who had priority.
So it's an interference, yellow on blue. So that will cut yellow's score in half and give blue a second or a fifth wave if they choose to take it.
Yeah, so a bit of a setback for Huntington Beach right at the beginning on one of their stars, Luke Canaldo. Coach Billy Webb and Chris Marino are having freaking heart attacks over there in their Huntington tent. And Brett Simpson.
All right, Linnea Mons put up a 5.5 from Jacksonville. North Shore a 6.5. Santa Cruz on that left a 6.6.
There had to be a loss of priority right there. That wave rolled under. Santa Cruz gets another one. Off to a good start. Oh, over rotates off the top right there, which was a bit of a shame considering you got a good opening ride, the best one of the heat so far, and now on the backhand from Jacksonville. That would be Linnea Mons again. Nice little snap in the pocket right there. I don't think he's going to get back to the open face, but he's calling it a day, switching out.
So San Clemente up and riding again.
This is Dane Matson right here. Goes for the big off the lip. And another critical move. No, I couldn't ride out at the end. But some pretty aggressive surfing there from Dane Matson.
He looks like his brother, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's not as big.
Not yet. Not yet. Cade Matson winning the MVP for San Clemente yesterday, taking home the Turtle Box. Bluetooth waterproof speakers. Thank you, Turtle Box, for coming on board this year. You guys are great. All 14 of the winning team will receive a new Turtle Box speaker today. It's killer. Thank you. So there's Dr. G, one of the sports medicine stars of this world, takes care of so many athletes. Thank you to Range Essentials, Dr. G, for being on board. There's BK. Thank you, BK. Stoked to have you guys down here taking care of our athletes.
Of scores here in the opening from point of view of all pretty close, within a point. Though on his back,
Yeah.
blows his first wave. And he can't get back into it.
So 16 minutes remaining.
The teenagers are struggling here, Meek, in the opening of this one.
Yeah. Well, there's got to be some nerves. It's for all the marbles. Nollie one more time. There we go.
Oh, smacked the lip with authority right there. Nice carving cut back in the open face. And another one. But the money turn was the hit off the lip. I would think he's probably going to call it a day after that one.
So they're going to send out Luke Tema for North Shore, and they're going to leave the whammy to Luke.
Yep. See, that's where the coaching really comes in, because that wave he just had then was a pretty decent wave. That's going to, I would think it's probably going to be in the 7s, and you know that's 14 points, right? You're going to leave on the table for the next guy that has to do better than that. Let's see.
So that brought him in.
And what did the judges? Are the judges giving him a score for that wave yet?
Yes, a 6.93.
See, a 7. That would have been basically 14 points.
So now what we're hoping is that Luke can post better than a 7 and whammy that, because that will then get them where they need to be. You want to be in the 20s today.
Nobody in position though, except maybe on the right in the white.
So Santa Cruz Board Riders.
James Daniel on the backhand. Sweeping open face turn on the top. Comes around the section. Another open face sweeping turn. This time he whacks it off the lip. Comes around the section. And that time, money turn there. Inside.
And he whammies that one. Okay, so Santa Cruz making a statement early in this heat. Feeling pretty good about that, I think.
Yeah, that's. I'm feeling about a 7 on that one, which will, be a 14 points.
So you see the camo tent at the end, the New Earth tent. That's the one for North Shore. They didn't have time to make their own tent.
Here's Luke Gonaldo. He's got to come from way behind with the interference call. Oh, beautiful open face carve. Comes around, it gets vertical off the lip right there. Comes around the section again. Oh, just rips the lip right there. And again, oh my God. He's just taking this thing apart. And this is on the excellent scale. You got to claim that one. You got to claim.
Well, because of the interference, this gets cut in half. So you better not whammy that one. Wait. Can he whammy this PT?
I am not sure. It's going to be an excellent score. His team must have been pondering whether he could whammy or not too.
So we need to have an open line to our commissioner, Darren Brillhart, to find out whether or not that would be cut in half. How does that work, Peter?
I have no idea, mate, because...
But it gets cut in half, see? That's right. So a 4.89. So he got a 9.77 on that wave. A 4.89 is what he gets because of the interference.
This way was crazy.
So they're going to have to rely
on... He comes around this section, does that beautiful open face carve, comes around it, gets vertical off the whitewater, and then these next couple of turns are crazy. That one was just ridiculous. Comes around it again and again. That was world-class surfing right there. Up and riding outside in the white.
It's replay.
Oh, it's the replay.
All right, well, there was no doubt about James Daniels' whammy, and here we go. Nalu Deodato.
Nice smack off the top on this replay. Sweeping cut back into the pocket around this section right here. Another nice sweeping turn on the open face. And just looking for the finish. And a nice little whack to finish. And he doesn't take the claim.
So they're giving him the whammy of an interference wave, so it counts what it would have counted without the interference. That's what they did for Luke Winaldo.
So he got a 9.77.
So he whammied the the 9.77 was what he scored, got
right.
cut in half, and he whammied it to get back to a 9.77.
Right.
So now we know.
Wow. Imagine if he didn't have that interference call.
So Santa Cruz board riders, we know that James whammied that, so that 7.4 will be a 14.8. And we know that Nalu is leaving the whammy to Luke Tema from North Shore. So a little intrigue here in the first heat.
I'm confused by Huntington's tactics. If he can't, if that's his double whammy wave, on a single wave, unless he gets a perfect 10, he can't beat that score, right? So he should come in.
He did come in, I think.
He did come in?
Oh yeah, they sent out JJ Larson. So late night's kid, JJ, is going to be their second surfer. So here's Dane Matson making his way in. Just about 8 minutes remaining.
So these heats in this round are what, 20 minutes? They're 20 minutes?
They're 30-minute heats.
Wow, that 20 minutes went by fast. There's only 7 minutes to go. Yeah, there's the Santa Cruz double, 14.8.
There we go.
But even with that said, Huntington's, with an interference, is holding down second.
So Luke Tema up and riding for North Shore.
Off the top with a little tail slide action, a floater over the whitewater, getting around that section. Nice snap in the pocket right there. And works it down the inside. Finishes strong.
Well, here is the answer to our question, Peter, about the ripping grommets from Huntington Beach. Who were they going to choose? Wyatt Yount and Zoe Kaina, who was
I understand the other two kids are actually competing
Ah.
in the NSSA Westerns at the Huntington Pier. So it's an easy choice for them.
So Tucker Dempsey, Jacksonville, 15 to 19s. There they are. This is what I mean by women can surf in their age group or in open women. Huntington, J.J. Larson. You remember his dad?
Oh, of course. Coached him at Dwyer Middle School. That's how far I go back with his dad.
He is the late night of Late Night with Chalky podcast fame.
And part of the Momentum generation, Jay Larson was.
Absolutely. So if we go back and talk a little bit about what happened with Huntington Beach. So Luke gets an interference on Dane Matson, which means automatically that his best wave score is cut in half, and then he chose to whammy that wave. It means that it doubles the score, but only half the score. So that's how we ended up with that 9.27 or 9.77. So Santa Cruz now going into first, 21.97. North Shore in second, 15.6. Huntington in third, 12.94.
There's the Huntington crew. Deffenbar and Simpo.
Talking about it. Oh, they want time call out there in the ocean. Just 3.5 minutes remaining. Santa Cruz sitting in first. I'm going to put this one into the books in just about 3 minutes. Getting some nice text messages. Want to say hi to our friend Scott Vanderwright from Central Coast Board Riders. He was one of the originals in Huntington Beach that got this whole thing started, PT. So Vander, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. He just got back from Hawaii. We thought we might see him when Central Coast was in the prelims of the Wheat Cup, but we did not get a Scott Vanderwright visit. Next time we will see you here, Vander. All right, just 2:30 left.
Nice little set pouring in. We'll see if anyone gets in position. Someone sitting down the line on the right.
San Clemente.
Nice hit off the top right there. Comes around that section. And again. Oh, layback slash. Right in the pocket.
And there's Frankie D'Andrea looking for the whammy. Heard the whistle. So what is going to happen here in the waning minute and a half of heat number one? Santa Cruz, they are not going quietly, are they?
Not at all. Adam Bartlett there.
So San Clemente whammies a 9.67 PT to take them into the lead with 25.11 points here in the 15 to 19s. Club co-president Benji Severson right there, raising a fist. Cade Matson talking to Kolohe. It's very exciting for the San Clemente Board Riders. They are the defending champs. If they win again, we're going to make them pay for their own trophy.
They're putting up a good defense there.
They are. They are putting up a good defense.
Here's a replay of that. first crack straight off the top, comes round it, even cracks it again, and beautiful layback snap into the closeout.
So that 9.67 to take them into the lead, 25.11. North Shore Board Riders, Luke Tema.
Nice cut back on the open face right there. And another one. And they haven't taken their whammy. If
They
you
have
remember.
not.
He's got to take the whammy. We got a minute to go. He has to. There's no choice.
And that is Tucker Dempsey surfing for Jacksonville.
And she takes. Is he? Isn't that is she a she?
Yes, Tucker is a woman surfing in the men's. Like we said, you can surf in your age group or open women's, but you can only surf in one heat per event.
She sure did surf that wave well and
I will
claimed
tell
it too.
you. Absolutely right. So we're waiting on North Shore, Luke Tema. So an 8.67 that will be, a 6.07 doubled up, a 12.14. So that takes, waiting on scores to drop in. We'll close this out as soon as we get you scores, and then I'm going to be turning it over to Chad Wells. So an 8.87, 17.74 for Luke Tema, and that puts North Shore Board Riders just about a half a point behind San Clemente to go into second place after the 15 to 19s. Peter, good to see you. I'm going to turn it over to Chad Wells.
Well.
The good old rock dance.
PT, talk about coming out of the gate swinging, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we started off with controversy, interference.
I saw that.
Straight from the go.
Non-priority interference,
right.
mind you, but.
Yeah, but he got a. You heard he got a 9 points. He got a 9.7, right? Which if he had doubled it, it would have been incredible. But it got cut in half.
Wow, Space Coast just went bananas. All right, don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more live action right after this.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth Project, is brought to you by Surfer, since 1960, the Bible of the sport. By Bonsai Bowls, live life in the bowl. By Fiber Strap, sustainable cable ties built to endure but not to last. And by Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports. At Atlantic Packaging and a New Earth Project, we're thrilled to introduce FiberStrap, the world's first sustainable cable tie designed to replace traditional plastic zip ties. Made in Sweden from sustainably sourced craft paper, FiberStrap works across virtually every application. From hanging banners to bundling products, if you use zip ties, we have an earth-friendly solution. FiberStrap, made to endure, but not to last. For more information, visit newearthproject.com.
The Adventures of Danny and the Dingo.
Built to shred!
Welcome to my first head.
Welcome to Old Safari!
It's time to slam.
And that was Santa Cruz, of course.
Oh my gosh, Santa Cruz. Okay, well, they're on 20 points.
Well, he got a 10. Perfect score. The Grom got a 10.
I just dipped out for a hot second to go chat it up with the tech guys. And what did I miss? Give us the replay. Oh my gosh.
We just had it.
Did we?
Yeah.
Well, I had a shocker. Oh well, maybe they'll play it again. Look at this. Yeah, you got
all moon.
Chicken skin moments. Perfect 10s. Jacksonville right here getting on the books. They're currently sitting on a 3, and that will not help the campaign.
That's Owen Anthony.
Dang. Well, that hurts.
Yeah, that Santa Cruz Grom went nuts.
He did. So, hey, PT, random question. Throughout some of my years at Quicksilver, we do these rad tours, these sales tours that Riley would drag us through. And
the Riles.
The gnarliest schedules you've ever seen, but true to form, he is an absolute workhorse, and props to Mikey, one of the gnarliest work ethics in the industry. So I would ask MR like crazy questions. So he would tell, I was shaping like 14, 15, and they were making fins out of Fiberflex decks, right? Okay, we'll hold the phone. I got to see this thing.
This is the 10-point ride.
This is
right
the
here.
10.
Beautiful
Okay.
float from the beginning. Comes around it. Nice slice off the open face. Down the inside. Little snap back. And this wave just kept giving.
Bang!
Came around the section again. Nice little sweeping turn. And the wave just kept giving for more and more opportunities down the end. And finishes off right there. Of course, a claim.
Yeah, what a wave. Yeah. Well, hey, I'm not going to take I'm not throwing shade on anything. Let's go. 10 points. I mean, I might have missed something that the judges didn't see in that one. A little lateral for my liking with not a lot of hammer. But that was a very well-ridden wave start to finish.
For a 14-year-old.
Hell, yes. So there you go. Santa Cruz will take that.
Maybe they gave him some 14-year-old love there.
Oh, I would have just been getting to my feet where it's time to kick out at the end, for sure.
You got a perfect score.
So going back to this PT, making fins out of Fiberflex decks. Right. Then the fins of the first 20s were double foil. right? Kind of like our quads, like the stretch quads, double foil on the fins. I asked Mark, what like year did you guys figure out to make the flats on the inside of the 20s and cut the foil out and just go to the flat? And he had looked at me and just went, I'm going to lose sleep over this. I don't know. So you were around in this era.
I was a shaper too, remember?
Okay, so let's, I mean,
But
I
I wasn't riding twins, but I know I was around twin fin manufacturing going on because you know, I was the shaper designer at Gordon & Smith Australia.
Okay.
Big operation with, you know, half a dozen shapers. And I'm going to say
would have been late 70s?
MR was on the single foil pretty early. I gotta say it's like
mid
76, 77.
Very interesting. Yeah. MR, if you're out there, give it some thought. Tell us. I mean, talk about a guy that's has seen design, you know, from and winning world titles on his self shapes. I mean,
great shaper designer
Yeah,
himself.
crazy. I've got an MR in my quiver. So it's a little super. Anyways, back to Ash on a perfect 10. So that sets his teammate up really to just, because it takes the pressure off of him being a whammy, right?
No, it wasn't him.
Oh, was it Ath?
It was,
oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong name. It was Olai.
Yeah.
Olai Moon. Sorry, everybody out there. Olai, I mean, he did the job, so it gives Kai kind of the freedom to
have a free serve.
In a sense, but I mean, he still has the pressure to perform and put good waves on.
He wants to get a good score to capitalize on that 20.
Right, but it takes the pressure off of like, oh no, they didn't whammy him, now I'm the whammy. So this potentially, you know, could be, like Jay said, it could be a perfect 30.
It could give Santa Cruz a pretty good early lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and it's not a sprint, this is a marathon. So it is cumulative points throughout every division creates the winning total. So take a stab at it, PT. What is the winning total going to be for today here in the grand finals of the U.S. Board Riders National Champs?
On this format?
Let's go. So we do know Don said it would be halved down from like the low, like mid twos.
If we look at what happened here back in this round before,
I'm thinking that's going to be a winning total.
Yeah, but we don't have the added last heat in here.
Ooh. No, it is. Right?
No,
it isn't.
It's not.
Okay, so that's got to be.
And they scored this on top, so add that to that.
So nearly 160. 160. Right.
Yeah,
so there you go.
You add that to that.
So if nobody has a shocker,
that's 170.
Conceivably, maybe 170 could be the top out.
Right. I mean, the fact that they got 29.37 in the last heat.
That's huge. I mean, that's near perfect. So
I reckon 170.
Yeah, like in regular season, 50 points is on offer for the regular four-man team. Yesterday, the HB Grommets did what? 1-4.
They did
44
or something.
Yeah, like crazy. So don't be fooled. There is excellent surfing happening on the rocks down here at Trestles. 1945 remaining in this U14 heat.
Yeah, the Grommets did that yesterday.
44.57. Wow, they just hell-bent for leather. All right, let's go. Red, this is Santa Cruz. No, Jacksonville. Sorry. This would be Ethan Roberson. Yours is Owen Anthony.
Owen Anthony.
Okay.
Yeah,
my apologies.
Yeah.
The color changes got me all messed up. Little bit of wind on it, but not like really affecting the surf too much.
Looks like two guys going. We got one going for the right. Little Grom in the yellow.
Well, this looks like Wayne Yount from HB. Yep. Oof. Form wrap, cut down, bang, finner. Hammers it shut. There it is, the double whammy. Boys called it. So Zoe Kaina will be paddling out after Wyatt. She'll be representing HB in, what was that? What color was that? Yellow?
Yellow. We don't have the colors over here.
Yeah, no bueno. So this is what was going on the left.
But I don't know what colors, which one's blue. We don't have the colors on here.
Is this SC perhaps?
Well, what's it say there?
Let's see. Yeah, this
San
ain't
Clemente.
There we go.
Blue.
And
Santa
that,
Cruz is white.
so who's that? Wesley Young. Wow, Wesley gamer. And this is Wyatt's wave. Let's see where the judges take this score.
Nice finish by Wyatt on that one.
Hammered it. He was part of that 44.57 team, yes?
Yeah.
So I heard the HB guys said they lost a couple kids to the NSSA happening
The
at
two
the pier.
brothers. The two brothers.
Oh, the Castles.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, they're at the NSSA Westerns.
Battling for regional titles. I like it. Busy weekend.
Yes, mate.
All right, here we go. Having a look. Any takers? No. I mean, just imagine the crowd on a day like today down here. Wow.
On a Saturday?
Yeah.
With this swell?
Heavily
Right?
populated. Many an e-bike.
There'd be 60 guys out.
There'd be 60 e-bikes out. Hence the nickname Electric Donkey Point. Riding the burros, the electric burro. Okay, let's see. Anybody going? Come on,
Somebody's
let's see
looking.
it. Oh,
Nobody going.
I mean, oh wait.
Oh, on the back end, white.
On the wide over here.
Santa Cruz. That must be Kai Wellsbeck.
Oh, he did good to negotiate that. Clicks it off the top. He might set himself up for a good finish here. Quick snap, Kenny. No twofer.
Still, it was a good wave. And they were already in a commanding position.
Yeah. What happened to Jason Jackson? What happened to JJ? Okay.
Wow, Santa Cruz has 25.7 in this heat. They've been on fire. Like,
Yeah.
Coach Pete Mills got them fired up.
I mean,
And-
I'll tell you, there's not much that mucks up the surf in Santa Cruz except for one, it gets too big, and two, south wind, right? Because otherwise the kelp beds keep
Yeah,
it.
no, the kelp beds can be a problem.
Yeah, but still, it's like that's one place. It reminds me of Hawaii in a sense where you can pretty much have a surf all day. You know, down
Wow.
here we're on the throes of the wind.
That whoever that was in black, that turn was beautiful.
That would be North Shore Board Riders. That's got to be. It's either Sunny or Pax.
I think it was Pax because Sunny was early.
Tagged out already.
I think.
Oh wow, thank you. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to take a stab at that last name?
I did earlier today. Ty Bialski. Ty Bialski.
Tibuzuski.
Ty Bialski. That's the Aussie version, mate. Here he is right here. Look at that turn.
Oh. Heavy
That
on the
turn-
heels.
That turn was.
I like it. Well, I'll tell you, there's
For
more.
a 14-year-old Grom, that turn was for real.
There's more letters in this last name than Wazalewski, so that's a long one. Okay, that was Zoe for HB taking a peek. So we're thinking that was Pax. Still 13. I mean, if you haven't ridden all four, you're just back out there just trying to replace, your low, right? That's what a amazing augmentation to the format, adding a wave and giving the coaches the audible for the whammy. I'm a giant fan. First I've heard of it. 13:30 remaining. Santa Cruz out to a solid lead, 25-7. Oh, here we go. San Clemente. This looks like Bodie Aguilar. Wow, he's a little guy. This is like double overhead to Grom.
Oh, nice little under the lip right there.
That was dicey. Whoa! Big finner. That was sick. Okay, now red. Jacksonville will drop wallet. Ethan Robertson. Crack. Gets the finish. And that's a whammy. So we're going to see these point totals. They should jump up a little bit, right, PT, with these whammies?
It's going to be hard to knock Santa Cruz out of first with that perfect score.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this stage, it might not be the battle for first, but just the battle for points.
This little Grom's next move was insane.
Yeah. I mean, he did the clicked it and got the up and over.
For a little Grom, right?
Woof. Jacksonville, gosh, when's the last time the kid's been on an overhead wave in Jacksonville? Just kidding. Nailed it. Did good on that one.
How much time we got? 12 minutes.
So we're down to 12. It does help. Look at all the point totals have changed. It's gotten better. So HB is sitting on the 16.34. Jacksonville, they're on 16.39. I mean, that's tight. 18.29 for the HB North Shore Board Riders. San Clemente, 23.83. Santa Cruz, 25.70. So, I mean, I'd say it's tight on the bottom. Tight
Karina
between.
Petroni.
Yeah, she came out of retirement.
I coached her to the silver medal in friggin' Tahiti 20
I love
years
it.
ago.
I mean, well, I was
insane.
I was yapping with her and Brett Simpson, and she was like, "Are you kidding? These are the best things to have happened to surfing." Is the board rider? She's like, "I'm psyched to do these events." I'm like, you know what? I like it. I like hearing that.
She won silver, and we won silver as the team.
No way. So individual silver, team silver.
Yeah.
Who else is on that team? Is Courtney on that team?
She was on the team, and she went, but she was 11.
Right. She was a super ground.
Well, you were up against Stephanie Gilmore, who was freaking
heavy.
like Stephanie Gilmore was a human already, right?
Yeah.
Courtney was 11. You know who else was in that year? Is Carissa Moore on the Hawaii team.
How old would have Carissa been?
A year older than Courtney.
Like 12. That's incredible.
And then
pretty sure that was the first year Quickie had.
And there was Geordie Smith, Rosie Hodge, freaking.
Yeah, that was the first year Quickie took over the contract on ISAs.
Right. Yeah, it was a Quicksilver event.
Yeah, that was the first year because I think
I'm going back for the Olympics. It'll be the first time in 20 years.
Unreal.
I'll be going to the end of the road for the first time in 20 years.
I did 9 ISAs because they had a 10-year contract on it. So I did commentary for 9 years. It was like me and Potts and a bevy of
Potts was in Tahiti.
Human beings.
Potts was in Tahiti.
Kleiny to Troy Brooks to Ryan Hackman to Stephen Bell, Kirk Wilcox. You name it. There was so many people that we got to.
So we must be having the women coming up by the looks of things.
Yeah, so coming up next is the women's, then followed by the 50s. Wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yep, women's 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s. 20s wrap it up. So we're going to see, there's some gamers in this division.
I'm intrigued to see how Karina surfs these days. That's 20 years ago.
Well, she looks good. She looks fit. I will hedge to say she probably surfing pretty good, PT.
Up and riding.
Zoe.
This little girl is freaking hot.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Riding RS equipment. It's off the bottom a hard time. I'm like, shouldn't she be surfing for Newport? It's like Sarah Freyer's up on the hill in Costa Mesa. They surf for HB. I'm like, whatever. You know, everybody gets a choice, right? I guess. So
wow, what are they going to give that wave?
I'm going to say that's got to be an excellent score.
Here's a replay of it.
Didn't get a hold of the first one, but did good
the rest of it.
To get up in the lip, and then it's just on from that point on. Her boards look incredible.
I mean, come on. This little girl's what, 14?
Yes.
Oh, how was that one right then? And she finishes with authority.
Well, I'm a huge surfboard fan, PT. Without surfboard makers, shapers, there's no surf industry. So these guys are the backbone.
As you probably know, I'm the one that instigated the shaper rankings on WSL.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I like it.
Because I'm a huge Formula One race. Is as important.
Yeah. So it's massive.
No, it's as big.
It's massive brand kudos.
Right.
Got it.
And I went, we should be doing this with surfing because the shapers get no love.
Well done.
And it gives the guys something more to talk about. I mean, I think the technical stuff this year, you see a lot of the shapers are on tour as well, going to special events and talking about working with the guys and what they're making and what they're doing, and you know.
Well, there you go. Well done, PT. I like it. I mean, for me, paying homage to the shaper it's huge because they're the ones that ultimately indirectly created this world that we live in.
Right.
Their dream to just be able to make magic slippers for everybody, stemming way back from, you know, the whatever it was, the 50s. You know, the Rich Harbors of the world. Dick Brewers, guys like that.
A tradesman without good tools is going nowhere.
Yeah.
Right?
So I mean, massive props to all the shapers out there. Hope you guys are watching. I mean, this is, for me, you guys are the biggest part of the whole equation. So, Chatty Wells is a big fan of surfboard shapers. I love surfboards. Santa Cruz 2570. So I mean, I don't think much is going to change there.
It's pretty tight after that, though. They're both at 23, 23.
Yeah. On the top end, it's tight, and on the bottom end, it's tight. So, you know what? As long, I think, is even if the fourth place team, oh my gosh, if you want to score on bottom turns, that was a 9. As long as you're in striking distance,
I wonder
right?
What did they give her for that last ride?
7.37 for Koizina's last. But yeah. Anyways, big surfboard shaper fan.
Yeah, well, I shaped for 10 years, so I'm a big shaper fan.
What was your label? Were you Bronze Aussie guy? What were you making?
Well, originally I worked for Joe Larkin, which is a famous Kira, first surfboard manufacturer in Kira, in Coolangatta. And then I worked with an incredible Australian shaper, Dick Van Stralen, after that.
He's the guy who makes all Ross's boards, right?
Yeah, and then I went to work for GNS in Australia, and I was shaper designer for quite a long time for GNS Australia, and then we did the Bronze Aussies thing, and so I shaped Bronze Aussie boards when we had the Bronze Aussie shop in Huntington Beach on Main Street. And,
so if I locked you in a shape room with the tools and gave you 3 hours, you'd come out with a shape.
We did that. Jai challenged me to do a shape off.
Shut up.
We did it at what's the place where Stampsy is?
Foamy Z?
Yeah. I shaped in there, and then Chaz glassed it.
Oh, sick. What did you make?
I made a bifin, offset elliptical, and Jai made a single fin.
All time. So
and we both rode them.
So whose came out better?
I hadn't shaped for a long time. You know, I gave up my my planer to Rusty Griesendorfer. I had a beautiful skill that had a lot of work. When the skills went out of business, and Rusty talked me out of it, the deal was, if you give me that skill, I'll shape a new board for you every year for life.
Oh, that's cool.
And he's lived up to that, right?
Yes. You guys didn't see it on screen, but PT got a massive high five for that negotiation.
Yeah.
That's the best contract ever. I love it.
And because Rusty and I have known each other since one of my first friends in America, 72. I met him in San Diego. And then he came and lived with Kira, 74.
So did you have a hand in the whole Aki thing back in the day?
Well, the funny story is I'm the one that told him to call the brand Rusty.
Oh, classic.
Because if you've never seen that, he was egoed out by he didn't want to do it, and I go, he had done some R logos, and he says, I I can't call it rusty. That's too egotistical.
Well, who is it?
I said it worked for Enzo Ferrari. Why can't it work for you?
Sure. So who was he shaping Canyons with?
Well, we had an unbelievable team for Canyon. Sean Thompson, myself, Dave Palmer, and Wes Lane. That was the Canyon team, and then that morphed into Rusty in '85.
Got it. Well. A little walk down memory lane for all of you. The Aki story.
So Aki came to California. I'm going to say it's '84, and we were running the Hang 10 Summer Grand Prix.
Yep.
And we had one at Ocean Beach. And we had one at Ocean Beach. And Aki was there, and he wasn't on a Rusty. And that's when they got to know each other, and Rusty built him that first squash tail.
Yep.
That was the one that became the Aki model, right? The '84.
Yeah.
Chaz took my '84. And that's how Chaz made me one of the best boards I've ever had.
Yeah.
Based off an Aki.
I remember that. I remember that time.
Right. Kind of had a squash diamond, like they were rounded diamonds instead of swallowtail. It's like a squash diamond tail.
That is all time.
And that's what the beauty right now with the shaper rankings, on the World Tour, I think is just fantastic that the shapers are getting some love, and the audience is getting to know a lot more about surfboards. Oh, how was that turn?
Well, and I mean, education is everything, right?
This is Hawaii, Grom.
Okay, so this could be
this could be Pax Talboaski.
Yeah.
He's a Hawaii PT.
I love it. 2024 version.
Good little Grom, though.
Yeah, down to a minute. I mean, I'd say things are probably going to be pretty...
And this is Kai Wasbeck for Santa Cruz.
Pretty stationary as far as the score goes. And this will be your placing for the U14s. We'll get the cumulative...
Well, that was a tight finish, though. If you look at overall scores, looking towards... you know what? We should get the running scores.
We'll get it after everything. Yeah. We're going to get it after every division. So, I mean, it's like basically 2-point spreads between most of it, except for whatever. Between fourth
but those teams like at the bottom there, the boys in the 20s, we got to look at who's consistently not getting in the 20s, because they're not going to have a shot when we get towards the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Getting in the 20s is just vital.
Yeah.
So North Shore and Jacksonville. I mean, North Shore just fell shy of it by a few tenths of a point, 19.43. Jacksonville, 16.39.
That's a bit out of the running, 16s.
I mean, as long as it's still you're in reach, but you can't let it slip too far. I mean, I want to say...
But so far, like Santa Cruz has been in the 20s in every one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 9-point gap, but it ends up being a hard gap to fill if nobody's banging out those high scores. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back with women's.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth project, is brought to you by the Surf Network, the world's largest surf movie vault, by Sunbum, Good Days Daily, by Zebra House Coffee, San Clemente's best coffee, and by California State Parks. Thank you for all of the spectacular places to surf.
San Onofre State Beach and Trestles are a spectacular coastal wilderness within the heart of Southern California. They are recognized as world treasures and are considered to be the Yosemite of surfing. The San Onofre coast must be preserved for all future generations. California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
And welcome back. Chad Wells bringing live action here with Mr. Peter Townend. The 19
years is going to be the 50th anniversary of the birth of pro surfing.
Wow, that is just
kind
crazy.
of important, you know, like I remember when they had the 50th anniversary of the NFL, like how important it was, right, to an organization to have a 50th anniversary.
Well, we haven't lost a world champ yet, right? They're all still alive?
No, we lost Derek Coe and Andy, Derek and Andy, and then basically we lost Sonny.
I was thinking more along the founding fathers of pro
we've
surfing.
lost the founding fathers.
Yeah, no, you're right there. My bad.
Yeah, we've lost 3.
Dang.
Even though Sonny's alive, he's not with us.
Yeah, massive bummer. This opens up the heat for the ladies. Jacksonville board riders, Karina Petroni, Sophie Falzone. San Clemente board riders, Avery McDonald, Addison McPhillips. Huntington Beach board riders, Sarah Freyer, Ava Wagster. Santa Cruz, Autumn Hayes, and who do we got? Kiana Miller. So a couple second-gen pro surfers there in Addison and Kiana, at least that I know of. There could be more. Okay, we're just going to take a wave. Possibly that was in a warm-up wave, but this is Karina. You wondered how she surfed PT? This is your answer.
That was a good turn right there.
I don't think you find many waves like that in Florida.
I don't think so. Wow, she tore that up. And she's got to be 38
years old.
Right.
Radical. Surfing damn good. All right. So point totals as follows. Out in front, San Clemente 47.64 points, 44.1 points. HB 38.18. Down at the bottom, Jacksonville 30.03.
So just think if Huntington didn't have that interference,
right,
that they would have another 9 points on that total.
So we're at a 14 point and some change deficit from between first and fourth. That's a big gap. That's the kind of gap you don't want to have.
Right. Not in this format.
Yeah, you got to claw. People need to be going excellent. Like you need your free serve, like the backup surfer to be going high 7s, I guess.
Close to excellent.
And then you need your whammy to be in the not even better than 14. You got to be in the 15, 16 and above.
Right.
Crazy. Surfing is just on the cooker right now. Everybody's hot. I love it.
Well, that's one of the things with the captains and the coaches is the selection of who they're putting out.
Definitely.
Right? Because if you send that first guy out and he's not doing it, you got the decision to hold the whammy, right? Put it on the next guy. Right?
Yeah, it's a numbers game. As competitive surfing, no matter how you slice it, always is, right? It's all a numbers game. So it's all about dropping scores on and putting your name on the good ones. So who will draw first blood here in the women's? Having a dig? Nope. Ooh, maybe on the corner inside. Could be Karina.
It is.
Take it away, PT.
Yeah, she comes around the section. Nice off the top and floats out of the lip. Down the line. Nice roundhouse.
Boom.
Claims it.
Hey, repeat.
Pretty much.
So I did it once. I'll do it again.
Exactly.
Okay, there you go. Shuby would be blowing the whistle.
Oh, yeah.
And now this looks like, is this
Hawaii.
black? Zoe. Blasts
This
it.
girl serves good, too.
Yeah, wraps it back. Just love the composure.
Oh.
Ooh, slices it.
Oh.
Is she going to ride out of it? And she does, but it got away from
But
her.
it doesn't get back to the open face. Overcooked it just a little bit.
Yeah, just, I mean, you can't.
Still rode out of it.
No
but
complaints on the effort.
No.
Just the timing, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, what a day at Lowers. I'm like, man, it is cooking. It's funny. I'd never think about surfing out here, and then you watch this, you're like, I'm coming down here next week, but it doesn't look the same. Chaz has fallen in love with it out here. Doing some work with Matt Biolas, handling some of his production duties and sliding in the gentleman's hour, and sends videos. I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Avery
Timing is
McDonald
everything.
right there from San Clemente.
So that was Avery McDonald on that one.
Yep, San Clemente.
Addison McPhillips will be chasing, following her for Team San Clemente.
She must be a Colin
That's
Colin
it.
McPhillips, right?
I don't think there's many McPhillips in San Clemente that aren't related.
Well, he's got a brother too with Ian.
Yeah, you're right.
So he must have a couple of kids, I would think, probably.
Sure.
I saw Colin when I first got here yesterday.
Is he surfing?
No, he was on the beach. I coached him one year in the ISA games, and they used to have the longboarding in the games. One that Geordie won up in Huntington.
Well, I'll tell you what, like, I was down at Shookie's retirement party,
Right.
and he heads up Encinitas. He said they have 550 members. Yeah. I'm like, oh, man. But that's what happens when you live in a very surf-stoked, community surf-stoked area, right? Seal Beach, I think probably 97.5% of every kid is playing ball sports. And then maybe in the summer months they're going to do a surf camp.
Yeah.
But that's not their jam.
No.
So it's pretty tough, you know. And mind you, I think Encinitas.
Most Seal Beach kids go to school in Los Alamitas. Is that what
Yeah,
you go
Los
to?
Al. We used to go to Huntington, then we got cut off and the district changed. But
Yeah, but Los Al school's not right near the beach, right? It's quite a
no,
ways away.
they do have a surf team, but they work out at Bolsa. And it's funny, I saw a text from Mike Riley saying they need to change their venue because the kids because after the December swell, remember that big old swell we had? It just wrecked the sand. Like all of North Orange County just got hammered. And just the banks aren't the same. So a lot of places are now like medium to low tide spots. It just does not break at high tide. Like Seal needs medium low or it's backwash.
Right.
It's gotten better after they graded it, but it's still just kind of hammered. And I think Bolsa's kind of relatively the same. Like it's the banks are just shot.
So they gave Karina a 7.
All right, Karina
14
Petroni.
points.
It's just well, let's see, what do we got here? Was that a flat 7? Flat 7. Has him out in the lead. I mean, Jacksonville needed that, right? They're on. They've got a what is this? 14-point deficit to make up.
Yeah.
That definitely helps the cause.
There she is, silver medalist.
Former
World-
ISA
ISA World
silver
Juniors 20 years ago.
World Junior silver medalist. Still surfing good.
Definitely.
Good looking sled. A little roundy. So there's Dane Jeffries on your screen, and Dane had quarterbacked basically the board riders on the East Coast.
That's what I heard, yeah.
And I mean, he won kind of one-man bandit, you know, and then kind of Kevmo kind of for Jersey. Like it's just crazy. Those guys got to surf the Founders Heat.
Right.
They didn't tell me it was happening. I didn't bring my stuff. Super bummed. I had a new stamp surfboard that he hand shaved me because he had a video project, and every surf I've had on it has been Southwind Cheddar. So I for sure know that I don't work. I don't know if the board works.
I haven't been over to Stampsies for a while. I was getting him to make some boards for the Chinese kids when I was doing the whole China thing.
I mean, did you make any progress?
Well, the Chinese girl qualified for the Olympics, and she made the top 10 right now in El Salvador.
Oh, sick.
She's after my era, but that inspired the next generation.
Sure.
She's only 14, and she made the Olympics.
Hey, that's all it takes, right? Just got to plant the seed.
And she's actually surfs good, for real.
I love it. Well, there's some waves over there too, right?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of waves. On the island, on Hainan Island, a lot of waves. I did a little surfing when I was living on the island.
What was it? Was it point breaks, beach breaks, reef breaks, or a bit of everything?
There's a bit of everything. There's a slab. There's a really good right-hand slab that then breaks into a sand takeoff over the slab. I didn't surf that one. I was too old at this point. But right where I lived on the beach, I had a little right point, sand point, like 2 to 3 feet. But the left.
The left.
Yeah, but on this end there's a right.
Oh, you shut up. You were just like, yeah, I'll take it, thanks.
And it was walking distance from the hotel. I just walked across a little bridge, and it was right there.
So good.
And there's no parking lot there or anything, so no one can. There was never anyone surfing out there. I would run training out there sometimes.
I like it, PT. Probably burn that phrase into the ground during the span of this event.
There's the Moats, coach of the ESA.
Coach Moats?
Coach Moats. He's got some record for ESA, NSSA Old Guy Championships.
Well, he better get some sunscreen on that dome.
He must have a heat coming up. He must.
Yeah. The 50s they're up next.
He's in the 50s.
21 minutes away from the 5-0s. So Jacksonville out to a pretty commanding lead, but again, people have not thrown their hat in the ring on the whammy yet, and that changes everything, the whole dynamic. Out in the water for Huntington, Sarah Freyer. She just came off of a ISA
bronze medal.
Bronze, so she plucked a third.
Number one U.S. competitor in that games.
There's Archie going for a quick dip. But yeah, Sarah's in the water. She's probably got priority, and
she hasn't had a wave.
Just waiting. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, this is women's, all ages. 10 minutes has elapsed from the heat. Currently, Karina Petroni sitting on the high score of a 7, which is whammied for 14 points, and then the rest is a bit mundane at this stage.
The corner.
Autumn Hayes, Santa Cruz.
Oh, nice snap. But nowhere else to go. That one ran away pretty quick, but one nice move. It'll definitely improve on the 0.6.
So let me throw something at you. Kei Kobayashi to this one.
Oh.
Quick jam and another. Single scoring 9s and 10s. Now we could look at Jesse Colombo's wave.
Crazy.
Incredible wave. Now, point something crazy. He's like, no way you're high. Being a competitive surfer, he is, not me. So I'm like, well, I get it, but I do think there's got to be some yin and yang to the madness of it, right? Where like Felipe Toledo, J-Bay, does those crazy alley-oops, whatever, gets crazy scores. That makes sense to me because he comboed it.
Oh, Felipe Toledo.
Yes. The year he went bananas in J-Bay, right?
Well, the one I always remember a few years back when he did in Portugal on his backhand, he did that backside rotation. And went for like,
that thing was crazy.
Went like 20 feet down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing was nuts. But my point is, like, if you're catching closeouts on a point break, you're not riding the best waves, right? Or am I just old thinking that the wave should still have something to do with the score?
I believe
It warrant.
in the NSA or the WSA or the ESA, the kids under 14 are doing airs and rotations that we only even dreamt of. It's like normal now. You know what I mean? So they're all capable of doing it. It's like when I'm coaching, as we say, Sarah, right there, get a couple of hits. It's called pulling the trigger. In other words, you still got to find the section of the wave to pull the trigger to pull that off.
Yes. So
and that's a skill set, right? Identifying that wave.
We'll pause our convo, our debate, or our chatter on this one. Sarah Frere waited. What? 14 minutes for that thing? I'd arguably say 2 quality turns.
They gave her a
6.5?
6 something.
So it's going to be about 13 points if it's a 6.5. Is it 6.5? 6.13.
She gets a little caught behind from the takeoff.
Okay,
nice
so
little floater over the lip. Comes
all right.
around and hits it pretty vert on that last move and rides out of it.
Okay, one quality maneuver. The other one was kind of a setup turn, the floater. So wasn't as good as I originally thought, but 6.13.
She must have whammied it because
she did.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm in the belief that like one single maneuver shouldn't go super bananas unless it's something outrageous.
Is that one working for you guys? This one?
Yeah, it works. Lost my train of thought. Don threw me for a loop asking us that question.
We were talking about one maneuver waves.
Yeah. No, I know. I lost it. Oh, but like air reverses now are what? 15 years old, 20 years old. They're not like groundbreaking maneuvers anymore.
A lot of people can do them now.
Yeah, like it's nothing groundbreaking. Where a full rotation, on the other hand, is
I think
a lot harder.
I think there's times where the judging panels get confused from a point of view of the separation of great airs versus great execution on the wave face and wave selection
right
on a canvas, and at times it's not consistent. Sometimes they go high on the aerials, other times they go low on the aerials, and the same with open face carving. I mean, the epitome of open face carving today is Ewing, right?
Sure.
Right? And yet, I think this year, a little bit, the Medinas of this world are being a little underscored for their aerial rotations in combination with what they're doing on the wave.
Sure.
I mean, a couple of times this year, I think Medina's been bitching a bit, but a little bit of it's warranted, you know.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen like the comparison on the Jordy Lawler Italo air yet?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and that one's super similar and debatable.
Right.
You know, I look at them both and think they're a make. You know?
Oh, nice.
They landed, they stood up, they had control.
San Clemente.
Thanks for coming.
Richter.
Oh, my. That is Addison McPhillips dropping the hammer. And right now, San Clemente's sitting in the bottom, right?
And she
or maybe is that Addison or is that still Avery? It could be Avery. I could be blowing it. I could be blowing it. Because they've been quiet. That would have to be Avery. Right?
There's 13 minutes to go. I think it was Avery still.
Yeah. We'll see if another blue enters the mix. Yeah, we get too caught up yapping and not paying close enough attention. But this heat's been a bit of a sleeper.
Look at that.
Well, a little bonsai bowls. Thanks for coming. A little purple ice cream. Get the day going. 12:57 remaining, San Clemente. So that wave, PT, took SC to the lead.
What did they give her?
She got 7.6, 15.20 points. Now Autumn Hayes answers back for Santa Cruz.
She's racing down the line. Hasn't got much done yet. A little nice off the top there as it closes out. But didn't get much much done in the early going, just trying to race the section down to that next section to get the pretty much only one maneuver. And she whammied it as well. Actually, from a Santa Cruz point of view, this has been their worst heat so far.
So here's the replay. Avery McDonald didn't get much out of the gates, but then just from here on out, just turned it on. Bang. Just let it go on this thing. Bang.
Well, the last one was, did they give it to her on that last maneuver? I'm not sure.
7-6. They liked it. This is Hayes' replay. Little swoop over that weird flat spot, and then kind of did good to combo it up with that. And they took the claim. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be a crazy one. At least it was a set wave. Let's see. What did they give her? That was a 5.73. Santa Cruz 11.46.
Wow, North Shore.
But they haven't. Yeah, they've been sleepy. Zoe's coming in. She tags up Sky Sweet. So, or is it Suit? And this is your Santa Cruz board rider, Kiana Miller. Just battling for the open face on that one. You know her old man? You ever have heats against her old man, Bud?
I know Bud, but I never.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, 10-20. Well, 50's coming up next. This should be good. Have they given us the rundown yet? 50s. Yep.
Look at some names on that one.
Shane Besh and Matt Archibald. Jason Motes, Hub Hubbard. It's like
Yellow up.
So good they named him twice, brah. Hub Hubbard.
This is Ava from Huntington.
That's for Jacksonville. HB, D-Baw, Jeff Deffenbaugh, Marcel Gonaldo.
Josh
White.
Loya
and Desi for Santa Cruz. Shane Desmond and North Shore. Love Hodel, Todd Coffey. Oh, these guys are battling. I like the condensed teams. I think that's super cool. Going to 5 next year will be insanely rad for us for Seal Beach because we just can't.
You got not enough depth, right?
Right. Like our girls and our Groms we struggle a little bit. 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s we do all right. But our girls and our Groms just are kind of where it gets sticky for us. So condensing it down to 5 is going to be wonderful.
Late drop in for blue. That's Addison McPhillips.
Okay, beautiful arc. Quick slice. And bang it. Hello. Well, they've already whammied, so they can't whammy, right? But that helps the totals.
But that's a good addition to the whammy.
That helps the total. I mean, essentially, they just send you out and they just take your best wave of your single high, right? How good's that?
Kiana Miller on a wave there to close.
So down to 8.5. Yellow with the look. Just took off out of the screen. There she is.
Well, that's a nice turn. Comes around the section. Another nice turn back into the pocket. She picked off that wave a little way down the line, and it worked out for her.
Boom.
Nice.
Look at this bomb.
Oh, geez.
Sky flying.
My God, she's got some speed. Oh.
Hammers it with a face wipe, wraps it back. She's on fire. I like the little emphasis on the turns.
And a double.
Just that little jam on the fins. So, hey, you said it. They've been quiet. There you go. Making noise. That'll help the cause.
That wave's going to be close to excellent. It'll be 7-something. Double it up to 14.
All right. There you go. That's our 50s we just rattled off a minute ago. Coming up next, that is Shane Beshin. Shane's quarterbacking a wave pool out in Arizona.
And also the standing wave in Hawaii on the west side.
Oh, what's that thing called again?
Yeah, he's involved in that project too.
Oh, I like it. Okay, North Shore Board Riders, look at that. Right up into second with that wave from Sky. 22.36. I love it. PT, you called them out, and they were like,
Where was that running total sheet? Is that it right
Yeah,
there?
this is prior to the
this
women's.
heat. Yeah. Look at this Grom replay here. Nice turn in the open face. All the speed in the world. I mean, that little Grom is flying.
I
Whacks it off the
really
lip right there. Comes around this next section, sets back into the pocket, and then she gets another nice little hit right here. Boom.
I loved her read on that wave. She read that wave like she's been surfing for 20 years. 793. Thanks for coming.
Told you it was near excellent.
And now Kiana Miller on a bomb of a right. Can she come around the corner? Snaps it, kind of goes the low road. Waiting. Up in the pocket. Cuts it back. Ooh, this thing went flat. It's got to stand up. And there it is.
Oh, that was a nice turn.
Yep. Five minutes left. I mean, conceivably, if that's her last wave, I would just stay out there. Kidding? Any extra time at lowers with only 4 other people? You got to take it. I'll be punching myself in the head for not bringing my surfboard on the drive home.
Yes, mate.
I could have had 30 minutes with just the crew out there today. I'm just rattled they didn't tell me. 5 minutes remaining, and, well, a couple boat wakes on the way in. So 24:03 for San Clemente, 22:36 for North Shore, HB 1899. Gosh, this, unless somebody betters, you know, like what's HB's trying to replace a 673 just to try and increase their total. Santa Cruz, I think she came in already. That's Pat O'Connell and Matt Archibald. A couple legends for you.
Couple old school warriors.
Pat's an Endless Summer alum.
I coached Pat to a bronze medal in the ISA games.
Which one?
96 when Geordie won in Huntington.
Oh, no, wait. Hey, how good was the surf that year?
It was incredible.
It was incredible.
Offshore, remember?
That was fall, right?
Yeah.
That was some of the best HB I'd seen in a long time.
It was offshore most of the time.
Yeah.
The rest of the world couldn't believe Huntington could get that good.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that event. It was unbelievable.
My team was both Hobgoods, Wardo, and Pat.
It's so good.
And then Colin McPhillips on the longboard.
Did you guys won?
And Julia Christian won the gold medal.
Gosh, there's a name from the past.
Right, for the U.S.
I wonder what she's up to.
Well, she married Magoo De La Rosa, right? So she's in Peru.
It's not bad living down there. Punta Hermosa zone?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, what a wave-rich country. My goodness.
Yeah, I think we ended up in the team. We won the bronze in the team.
Okay. Geordie win the gold?
Yeah.
Rosie Hodge. She's kind of SC Hui now. Meridian Falke.
Right.
They've got a little Grommy. So good. All right. 2:40 remaining. Look at this, just bombs away.
Oh, yeah. Look
Thanks
at
for
this set.
coming. Get me out there. All right, we got paddles. Look at everybody's on the wide chip and cotton side chip. All right, this
Oh.
is Sky on another one.
Oh, my God. How was that turn?
So good. She's on fire. Bang.
Ridiculous.
Well, you've already claimed one. You can't claim it again.
That one might have been better than the other one.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, a little bit more in combos on that one. And she got a hold of it out the back. The first one, she did like the cut down wrap and then had to race.
What did they give her on that other one? Did they give her an 8?
No, they went
7.93.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, it's not going to be a whammy way.
Here it is again.
Yeah, it won't factor in either. She's already whammied, but 9.77.
9.7.
Yeah, it doesn't help the total. How's the coaches are just like, oh man. But you never know. You never know. It's a hard one to kind of
Wow, that's crazy.
to pick, So I was talking with Kevmo from the Cape May Board Riders, and it's just like when you see it, you just don't know. Right? You don't know. Because it does add pressure, you don't know if they're going to paddle out and buckle on the next one. And you're like, oh, we just threw a 7 away. So down, yeah, this thing is pretty much in the history books. We're down to 45 seconds. I think
that's gonna push San Clemente way out in front.
Yeah. Well, San Clemente's going to have a good lead with 24.03 points.
On top of that, we're already
on top
in the
of their 48.94 points. I mean, I'm too lazy to break out the calculator, but that's a lot of points. No, it's what? 12, 6, 7. They're going to be on, 72 some odd, 73 points.
With 4 divisions to go.
With 4 divisions to go. Stop it. You couldn't get a better day down here at Lower Trestles, people. The wind hasn't gone bananas. The surf is 3 to 5 feet, and it is just absolutely gorgeous. Coming up next will be the 50s, and what a host of names we have. I think maybe our tech guys abandoned us.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by a New Earth Project, is brought to you by Range Essentials. Prepare, perform, and recover at your highest level. By Board and Brew. Specialty sandwiches and craft beer, keeping it real since '79. By Foo Wax, the official surf wax of U.S. Board Riders. And by Northside Grill by Caliente. Eat Northside.
Welcome back. The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project. Here about to start the 50s. Well, after that open women's heat, let us give you the standings. So currently sitting in first place with 72.97 points, San Clemente Board Riders. They are the defending champs. North Shore Board Riders at 66.46. Santa Cruz 64.53. Huntington Beach sitting in fourth with 57.17 points, and Jacksonville 48.03. So we're about ready to kick off the 50s. Chad Wells, over to you.
Hi, Dom. What an absolute banger of a heat with the women's. I mean, if you're going in the 20s, you're doing something right.
Yeah. Fun to be down there and watch it in real time. I was sitting down there with the North Shore crew. It was absolute mayhem. Jason Motes and Hub Hubbard, Huntington Beach, Jeff Deffenbaugh and Marcel Guinaldo. San Clemente, the 1994 U.S. Open champion Shane Beshin, along with Matt Archibald. Santa Cruz Board Riders will send out Josh Loya and Shane Desmond. And North Shore, Love Hodel and Todd Coffey.
There you go. That is your lineup for the 50s. So expect some fireworks out of the old dogs. This is my division.
Here we go. A beautiful day here at Lowers. Sun's out for the first time since December. There's Wardo, Chris Ward.
Bonsai bowls in hand.
There he is. Say, hey, what up? Cole Hauschman. Fresh in, getting ready to head to Tahiti for the WSL Tahiti event. And then from there, we're going to see the Olympics at Chopu. Pretty exciting. No priority.
Yeah, the lulls have gotten kind of long, you know. Definite lulls, but major flurries when they come. So it's like you'll see a couple teams get a hold of part of the set, and then other teams will be quiet. Like North Shore was sat in fourth forever.
Yeah.
And then Sky just went bananas. They went from fourth to second.
So I saw she whammied that first one. The second, she got like a... All right, Santa Cruz, Josh Loya.
Oh, hey, the beauty, you get 3 more chances, right?
I really like that Brillo, our commissioner, Darren Brillhart, opened it up for 4 waves per surfer with the top wave counting. I think that 4th wave gives you a real sense of confidence out there, I would think.
Yeah, 3's gnarly. I mean, it's still gnarly no matter how you slice it, but because the pressure's always on, you know, every wave is critical. At this stage of the game, in basically the grand final, every wave is critical. So it's very high. It's a high pressure moment no matter what. But that extra wave just gives you a little bit more wiggle room to blow it.
There's Taj Lindblad. We'll see him in the 20s for San Clemente.
He won the SlowCal Open Pismo 3000. Props to Andy McKay and the boys up there in
I'll
the
say
805. He's done an amazing job up there.
Keep it going. We need all of it that we can get. Give these kids a path.
You know, and Andy does that with no industry support whatsoever. It's all local, non-endemic brands.
So do we.
And so do you guys. Hear that, surf industry? Get your feet back in the sand. The board riders, they're waiting for you.
I do want to shout out PJ Connell and the crew at Rip Curl. They came on last minute to be the hosts of our awards party tonight up at Rip Curl HQ.
Epic.
We're talking to them about next year. But the cool thing is I will actually say that some of the brands support some of our local clubs, which we love to see.
Totally.
And I'll tell you who the big stalwarts have been are the local surf shops. So Huntington Surf and Sport in Huntington Beach and Laguna Surf and Sport in Laguna for the Laguna Beach Surf Club. I Heritage for the boys in Jersey. So thank you to our local surf shops, our Temples of Stoke. There he is, Brent Simpson, psyching himself up for the 30s.
I'll tell you what, Don, in Seal Beach, all the shops support us.
Ah, see? That's exactly right. Sean Thompson was the one that said our surf shops are the temples of Stoke, and they certainly are.
Yep.
There's our official photographer, Brent Flatten, talking to our ref, Jim Shubin. Santa Cruz, Josh Loya's first wave is a throwaway, 1.5.
Yeah. In-flight, Caton and Harbor Surfboards all have joined hands, and they support us in the sponsorship of our Seal Beach Surfing Champs, which is Seal Beach's Sean in Seal. I think the real spark of it was Jason. Got it off the ground in 1999. It ran until 2018, which was the last year we could run it on Northside before the beach just went to hell in a handbasket with backwash. 2019, they gifted Sealboard. The lifeguards gave it to us because they just didn't really have the passion for it. And I think they knew what they were doing when they handed it to us. And then we weren't able to run it until 2022.
But now you guys have it.
And now we have it.
It's so awesome. What is the Board Riders meant to Seal Beach? I mean, you guys are a relatively small town. Has it brought you together?
Yeah. So I was telling PT because, like, back in the day, everybody, Northside's like your staple throughout the winter. Southside, you get your days, but it's not like everybody surfs it. But Northside is basically where all the town surf community congregates, right? You get the Chazes, the Rileys, the Simmos, the boys. Like, we're all out the back on the pier bowl. Everybody else kind of falls in line, whether they're on second base or whatever. But it was just disconnected. We didn't know who these kids were in town surfing. But with the death of Northside, the birth of Board Riders, it's kind of brought us all together.
Love that. Jason Moats, Jacksonville, up and riding on his backhand.
Oh, that's just trying to find the green water. Don't claim it. Coach Wellesley saying no from the box. Don't do it.
Yeah.
You got to give yourself a chance. It's like, I mean, PT kind of said it. Like, if you are not in the 20s, your hopes are pretty much cooked.
So Jacksonville has got some ground to make up. San Clemente sitting in first, 72.97, and about 6.5 points behind them right now, North Shore Board Riders, and about 8.5 points behind them, Santa Cruz. So you got Shane Beshin in the water right now for San Clemente, Jason Moats in red for Jacksonville, Jeff Deffenbaugh in yellow for Huntington Beach, Josh Loya in white for Santa Cruz, and Love Hodel in black for North Shore. There's Miss Rosie Hodge talking to
Tanner G.
Tanner Gudauskas.
We got Cole in the back with Pops from HB. Here we go, having a whip. Yellow, is he going to commit? This is, ooh, I think that was JD.
That was Jeff Deffenbaugh.
So where's your local haunt, Don, when you decide to paddle out?
I'm partial to Salt Creek, actually. Love Hodel from North Shore. In the 50s, one of the organizers of North Shore Board Riders, just absolutely ripping this wave.
Board looks good. Bang.
Look at this, all the way through to the inside. Love Hodel, North Shore Board Riders.
Oh, Love. Whammy that thing. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for flying Hawaiian.
I think that's going to be scraping excellent, I would say.
Oh, you have to think, yeah.
It's got to be somewhere in the high 7s, 8s.
Look at Cheeseburger.
Oh, Burger's on the giddy up.
Thinking he might have some influence on the judges.
I don't know about our judging panel, but they're going to enjoy the antics anyways. And what do we got? Oh, I'm seeing a snowman already.
Love Hodel getting into the excellent range.
8, a 9, and waiting for the third score. Regardless, it's going to be in the 8 range. And it's an 8.67, an
So
8.5.
17.34 doubled up for Love Hodel to put North Shore Board Riders right up there in the lead.
How gnarly would it be if they won, Don?
Oh my gosh!
A first-year club.
Look at Joel Centeo. They kind of can't believe they're even here. That's the best part of this.
I love it.
Yeah. So they wanted to know if they had to buy their own jerseys. Love told me that. So we have to run up the rocks, right? I'm like, no, you guys are good. We start and finish in the water. And he said, oh my God, I'm so glad. I was going to go to Home Depot and buy some AstroTurf, so my guys had something to run up on. I'm like, no, you're good, dude. There you go, Love Hodel with the whammy.
Everybody's shooting for the green path.
And there's Berger just having the time. Giddy up.
He's like, that's an 8.67. Ha!
17.34. All right. North Shore Board Riders.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's it's a commanding lead at this stage, but nobody else is whammied away. It'll all change.
It'll all change, but fun to see. The vibe on the beach is really good, Chad.
Oh, it's insane. Again, going back to Seal, like it's bridge gaps that, you know, we know who these kids are now. Otherwise, we would have never known. And now we all get together and congregate as a club. It's insane.
Here we go. Shane Beshin looking at this thing.
Besh. On the glide. Clicks it. Still racing. Woof. Big wrap back. And is he going to hammer it shut? Nope. Got to come around, find the green water. There it is. Quick slash. And look for the finish. Maybe he's going to go to the air. Click. Little float finish. Little clicker, but still getting his feet in the wax. Is everybody excited? Are they
going to ask him to whammy that?
He's like, no way.
Yeah.
He's like, I got more in the tank, boys.
This is coming up. He won the first U.S. Open of Surfing in 1994, Shane Beshin did.
Wow.
Yep. 30 years ago.
That is just insane. Perfect 30 at Kira, too, right?
Yeah. So 18 and a half minutes left. 6.07. Yeah, so you know what? I think he did the right thing. Not pulling the trigger.
He knows.
Not pulling the trigger on that one.
He knows. If he gets a hold of one, you know he knows. He's worked a high-performance coach at Red Bull for a long time. Like, he knows. He knows the game.
Yes, he does indeed. Told me he's working on a wave pool out in Arizona.
Yeah, I believe. I'm trying to remember the name of the firm, but Shane called me up. He's like, I was laughing when someone told me that it was you that was behind FUAX in the States. I was like, what's so funny? He's like, I don't know why. He's like, I got that guy's number. So he's like, Wellesley, I want to get wax in the pool. Like, what do we got to do? I'm all, here, just shoot me an email real quick. I texted my email. I'm all, the rest is just easy.
So we put a little spot together for you that Quality Surf
saw
Sports
that.
in Hawaii
I
is the
saw that.
beneficiary. We just decided to grab a little something from YouTube, and so
I appreciate it. Thank
getting you buffed out with some FUAX advertising. So kids at home, get FUAX.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of great wax companies out there. FUAX is really sticky. You know, it's very tacky, and it requires a base coat. It's it's a technical product, but it's an artisan wax.
An artisan wax.
It is. Every bar is made by hand. It's not.
What flavors do they come in?
It's not mass produced. It's mostly the red fruit flavor with the little bit of peppermint in the base coat.
Can you eat it?
Definitely don't want to eat it.
You don't want to eat it.
But every batch is made by hands with love. And I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen like a dodgy bar of FUAX, but what happens, like, in the sun, the oils will come out and it gets kind of yellowy.
Yeah.
And it's not meant to be put in the sun. So like artisan bread, it'll still work, but it won't spoil, but it gets kind of weird because when it heats up, it pulls the oils out. So you want to keep your food cool. You want to use it flat, make big beads, which is the base coat, your anchor, and lightly cover the tops. And that is the beauty of FUAX is it's a top.
You'd buy Parawax at the grocery store. You'd put it in the hot water. You get it soft. You'd put the base coat on your board, and then you get Purple Wax Research from Encinitas. Remember that? Turns out that the fragrance in that would take metal off a car, but other than that, it was fantastic. That's the wax that the blonde-haired guy in the poster for 5 Summer Stories is holding out.
Yeah. Iconic.
So here we go, Santa Cruz. Josh Loya up and riding. Is he going to get around this?
Oh, the frustration of finding closeouts at Chur. He's no stranger to putting waves together. Woof. Big rat back. Trying to figure out if he's on one of his brother's board or if he's on a Stamps. If he's on something else. I can't tell. It's a little logo, rail logo.
There we go. Double whammy for Jeff Duffenbaugh. Huntington Beach getting on the board with 14:39 remaining here in the 50-plus division. 2024 U.S. Board Riders. We're so fortunate to have Jay Johnson and the crew at Action Sports Productions backing us up here with this live webcast on Fuel TV around the world. Here we go. San Clemente, Shane Beshan is up and riding again. Call it. Well,
okay, here he goes. Now, wraps back, lets this thing set up. Nice. Little wrap there. Another little gouge. Shane just waiting for lip. Ooh, he's just increasing in momentum. And then bang, rides out of it. And they're going to make him claim it, I think. Watch. And now Marcel for HB. He is just looking for kind of a section to get a hold of. That one, like, kind of had a weird little foam ball on it.
All right, so Jason Moat's whammies from Jacksonville. Hope we get to see a replay of that. Looks like Shane Beshan probably whammied his, although we'll have to. They are.
Yeah,
or Slater Machado high five action inside.
They might be waiting for Archie. We don't know. We'll have to see what the score does.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Archibald.
So let's see. I'm just waiting on the scores for Shane. That was his first, the 607. So that's the second wave hasn't dropped in yet. And it looks good. I'm telling you, they probably called the whammy on it. Seeing one snowman already.
They did. No, they did not yet. Yes, they did. A 7.5 whammy to a 15. They'll send Archie out as their second surfer.
There you go. And again, I mean, it's PT called it. You've got to be above 20 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for North Shore, their surfer out in the water, Todd Coffey, sorry. Todd, just all he really needs to do is.
Here's Archie up and riding Wellesley on the right.
Bang. Archie. Yeah, Todd doesn't need much to get up into the 20s.
So here you go.
That was Jacksonville. That was Hub.
Well, kind of be cool to be called Hub.
Hub Hubbard, bro.
Hub Hubbard. Some pretty good names out
Enough
there.
with the hubbub.
Archie, Debaugh. Love Hodel is actually, his real name is Love Hodel.
I love it. And what year were your parents born? or what year did your parents conceive you?
Yeah, that's right. 1969.
Yep, that's me. What's this? Is that Mitch Colapinto? That's Hub.
I love this angle.
I love this angle. That's insane. And this is the replay of Archie's wave. Nailed the first one. Just not much left there. But yeah, going back to like Todd Coffey for North Shore just to get in the 20s, he just got to do pretty minimal work, you know. Should be an easy task. Loya, foam climb. He's got to find that open face. Bottom turns. Little kind of low road swoop in the pocket. And another.
Riding a stretch. William Rydell. Shaper to the stars up there in Santa Cruz. So Loya's going to make his way in. Will he claim it? And they're going to bring him in.
Yeah, they're going to wait for Desi.
They will hand off to Shane Desmond. So Josh Loya coming in. So what was D-Baw's score? So an 8 or a 7.83, 15.66.
Marcel's opener was the 5.73.
5.78. Yeah, 5.73.
So there you go. 2 teams in the 20s already, San Clemente and HB. Basically 21 and change apiece. You've got North Shore hot on the heels, 17.34. They don't have much to do to get up into the 20s. And then Jacksonville, they have yet to throw a whammy out. Oh, wait, no, they did.
Moats did, yeah.
They did, okay.
7, yep.
So for Jacksonville, they just need something in the 6 range, right?
4.6 is what he whammied for a 9.2. So Jacksonville's going to need a big score to get even to 19.
To get into the 20s, right?
No, they won't be able to get into the 20s because he whammied a 9.2 or a 4.6 for a 9.2. So that's what Jason whammied, was a 4.6.
Got it. It's a points game here, people.
And every point counts.
It really does. You can't leave anything on the table. You got to just hammer it all.
We can't hear it from here, but the Jacksonville crew is famous for one thing, and that's a cowbell. And I thought that the Santa Cruz guys were going to go rip it out of their hands, actually.
I love it.
Archie looking at this one, nothing doing.
Okay, so it's Santa Cruz really kind of in the hot seat, having yet to whammy, now leaving it all on Desmond's shoulders. Hey, he did well last time. He banged out a pretty solid score. I think it was like an 8.67. Hello, Darren Brillhart. Hello, hello. What's up, Governor? Oh, just on the order? Got it. So instead of Moody going first, Joel Centeo coming up in the 40s.
So 7:30 thereabouts left in this 50-plus division. Huntington sitting in first, followed really closely by San Clemente, North Shore, Love Hodel whammying, and we are waiting on Todd Coffey to see if he can put a better score on the board or a score on the board.
Yeah, anything's going to help, right? It'll increase that 14.40 depth total.
North Shore is only about 6 points behind, so chip away at it, heat by heat.
Yep. That's it. Can't leave anything on the table. You got to take it all. Hammer every turn. Here we go. 6:50 remaining, and we are just in the throes of Lull Town. And it's this is lowers, though. It gets brutal, and I think the hard part is like you start chasing waves inside, and then the 6-foot set breaks out the back, and it's like you gotta just hold your lineup position.
So this is Jeff Deffenbaugh on the replay of the wave that he whammied.
Wonder what he's on.
7.83.
Is that a Patterson? What's he riding? Or is that an Asaku? I can't tell. Boom.
There you go. Pretty deliberate whammy right there for Jeff Deffenbaugh on the replay.
So this is Moat's replay.
Yeah.
Ugh, a lot of... That wasn't... No.
4.6, 9.2 whammy.
Ouch.
That's
It hurts my heart.
You should have told him, Wellesley.
I was screaming it from the box, man. I tried. Don't do it. Don't do it. You can't whammy 4s, people. You've got to get to the 20s to just be in contention towards the end, because once like the 30s and 20s get in the water, it's just like race car stuff. They're the Formula 1s. These are like smash 'em up derbies.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes remaining. Don't go anywhere because it is just doing nothing but getting hotter. Here down on the beach at Trestles at the U.S. Board Riders National Champs. And I'll tell you what, Don, we have a beautiful seat in the house.
So I'll tell you, from the very, very beginning of our existence, Bonsai Bowls, Joe Bard and the Bard family and John Oda have been supporting board riders. They're at every event. They serve up Bonsai Bowls for free a couple of times a day. Everybody loves it. And like they say, live life in the bowl, Bonsai Bowls. So thank you, Joe Bard, the Bard family, and John Oda for all your support.
I'm mopping up some bonsai right now. So down to 4 minutes. Pressure's on Santa Cruz right now. They're sitting on a 4.44. If you want to win, you can't have a 4 in your score line.
Huntington Beach really, if it was to end right now, there wouldn't be much of a change in standings. Won't be any change in standing. We're about almost halfway through here. If you are around the San Clemente area this evening and you're looking for something to do, come join us at Rip Curl headquarters for our award ceremony. DJ Mark Moreno is going to be playing, and we'll have Rip Beer, and we'll have West Peak Sparkling Spirits. We're going to have great food from Northside Cafe by Caliente. And our friends Johnny Monson and Bruce Beach are going to drop off some capacity non-alcoholic beer. So it's going to be a fun night. Hub Hubbard.
High line. Oh, the wind's blowing into the lefts. It's gotten a bit chunky on the lefts, huh?
Is he going to boost that mid-length?
Well, what he lacks
Here we
in
go.
spark.
Todd Coffey from North Shore.
Yeah, they need this. Todd's trying to just get something on the board, right?
Well, he's going to get something.
Santa Cruz is really on the hot seat. Like, Desi's got to get a piece of one of these set waves.
So Marcel, great job in the 50-plus here for Marcel Guinaldo.
He's just taking it to this thing, too. All right. Yeah, like North Shore just needs a small score to get up in the 20s. Down to 140. Surfer in white basically has the weight of the world on his shoulders. What is our point total? I mean, Santa Cruz is sitting pretty prior to this heat at
Here we go.
64.
Archie up and riding on his forehand. Wow. Think he served here before? Wellesley, what do you think?
Bang. 2 big hammers and rides out of it. Oh, yeah. These guys know every little nook and cranny of SC and have surfed it for decades.
So here we go. Santa Cruz up and riding.
They're good everywhere. This is it. Desi. This might be the last roll of the dice.
Shane Desmond up and riding for Santa Cruz Board Riders on his backhand.
Got to find the lip. Need something explosive. Come on, Desi. Bang. There it was. And another.
Wow.
And is he going to get the finish? Oh, there it is. So, and a little courtesy float for the judges. Why, thank you.
And here we go. No doubt about it. Double whammy. Shane Desmond, Santa Cruz Board Riders. He is definitely going to improve their chances from that 4.40.
High 6, low 7. What do you think?
I'm going to leave it to you, Judge Wells.
I'm torn. I'm trying to remember the beginning of this one. We knew he had to whammy. There's no time left. There's down to 15.
So a 5.46 will be a
okay. So that's
10 point.
Wow, I was on the high side.
Oh, no. There's something going on here with the scoring. We're not quite sure what's happening here.
Yeah, they've got a mistake in the typing because those are like point whatevers.
So they're giving him a 5.97, which will be 11.94.
So that helps the cause.
It certainly does help the cause. All right, so the end of the 50s, San Clemente Board Riders 23.67, North Shore coming to 23.17, HB 21.56, Santa Cruz 16.34, and Jacksonville on that unfortunate double whammy miss. We'll be right back here.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by New Earth Project, is brought to you by the Couchsurfing Show, the greatest live surf show ever created, by Live Heats, where history is made, and by Action Sports Canopies, shade redefined.
Yeah, we are revolutionizing the entire surf world right here, obviously. Come on.
Oh! This is core.
Nolan behind the peak.
Oh my God,
Back
that
goes
was
the peak.
insane. It's
Right.
obsessive.
Oh.
Wow.
Come out of that. That was sick.
This is so next level. Hopefully this year gets into lower. Wow.
That's
Easy
what-
butterball.
To all the fans watching today, thank you so much. Thanks for the support. We'll see you next time.
We switched over to live heats. We've got 265 members. We run 2 banks all day, and the only way we can run 2 banks all day for 9 hours and get through 190 surfers is with live heats.
Welcome back. This is live action here on the Golden Sands of Lower Trestles. I'm Chad Wells. Next to me, the chairman of the board of the U.S. Board Riders and West Coast Board Riders Associations, Mr. Don Meek. Don, we are looking down the throat of the 40s.
Yeah, look at this. So Jacksonville, Seth Talakos and Kai Ferguson. Wardo and Big Deluxe Nate Yeomans from San Clemente, Danny Nichols and Brandon Gilly from Huntington Beach, Santa Cruz, Jesse Colombo and Randy the Kid Bonds, and then we will see Joel Centeo and Sean Moody in black from North Shore. This is just a fantastic heat. It's going to be fun to watch. All right, we're going to send Chad Wells on a short break, and I want to welcome back Peter Townend, PT, not to be confused with Pete Townsend from The Who. All right, PT, welcome back. Here we are into the 40s. How's everything out there on the beach?
Well, you know what I went to specifically do was connect with Karina Petroni, because 20 years ago, I was her coach when she won the silver medal in the ISA World Junior Championship.
Wow. So she's here for Florida.
She got a great wave in her heat.
Yeah. So there you see the heat draw, the final round, 40 to 49 here at the U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by New Earth Project.
Wow, look at those names. What a collection.
I do know that we're going to see Joel Centeo surf first and Moody will surf second. So that's the only change we have in this leaderboard. But hey, it's been a long day. The coaches decide they want to switch a few things around. It's good with us. It's just surfing after all.
Well, waves are still holding up. There's a little bit more bump on them, but there's still beautiful open faces when you get the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting down to it there, Don Meek. This is the third to the last of the divisions, right? So
3 heats. This is number 1. Then we'll have the 30 to 39s and then the 20 to 29s, and we'll see who is going to be crowned the U.S. Board Riders National Champion and take home that beautiful cup. And all 14 surfers from the winning team will take home a new Turtle Box waterproof Bluetooth speaker. They're fantastic. We love the crew at Turtle Box, John McKenzie and Sam Jones, Team BK out here on the West Coast. We also want to say how much we love Heather Flanagan from the Northside Cafe in Huntington Beach. She has been providing lunch for all of us all week, and she's going to be catering the after party tonight. Heather, from the beginning of the Board Riders, you have been there for us, keeping us fed. Thank you. There she is, Heather Flanagan.
And keeping us up to date with all the documentation.
She's clearly got a change coming our way.
Which way? Which one? Oh.
All right.
Oh, the switch.
Here we go.
They switched Nate Yeomans and Chris Ward as well.
Okay, so Big Deluxe is going to go first and Wardo will go second. Gotten to know Shauna Hull a little bit. She's the woman that took over for Lori Coble here at California State Parks. And
wow, Lori Coble no more?
Yeah, she retired.
Oh, you're kidding me.
She decided to go visit her daughter in Italy, spend a little bit more time over there. But
Lori's legend.
Legendary Lori Coble. How many great events did she help us run?
Oh,
okay,
my God.
So here we go. Big Deluxe, Nate Yeomans. Wow.
Remember, I was doing the Doheny Surf Festival with Common Sense and freaking.
Oh yeah. Nick Hernandez and Common Sense.
No, we did for a couple of years. We did that.
Look at
with
this.
Ferris Thompson.
Just ripping this wave all the way to the inside. Are they going to give him the green light to whammy this thing? And they do. Let's see what happens on this wave.
Oh, that pretty much gives Wardo a free surf.
Yeah, it does. So one and done with 27 minutes remaining. You know, it's funny, PT, the rules say that you catch more than 4 waves. For each wave that you catch, you lose 1 point. I think I might catch 8 or 9 and just give up the points. All right, so I think the judges will like what Nate Yeomans put up. Let's watch this again.
Oh, that was a great whack right there. Down to the inside. Nice wrap around. Nate has still got
60s division, so 883, so a 1766 for Big Deluxe. San Clemente Board Riders on the board. Chris Ward's going to have 4 waves to surf.
Yeah, well, I was rapping with his dad. He came up behind me yesterday. So they used to have father and son contest in the NSSA.
Did they really?
And Jai and I were defending champs. We beat the Hurleys in the final.
Did you really?
And the next year, the semifinals was Nate and his dad against us, the defending champs, and they beat us because Tosh talked me into doing 2 divisions, and so we made it to the semifinals, the town ends in both divisions, and by the time it got to the Yeomans division, I was so.
You were a little worn out?
I let the team down. I just didn't have enough gusto anymore. That was a really fun event they used to have. Father and son, it was called.
There's Cade Matson. Heartbreaker not re-qualifying for the back half of the tour. There's Taj Lindblad with Berger.
But Cade got a result in Sydney, so...
Yep,
you
so
know.
we're going to see him back next year.
Well, he's got, 4 more events. He's got they count your best 4 of 6. So he's got to be quarterfinals at least in every event from now on.
I have high hopes. All right, 25 minutes remaining here in the 40 to 49s. We're coming to you live from Lowers here on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports. I want to thank a New Earth Project for all of the support through the year. A New Earth Project and the New Earth approved catalog of packaging solutions for a healthy planet. And follow along at A New Earth Project. The mission is to rid the world's oceans, lakes, and rivers of plastic pollution. And it's going to take all of us together to make that happen. Thank you, A New Earth Project. So here we are, Peter. We're back together again.
Yeah.
We first met in the late 80s when the Bud Tour was on Prime Ticket, and Don Corsini was putting it on. He was a surfer and putting it on television, and he asked me if I wanted to come work for him to see if we could find some sponsors, and that's when you and I first met, and it's been ever since. Boy, did we have some fun stuff back then. It's when you had Volleyball Magazine and Surfing Magazine.
The Beach Network.
The Beach Network.
Print and TV.
Print and TV and events. And it's when Danny Kwok told me that Quicksilver would never sponsor a Bud Tour event as long as Body Glove owned it. And so we talked Robbie Meistrel into selling it to us, which we bought at Prime Ticket. And the rest was history. I remember going to Laker games with you, PT, and it was like going with Mick Jagger. People would want your autograph, and they'd want you to tell them to rip it off the bottom.
No, people would yell out, PT's Picks. What's PT's
Picks?
They'd have the little graphic with my mouth flapping, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But you know what else was in those days? Going to the USC versus UCLA game.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That was the best time.
I remember there was the one when Sheryl Crow played. Remember when they had the big ice sculpture?
Oh.
Oh.
All right, so we want to give you, that is just fantastic.
This is a replay of Nate.
Watch Nate Yeomans just ripping the bag out of that wave. Okay, so after 4 heats, we're in the 40 to 49s right now. After 4 heats, let's give you the score. So sitting in first place, 96.64 points is San Clemente Board Riders. In second place, at 89.63 points, North Shore. In third place, 80.87 Santa Cruz. HB and out in front, but North Shore, I'll tell you, anything can happen.
Well, one of the things, because I just went over to talk to my boys at HB, if they hadn't got that interference, because Luke, remember, got a 9-7 on that wave.
Yep.
There'd be an extra 10 points just about there, which would put them right in the mix.
Right in the mix, yep. All right, so we've got Nate Yeomans having whammied that first wave of his. He sent out Chris Ward, and we are waiting for score live from Lowers. All right, paddling, let's see. There's Wardo. Seth Talakos.
He's looking good on this wave. That was a nice open face sweeping turn. Another one.
The way he tucked his knee on that.
Yeah, there was a funny comment from Wellesley a little while ago. One of the Jacksonville guys was like not coming in, and Wellesley went, "Well, when was the last time anyone from Jacksonville surfed waves like this?"
Brillo went out for the Florida Cup, and they ran it at Jacksonville, and he said the waves were pumping the whole time. So Jacksonville prevailed. Space Coast got second. Here we go. Chris Ward up and riding. They split the peak. Let's see what Wardo pulls off here.
Oh, trying to do the tail float right there. And here's another look at this wave right here.
Seth Delacos from Jacksonville. He double whammied this one. Let's see what those scores are coming in.
That was that really nice sweeping roundhouse on that last wave right there. This was a well-ridden wave. There wasn't nothing too exciting, but well-ridden. And the claim, of course.
All right, so a 6, and he'll double that up to a 12. So San Clemente sitting on the 17.66. I think Wardo's wave they'll throw away. Jacksonville whammying a 6 to take him to 12. We're still waiting for Huntington Beach, Danny Nichols. Jesse Colombo from Santa Cruz got a 10 yesterday. And Joel Centeo sitting out there for North Shore.
I tell you what, San Clemente is starting to distance themselves from the pack. If they've got this right now, with 19.09, it's going to be, I'm looking ahead at the next heat, and 30 to 39s. And they have a power pack in Chloe Andino and Tana Gadauskas. Right? If you were a betting man, I don't think you're betting against San Clemente in that heat.
No. No. I know I mentioned this earlier, but they three-peated in the Wheat Cup. It will be a three-peat for the U.S.
In the history of the IPS, there was a perpetual trophy, but there was no individual trophies. So that story you were telling me about they turned the trophy around backwards.
For you in 76,
right,
yeah.
so they didn't have trophies for everybody else either, because like when Slater got up that night and said, I hear that Peter Townend never got a trophy. Al Hunt, can't we do something about that? And I went to the ASP and said, well, none of the first 4 of us got any trophies. And then they did that whole presentation the next year. But when MR won, he won 1, 2, 3, 4, and the perpetual trophy. Fred gave him the perpetual trophy.
He got to keep it.
It's in Australia in his house, right? Because I have a great photo of him and I holding it outside his house. So maybe you have to give this trophy to San Clemente
and let him keep it. We'll get a new one.
Get a new one.
Yeah, it's jinxed. It's got a curse on it.
Yeah.
You got to get a new one.
Yeah.
Keep it.
Have any real responsibility? Did my usual land in Sydney and drive the coast all the way to Noosa. Went to Noosa and hung out with Jarrett and did one of my big Wednesday nights. The first time I've ever done that in Australia. Where I had the talk story about the big Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And just hung out pretty much in Coolangatta with family, and that was unreal.
Love it. Been talking to Rabbit about the Usher Cup. We sent a few clubs down there in January, and we are dead set on hosting the first ever International Board Riders World Cup here at Lowers in 2026. It has been so much fun talking to those guys, and we are going to change up the format for that so that instead of 28 or 14 person squads, we'll end up with a 5-person squad for each of our clubs, so that we have more clubs that we can have enter and lessen the financial impact on these clubs to travel.
Right.
Some good vibes on the beach today here at Lowers.
Oh, absolutely.
So half the time gone, about 15 minutes remaining. And here's Chris Ward from San Clemente taking a look. That'll change priority.
Well, the other 3 haven't even got a score on the board yet.
Plenty of time remaining.
Well, when you were reading out those scores, for the collective of where we're at right now, North Shore, they kind of have to get going here if they want to hang at any chance of getting it to the overall. and we got classic two out there, Sean Moody and Joel Centeo. And I think I've told you that story about the NSSA Nationals one year when they used to have them down here.
Yeah.
And Joel Centeo was in the NSSAs in those days. So he's 18, right? And 17, 18, because that's school cutoff age. And he was in probably was a semi-final or the final. And you know how you get that long section, and he's way behind coming deep, and he's flying, and the section must be 20 feet. That's already broken in front of him, and I'm commentating like a live commentary at the beach. And I go, if Joel Centeo makes that section, I'll give him $100. Of course, he does this big floater over that whole whitewater and just full speed and makes it back to the green face. And at the presentation night at the Dana Point Resort that's up on the hill, right? I had to give him $100.
He heard you. Hey, $100 is $100.
Yeah, when you're a Grom. And that's got to be 20 years ago, so $100 was a whole lot more $100 in those days.
Yes, sir.
$100 doesn't get you much these days.
So we had to mobilize a New Earth Project tent for the North Shore guys. They're so new they didn't have time to make themselves a tent. But we're happy to make that happen for them. Matt Myers from Santa Cruz there, Johnny Mell. We'll be seeing these guys coming up in the 20s. The Jacksonville crew, I support more cowbell. They're the only ones that do. Bobby Lockhart, Jeff Deffenbaugh, Dave Genova from Huntington Beach. There's our dear Heather. There's Chalky. What a crew. You know, it's really fun to get to know the clubs. PT, I've been doing this for the last 5 years, and I've had a chance to meet someone from almost every club, over 50, and to have the opportunity to hear from these club members how stoked they are on being part of a Board Riders Club. And you hear about the local legends, a Morgan O'Connell in the Outer Banks, and a Ben Bourgeois in Wrightsville Beach, and Dave Porch up in Virginia Beach. Remember Andy Ryan from Quicksilver? He's the driving force behind the New York Board Riders chapter.
Yeah,
what's
really cool for me is many of the crew that are in the 40s and 50s divisions were competes with many of them years and years ago.
He's got a nonprofit that works with first responders and veterans to get them out on the water. He's made a real commitment to working with that community, getting them out and about, working on mental health and recovery.
And a real successful screen print company.
Yeah.
He does some work for me for the museum. Comes a set. See who's in position. That one, classic Trestles, it rolls under you. Just when you think you've got it. Deep inside. It's Joel Centeo. There's a big section, Joel. $100. You're not getting $100 this time.
Here we go, Wardo.
Wardo streaking down the line. Nice rip off the face, gets the speed, comes around again. Wow, the second one. He's even calling a claim on that one.
Yeah, he liked it.
Yeah, that second turn was money. He's all pumped up.
He can catch 2 more waves. I think that was his second.
Yeah. Simpo. coming up in the next heat.
Coach Carissa Moore to the first ever
gold medal
in the Olympics. All right, so an 8.43 on this wave for Wardo. Call it, PT.
Well, he's getting the speed down the line. Gets a nice little float over the lip right here, but here's the money turn. Bam! Judges like that spray in the air. There was about 6 foot of it on that last move. And I think that's only going to improve San Clemente's position. Wow, they're already got on they're at 26.
All right, so Joel Centeio is going to come in with a 5.67 and hand it off to Sean Moody, who will clearly have the whammy for North Shore board riders. We have not seen Santa Cruz ride a wave yet. So Jesse Colombo, who got a 10 yesterday, and Randy the Kid Bonds out there for Santa Cruz board riders. Oh, PT, I don't think at this point.
Yeah, it's like that basketball game the other night with Denver and
yeah,
right, the 40-point runaway by the Minnesota Timberwolves.
So Sean Moody.
He's going to get another little section in here. What can he do with it? Nice little finish.
He's got 7 minutes left. He's going to paddle back out, knowing that he's got a whammy, but I think he can do better.
Needs a big wave. If you want to get that, he needs to get an 8.
Yeah.
If they're going to be in contention and double down on it, like whammy, 16 points.
Wardo again, just in the right spot.
No, come on, Wardo.
Well, still sitting on, did not better that clearly.
Yeah, but they're way out in front in this heat. Way out in front. With 6 minutes to go.
Here we go, Santa Cruz up and riding.
Randy Bonds. That was a good wave.
So Randy's going to do that, and he'll send out Jesse Colombo. All right, so this is what happens. They sneak under you, and then they sneak over you. Okay, Jacksonville up and riding. Second surfer for Jacksonville.
Kai Ferguson. Ooh, nice turn.
All right, so Randy the Kid Bond, 7.5 for a 15. I'm sorry, yep, that's right. And now they've got Jesse Colombo out there. Danny Nichols comes unstuck.
When you're over 40, you better be careful about trying to do those airs.
I
you
know.
can break an ankle.
We've got Dr. G here at the beach to help out for things like that, and the crew at Range Essentials.
Good set coming outside.
4 minutes remaining here in the 40 to 49s.
Oh, look at this set.
So Gilly is going to paddle out for HB, one of the only surfers to get a perfect 10. Where's our stat sheet? I can give you that detail. Brandon Gilmet had a perfect 10 surfing it at the HB Pier in 2017 in the 30 to 39 age group. He is aged up.
Moody on the backhand right there.
So Moody's got the whammy for North Shore. Will he whammy that? So there's Brandon Gilmet paddling out for Huntington. All right, so coming up next, Jacksonville will send out Austin Klaus and Wayne Satterwhite in the 30 to 39s. Kolohe Andino and Tanner Gudauskas for San Clemente, Alex Lima and Brett Simpson for Huntington Beach, Jimmy Herrick and Austin Smith Ford for Santa Cruz. And then for North Shore, it'll be Chris Foster and Gopal Butler.
Well, San Clemente has definitely owned this heat. No one's even within striking distance. A 10-point difference between the lead in the heat and second place. Nice wave for Wardo. Giant hit off the face. Can he ride out of it? Nah, gobbles him up.
Okay, under a minute remaining here in the 40 to 49s. We're sending out the 30s here. They're going to paddle out to the buoy. It's fun to watch the 30-year-old guys walk out over the rocks a little differently than the 50-year-old guys. Well, a shocker for Huntington Beach board riders.
Yeah.
And that'll wrap it up here. So San Clemente, Chris Ward coming in over the rocks. The cobblestones here at Lower Trestles will be bringing out 30 to 39-year-olds. So San Clemente out to a commanding lead.
For U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project is brought to you by Surfer, since 1960, the Bible of the sport. By Bonsai Bowls, live life in the bowl. By Fiber Strap, sustainable cable ties built to endure but not to last. And by Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports. world's first sustainable cable tie designed to replace traditional plastic zip ties. Made in Sweden from sustainably sourced craft paper, FiberStrap works across virtually every application. From hanging banners to bundling products, if you use zip ties, we have an earth-friendly solution. FiberStrap, made to endure, but not to last. For more information, visit newearthproject.com.
You bitches of Danny and the Dingo.
Built to shred! Welcome to my first hat. Welcome to One Safari.
It's time to slam.
Moment for the 50s.
Yeah. Well, we got the young guns coming up here for the next two heats, the 30s to 39 and the 20s to 29. And looking at that heats that's coming up, the crew that's in this heat, and a lot of the former tour guys. You know, you got one of them still trying to get back to the tour, Chloe Andino, and of course Tana Gadauskas. San Clemente powerhouse duo right there.
Oh yeah, I'm claiming if Brett jumped on tour now, he'd do better now than he ever did. What a great warm-up this was. My goodness. Looks like Jesse Colombo for Santa Cruz. Just flying and gliding, just putting waves together. I love it. What is happening here? Yeah, they haven't started yet. But PT did some guerrilla math, and by his assessment, San Clemente may be unbeatable at this stage. Is that accurate, PT?
I don't have a calculator. I did that manually. I don't know how my manual math is, but
Sure.
But based on who else is left to serve, you've got Chloe Andino and Tana Gadauskas in this heat for San Clemente, and you would think they're probably going to get some good scores there, Wellesley.
Yeah, you know, it's you probably have to bet the house on that. Okay, here we go. And drawing first blood, this looks like Austin Smith Ford clicks it off the top.
That would be right.
And waiting, bangs it. And just waiting for it. Ooh, nice little whitewater finner. Looks in, no dice. Do we owe you money?
Which one are we looking for? No, it's not that one.
We have a lot of literature here. Much paperwork.
No, not that one. 20 to 29. There we go. Is that what you're looking for?
All right. Booyah. So having a dig now, San Clemente. This is Chloe Andino, PT. Take it away for us.
Oh, he's getting some speed down the line, looking for that open, clean face. He's got a lot of speed. Let's see what he does with it. Gets around this section here, goes up. Nice carve in the open face. Round into the next section, blasted off the top, down the line again. Finishes off with a strong fly paper over the lip there.
Ooh, I like it. I was waiting for a little Chris Brown wraparound and a forehand Rio
Is he
call.
going to claim it? He's looking in. What are they telling him?
Bring me back to the
he's
PSAA
double
prime
whammied
ticket
it.
days.
He's double whammied it.
Oh, so they made him whammy. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. I feel like you would have more in the tank.
Uh-oh, we have a switch.
So what do we got? Taji
Charles
Lindblad
instead of Cade Matson.
Oh, I wonder what happened to Cato.
I saw him down there.
Huh. So here it is. This is a replay. I mean, the whole first 30 yards is pretty lateral. Crazy amount of speed. And then here we go. Big wrap. Beautiful turn. Jams the lipper. And just the closeout finish. So that's why I'm surprised, like, wasn't like your typical
what are we
lowers
saying? 7-ish?
Comboed
7-ish?
wave.
Double 14?
No. Judges. Super excited. 18 points. That was a flat 9.
A flat 9. Hey, I guess that's why we're not the 5 wise men, mate.
Okay. Fortunately. Jay over here is saying all day. Bang, look at this. Oh my gosh, red. And again. You know, I feel like the lefts have been a little not looked at lately, and it looks like Jacksonville just found it.
Well, Jacksonville's a real threat to overtake Huntington. After that last disaster, Huntington.
Oh, yeah, whoa, right paper, throw the score. That was all happening. Was that, who was that in the 30s? Seth Tilakos. Oh.
No, that's the 40s. Here's
Lobster
the 30s.
dies, 30s. Okay, wait. Oh, Austin Klaus. Austin, he's a hammer. Love it. So SC, Kalohe, bang, straight 30. 30-30. It's all happening.
Mate.
18 points.
If I do some more math.
Yeah, I don't even think you have to at this stage. Might just hand San Clemente the trophy.
I told Don Meek that if they win it 3 in a row, they need to give the trophy to him permanently, like Fred Hemmings did with Mark Richards. The perpetual trophy got handed to MR. They just opened with an 18.
There you go. Yeah. Awesomeness. So Austin, his wave. Judges liked it. 7.67. And now we're on Tannergy. Same big lateral head speed. Clicks it. Comes unstuck. But, I mean, the pressure's off. He'd just go out there and put waves together. Add to the total.
He's got a free surf just like Wardo had in the last one.
Yeah.
Nate Yeomans lit it up on his first wave and did the double whammy, and Wardo had a free surf.
Hey, let's be real. I mean, beating San Clemente on their home turf has got to be one of the hardest things to do. Have to be. I mean, the depth is just stupid. I mean, basically, you've got pro surfers all the way down to the 20s, possibly a couple that are ready to go in the teens, and then the Groms are would-be's. And then you've got girls that are professional surfers, too. Just crazy, the depth of talent in this town.
And then you can add in Philippe Toledo and Caroline Marks.
Well, hopefully they'll surf for their respective teams.
But I'm just like,
and then now let's just bunch it up, and the majority of the crew is on Matt Biola's shapes, and then there's your shaper, right? The man behind a lot of the success.
Here's a replay.
Austin's wave, yeah, he read this one really good. So I was just saying, like, the wind has kind of made a mess of the lefts, but somebody, a good goofy footer, will be able to get the read on it, and there we go. You know, it's like pick the high road, low road, it's all over the court. But the claim, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the last bit was.
Here we go. This is the replay. That was a good opening turn. Can he get back to the open face?
That was
on
a
this?
nice
I don't
swoop.
think we saw this one because he was going the other way.
North Shore Board Riders, Chris.
Unless they switched it on us.
No, I think that's Chris. Wow, what a day. I was just on the beach with Chris Moreno. We were kind of just reminiscing about Casey Wheat. And, I mean, I wish that Casey was still with us. He would just be tickled to see how amazing his idea has just blossomed, you know? Okay, red, here we go. Jacksonville. On the wrap back, that is your Surfer, or maybe this is Austin. Was that Walter? No, that was Austin, the opener. This is Wayne Satterwhite. Boom. Nice wrap. Click. I like the speed haircut. That's good.
Well, they had a really good opening wave, which they double whammied, and that's going to be a good one right there. That's going to get. He definitely got better than he got a 6 at least on that wave, so that's going to put them in the 20s. You know who's going to needs to get on their horse is Huntington, or they're going to end up in last place.
Well, their 40s didn't do them any favors.
Not at all.
I mean, that was a rough one. I mean, that could be a game ender for HB, sadly. For North Shore Board Riders, his wave 583. Waiting on HB, we've got Simpo sitting patiently, followed by Alex Lima. So Alex would be one of the Brazilians that they've dipped into that's residing in HB.
Okay, so that makes Philippe and Caroline eligible.
Oh no, they're very eligible. Absolutely.
They reside in Cincinnati.
Absolutely. That is they're not far off. You know, if this is their residence, they could hop right into the fray. Riders immunity, or whatever that word is, leniency or whatever. I'm not sure what the word is, but they haven't granted them the green light yet.
Right.
So
I think
she's off the table.
But Philippe's not.
Oh no, he's retired. He could be a gamer. He'd be deadly out here.
Yeah. Which division? He'd be in the.
He'd be in this division.
He'd be in this division. Is he 30?
I think so. Wouldn't he be? Maybe late 20s.
Late 20s.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he'd right around there. Even so, this one or the next one. His 20s coming up next.
He'd be in this one.
And it's going to be a wrap. Yeah. So I mean, he would be having a dig with his fellow countryman Yago Ramos, who's also on Huntington. I was giving Billy Webb a hard time the other day. I was like, "Whoa, what's up with all the Brazilians on your team?" He's all, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I don't know." Well, it's because I didn't know they were surfing for him, and it was the South Bay event. And he's all, "Dude, they've lived in town for like however many years. Like, why wouldn't we embrace them? They're all awesome dudes." I'm all, "Yeah, no, I surf with them all the time." I go, "So should we start calling it HB Janeiro?" He just gave me the death stare. You know, that's the board riders. You got to give everybody's worth a little jab here and there. We had a good laugh about it. But yeah, no, they've adopted energy.
White chocolate. Just flying down the line into this next section. Oh. No, did he ride out of that? I don't know.
Did he ride out of it?
You tell me.
Okay, here he goes.
He gets the good first whack, and he comes around it.
Spicy
it
blast.
Again.
2 big blasts.
And then he's flying down the
High
line.
line. Drop wallet. Plugs it. Pulls the nose out of a burial, but I'm going to say no.
He was stuck in the whitewater.
He
never got out in front of it.
He was still under control, but he didn't push
Didn't
board
get out
out
in front of it.
Right?
Isn't that the rule? You got to get out in front of it, right?
Yeah. And going back to the Italo-Jordy thing, the similarities there, like Italo landed, he was in front of it.
Right.
I mean, you can only do so much when the thing unloads in 2 feet of water, right? But he landed, he had control.
And he was in front of it.
And just like Jordy Lawler landed, had control, but I mean, the wave blew him off, right? Like, I don't know. It's a very touch and go one for the judges because they're living it in the moment and have to really decide, but it's hard to say one's a make and one's not, I guess. I don't know. I'd just say they both are. I'm not a judge in it. I have no vested interest in either result, so there you go. 17 minutes remaining. San Clemente 25.63 points. Are you kidding me? Jacksonville 20.77. So they're looking the goods. SC yet to whammy a wave. Hawaii yet to whammy a wave. And HB, we got Simpo sitting quietly. So hopefully this isn't a similar situation that we had with Nichols and Brandon Gilmat.
San Clemente again, out 25.63 with 16 minutes to go.
They're machines. Absolute machines.
Pretty much this heat, they've stuck the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they bookend it with their 20s.
It's a matter of who's going to get second at the moment. And let's take a look at that. They didn't hand us an updated 40 and 49s.
So on the screen, you're going to see that is basically today's format. Next year, we're going to up the club amount, reduce the surfers down to 5. So basically all clubs qualify, then you move through the rounds that way, which is pretty cool. That levels the playing field for little old Seal Beach and small towns like Laguna, Dana Point, La Jolla. You know, we're in these low little 20s and whatever thousand people. You know, I think Encinitas is sitting on like 68 or 69,000. You know, I think Dana Point's pretty low, as well as Laguna. Laguna might even be less than Seal.
Right.
So it's really hard for us little towns to come up against these big surf towns like Santa Cruz. Are you kidding me? They're a powerhouse. Every team that's qualified are just huge teams, big surf towns, and a lot of depth in the talent. All right, 1450. Simpo's still waiting. God, I might have jinxed him and said that he could do great on tour. Now he's just campsite. Come on, Simpo. Let's go, buddy.
I got an interesting one. Is San Diego a town?
It's a city.
So arguably you could have San Diego team.
Conceivably, yes.
And that means, does that mean that San Diego, if you live in San Diego County, you're eligible?
Right. It's like the South. Well, hey, it's like the South Bay.
You could you could put together the most insane all-star team if it's a San Diego team, right?
I mean, Matt Walls or Dickey or any of the boys could easily school me on this one, but they're like, and their little cities are smaller than Seal, I think. Some of them. But you're talking basically Torrance, PV even, with, what is it?
There's multiple.
El Segundo, Manhattan,
Venice,
Hermosa.
Venice.
No, they don't take Venice, because Venice falls.
Venice is going to have their own
team. Then they get Hermosa, and then they get, gosh, why am I just bogging? Redondo.
Manhattan Beach.
Yeah, Manhattan, Hermosa, Redondo. Then you've got the weird subdivisions of like Holly Glen and like those weird little cities just inland. I mean, that's a culmination. And granted, they were on the board riders thing way before anybody else. Here we go. Austin Smith Ford created their whole microcosm of events under South Bay board riders years ago. They were way ahead of us. Not that they're running board riders events, but they founded their club and have been running these series, which it's amazing. So mad props to the South Bay crew. You guys are light years ahead of us. 12.5 minutes remaining. Not much of a change. HB still camping out. Hopefully it's not a trend. We're already under the 15-minute mark, down to 12:20. Simpo still on the hunt. And, well, you've got Jacksonville, San Clemente in the 20s, SC Santa Cruz, North Shore, HB very quiet at this stage. Simpo, here we go. Defining moment for Brett Simpson. Opening his account off the bottom. Woof. Hucks and buckets. Bangs it again. Clicks it. It's got to come around the corner. Is he going to get up into it? Yes, he does. Up and over. And wraps it back. And here we go. Just see if he can just bookend this really good surf wave. Simpo hucks it. And thanks for coming. I don't even have to look. Judges are throwing him a 10. What do you think about that, PT? Based on scores I've seen today?
It's in the 9s.
That's a 10. It has to be.
It's in the 9s.
If Kolohe's big wrap closeout with the floater in the middle is a 9, that's got to be a 10.
Was that Foster?
That's Foster. He's just waiting on the call. Yep, it's a whammy.
Yeah. So it'll go to Gopal Butler now.
I mean, we'll let the boys cue this thing up, but I think Brett gave us basically a pizza with everything on it. I mean, that had the sausage, the pepperoni, there was peppers, mushrooms, onions. I mean, you could even throw a pineapple on the thing.
That's what I was going to say.
Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, people. Look at this.
Oh.
Woof. Big jam. Nice little tap. Well-timed. Clicks it. So we get the lateral stuff. Then we get the bang, the vert up and over, like the late hit. Wraps it back, and then this thing just stands up and just lets him have at it. Oof. Thanks for coming.
And he's claiming it big.
Okay, so, maybe they're a little gun shy on the 10. Nope, 2 10s, a 9.8. It's a 9.93. Look at that.
9.93.
Do they pay any more money to judge instead of talk? I'm going to quit. Quit. Kidding. Okay, Jacksonville answering back. This is Wayne. Huge bottom turn. Nice snap right there.
That was nice.
Well, if you're scoring bottom turns, that thing was a 10.
That was a nice one too.
Woof. I love it. Wayne's looking good. Not getting many waves in Jacksonville that look like this, I'll tell you that, people. Surf that wave amazing. All right, so Jacksonville sitting in a great spot.
I reckon
they haven't whammied HB's wave. That'll possibly overtake Jacksonville on the scoring, maybe. Now Tanner G. Oh, couldn't get to the open face. It'll move HB up and put them into contention to overtake Jacksonville with their second surfer, who's going to be Alex Lima. Sorry, it'll be Alex.
This is a competitive heat.
Oh, the 20s and the 30s and 20s are gnarly. Oh, look at Pete Mel shaking his head. Oh no, ref. Oh, it's heated down there. Ah! I don't know what they're saying. I love it.
There's the adjustment to Huntington.
Okay, so 19.74, they got close. But with their second surfer, they could eclipse Jacksonville.
This is Hawaii. This is going to be Gopal Butler.
Gopal Butler. Sounds like he should be in Florida with a name like that. Boom. Ah. Oh boy, here we go. Alex Lima. Bang. Just waiting for it. Bang again. I tell you, the Brazilian guys that live in HB are just absolute weapons.
This is a competitive heat. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, we're missing something down there. There's a lot of screaming going on. Oh, yeah. No. Pete just threw everybody into chaos. We got to figure out what's going on down there. Santa Cruz. So now Santa Cruz is the quiet one. Wait a minute. Did they whammy? No, they haven't whammied yet. So Santa Cruz, Jimmy Herrick, unless it was Austin still, went 5.83. So they have yet to throw the whammy out. And I feel like it might be Jimmy and Austin came in. Here's the replay of Lima's wave. Man, he caught a bomb, PT. Oof. Well, he waited for it, timed it really well. Judges have not scored that wave. So here we go. This is live action. Tanner Gdauskas.
Off the bottom, jams it off the lip. Comes around this next section with lots of speed. Oh, fly papers the lip on that one, just flying along the lip line. And into the inside, looking for a little stand up inside to get the bonus. And looks like it might stand up for him. Here it comes, the section. Wow!
Oh! Man, that looks like something I would have done. Not the turn, just the head plant.
He makes that turn, that's going into the excellent right there.
Oh, for sure. I wonder what kind of board he's on. I can't tell.
I heard all those guys aren't living in San Clemente anymore.
Huh?
I heard all those guys aren't living in San Clemente anymore.
Okay, so that was Tanner's last. He's coming in, so I mean, that's a done deal for SC. So that's one person out of the equation in the lineup.
Hey,
but
Huntington Beach has gone to the lead.
Oh my gosh, Lima's wave 8.27. That puts him out in front. Simpo's hammer time 9.67 for a total of 19.74 points, and the 8.27 has him in the lead. So you know what? HB needed that after their 40s fiasco. Big point total right there.
This is going to keep him out of the cellar.
It might. It might still catch him though, because it is a points game. It's not an arms race, it's a points race. So at 28, that's a near perfect heat. But there's 30 points on the table per heat. 4:20 remaining. Santa Cruz has yet to whammy. North Shore, I mean, Gopal's just out there trying to replace his 3.83 and just get anything
Santa Cruz
good.
right here.
Okay, this
Jimmy
is
Herrick.
Jimmy.
He's going to have to do something here. Ooh, gets it nice and vert. Can he get any more out of it? I don't think so.
Yeah, you know, I noticed on the high tide, the rights are like, there's a lot of walled sets on the rights. Oh, man. Wayne. Satterwhite. Oh, what a dive.
Extra point for the dive.
That looks like something I would have done. That's not the horn, that's the train. So the 20s are gearing up to do battle. And we are going to see, let's see, where'd our 20s go? Did our girl take that? So yeah, a lot of
whether it was or was not.
Got it. It is, so Santa Cruz, that wave was a 5.83. As the hand, that was Jimmy Herrick's 5.83, 11.66 was the total. So Santa Cruz, I mean, I don't think there's going to be much changes, maybe incrementally if people put waves together. This looks like it could be baked with basically a 10-point deficit from 4th and 5th all the way to 1st with incremental points as change. And then we're going to see the 20s go to town. And there's some names here, people. We'll bring you that once we get there. PT's completely zoned out. He's texting people. It's all happening here in the booth. Simpo just brought HB from the grave, but will they be contenders in this last heat?
Well, that's can they show up in the last heat and make the top 3?
Yeah, well,
make the podium, right?
Lucas Pasolini, Iago Ramos will be representing HB.
It's a bit of a toss-up if you look at it from point of view of.
I mean, once we get the updated totals, we're going to have a.
Want to make sure we get the updated totals going into this final heat. Comes a nice set on the corner. And up and riding. Alex Lima ripping it. Oh my goodness. Comes around that section.
I swear you put this guy in a single fin, he'd be so styled out. But what a great score for Alex. I mean, at 8.27, he just hammered that bomb.
Wow. Huntington Beach with their best heat of the day.
Yeah, 2 points off a perfect heat, basically. 28.01, that is in the history books. HB with the win in the 30s. San Clemente 25.63 in second. Jacksonville 22.84 in third. SC Board Rider Santa Cruz, sorry, 18.66 points, and North Shore 18.17. This is a highlight of Brett's wave.
Anything but just about got a perfect 10.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he gave it all to us, man. We got vertical slams, wraps, finners, like you name it. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with the 20s, the final division here at the U.S. Board Riders finale.
PT back at the helm.
I'm just yapping. I didn't realize we're on.
We're in our last heat of the day, Wellesley.
Yeah, so this is it. This is going to be the bookend.
We're just waiting
here
for the updated scores to see. It's pretty much the door's closed.
Well, I mean, take this thing to the lane and you might have a different outcome. Right? You're putting it in their backyard. It's got to be, I mean, you've got every surfer in town surfs this thing.
Well, we could say that if we took it to Jacksonville.
Sure.
Yeah, the Jacksonville guys might have an advantage, right?
Okay, this is live action. Wow. Oh, is this not even a start? That's looks like Shaden. That's Shaden Picaro, shade out right there. Gnarly pipe surfer.
Here we go. Last heat of the day. Tristan Thompson, Gabe Schumacher for Jacksonville, Taz Lindblad, Jeff Schilling for San Clemente, Iago Ramos and Lucas Pazzolini for Huntington, John Mill, Sam Coffey for Santa Cruz, and Shaden Vaccaro, Liam Wilson for North Shore. So Wellesley, that we just got handed the updates. Yeah, San Clemente can't be beaten. So it's a battle for second, and it's a close battle. Look at this. We have North Shore on 118. We have Santa Cruz on 115. We have HB on 113.
Oh my gosh. And SC just went boat race. Pew! See you later. 148.36. I mean, you could send the 20s out with broken legs and they'd still win. That is just unbelievable.
But it's a battle for the podium. Who's going to get second and third?
Yeah, so what were we kind of trying to hedge? Like a 160, 170, right? Crazy. So
we were close. We're close to that. If they get another 20s.
Yeah.
Right?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
If we get another 20 something, but it's a battle for the podium. There's only 2 points for the runner-up.
Yeah, I mean,
I know all about that second place.
SC just boat raced everybody, and it's just the battle for second, and it's super tight between Santa Cruz HB and North Shore Board Riders. Jax is kind of way down there. Yeah, man, what a day. Like, Lowers showed up, SC showed up, which we know they're gonna every time. And I mean, HB, Santa Cruz, North Shore, they've all put on great performances. In Jacksonville, they didn't have the total, but they definitely showed they've got the talent to be here. Yeah. I mean, if I could clone Chris Waring and Nolan Raposa for my entire club, then we'd be gamers. Let's go. Actually, with the 5-man team, Seal,
you need to,
we feel we have a better chance.
You know what, Wellesley? You need to get some Brazilians to move to Seal Beach.
Yeah, right? I don't know, the rent might be too high.
Hey, rent in Huntington's not cheap, let me tell you.
Seal, man, it's the land of golf carts and Teslas. It's crazy. All right, 29:40 remaining. This heat is just getting itself off the dock. This is for all the marbles,
all
basically.
the marbles.
And we've got some gamers here. We've shown them on the screen, but I'll just run through it. Representing Jacksonville, we've got Tristan Thompson.
The 2024 U.S.
Gabe
Board Riders
Schumacher.
National Championship.
San Clemente, the Surfers in Blue, Taj Lindblad, Jet Schilling. I mean, you've got a QS winner and the current World Junior champ for San Clemente. Yago Ramos, Lucas Pasolini for Huntington. They're wearing yellow, white Santa Cruz. Johnny Mel, Sam Coffey. I mean, there's a couple other gamers. I mean, not that HB's not. These guys are gamers also. And then black, Shaden Picaro, Liam Wilson. This is a heat PT, but knowing what we know, San Clemente, before a point drops in this heat, sitting on 148.36 points. That is an absolutely commanding lead over second place North Shore Board Riders at 118.14. Second place, Santa Cruz at 115.46, HB 113.34. So ultimately, like 52,000 feet, that 40s division absolutely demoed their shot at a possible win here.
They got 5.5.
Yeah. So,
well, but add that the interference in the first round. And they lost 10 points.
Oh man, that's right. Was that
they lost 10 points?
Was that Luke Ronaldo?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
They lost 10 points on the interference.
Non-priority interference. So that was a doozy. So I mean, well, you know, I remember one of the defining moments when I quit team sports was when they started picking out like the people who lost the game for us. Yeah, I'm like a little kid playing baseball, and I distinctively remember like the coaches going, "Well, if we didn't blow that one play in the third inning with the third base or whatever it was, right?" Like, and I'm like, I played outfield, so I was like, "Ooh, third baseman just got thrown under the bus." Right now, with surfing, you can go back and pinpoint in this format who buckled for your team. It's pretty heavy.
There it is, the cup.
Oh, look at that. A couple spikes and the cup. I like it. Yeah, and what a absolute amazing, I guess, association this is. It's nationwide. It pulls community together, and it really gives towns, surf communities, a rally cry. You know?
Oh no,
it's unreal.
It's great for community and competitive surfing. You know, because there's a lot of negativity about competitive surfing, but there's nothing but good vibes on the beach here for competitive surfing across the generations. You know, like everyone from me, I might be one of the oldest guys at the beach, right? All the way down to the Groms.
Yeah, well,
right?
I mean, you're one of the founding fathers of the whole thing, you know?
And that's what I've been saying it all day. That's one of the things that's best about the whole board riders. As you know, I grew up in that concept in Australia, is it brings competition to community where it becomes cool. Like it becomes cool even if you're not in the team. It becomes cool because you're a member of that town, that your town is killing it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
You don't think the San Clemente guys are like stoked that they've won it 3 times in a row?
Of course they are. And that's a huge, huge bargaining chip when they go talk to potential sponsors.
Right, of course.
But I mean, I see both sides of it. Hey, riding waves is a beautiful thing. You don't have to put a little colored piece of Lycra
Not
on
at all.
to make it legitimate.
Not at all.
It's beautiful any way you slice it.
We're addicted to the thrill of riding a wave, right? And
Absolutely.
And once you get addicted to it, you always think you're going to get a better one in your next session.
Oh, man. Oh, lip line glide, Johnny Mel, up and out. But you're 100% right. You know, in that sense, it is very like addictive drugs. Once you do it, you just want more.
Right.
You know, once you pop, you can't stop, people. And that's the beauty of surfing. And it's like, because I'm going through this little journey of my kids, getting them off the dock. And like, my daughter rarely gets too frustrated, but my son, like, it's like video games for him. Every wave is like the Super Bowl, and if he messes it up, he's just like, ah! And I'm like, dude.
Meltdown.
I'm like, you've got to just settle down. Like, it's like your video games. You get a fresh start every time you paddle out. Like, and every wave's going to be different. Just enjoy it. Whether you went straight or found the open face, like, you just have to enjoy it. And sure, surfing's frustrating. Like, my last 3 surfs have all been in south wind. And I'm like, I have this new board that Tim made me. I couldn't tell you if the board works good. I know I don't work good in south wind. That's for damn sure. But, you know, it's like, hey, every time you get to reset, just enjoy it for what it is. And you don't have to have a freak out about it. So there you go. That's like riding waves is amazing.
Anyway, this heat in the water is critical to the final standings.
Huge.
It's gonna determine second, third, and fourth without
well,
question.
The first losers to the last losers.
Right.
I would say San Clemente basically could just have both of their surfers stand up, come in, and they're not going to get touched because even with a 30-point total, they're unreachable.
Right.
30 points is 43 for HB. 30 points as it stands.
Actually, if North Shore got 30 points, they'd tie.
Oh, they would.
If
So
San Clemente got 0.
No, they wouldn't tie because they would be shy. 1.2 points. 0.12 off the winning mark. So this is like, I forget the sport anyways. It's like a game you can't win. Looks like SC's pretty much going through the paces. 22:40 remaining. Santa Cruz small score 2.5. I'm Chad Wells. Next to me, 1976 world champion Peter Townend. Bringing you live action. This is it. It's done and dusted, and we get to
here we go.
Enjoy the award ceremony after this. Here we go, HB.
Nice turn in the open face. Comes around this next section. Roundhouse wraparound into the pocket. Another one. A couple of nice roundhouse wraparounds there. And that must be Iago Ramos.
That's you, Lucas Pasolini.
No, that's Lucas Pasolini. They've got him switched around.
Yeah, that's not Iago. Yeah, the lulls are brutal at lowers. Always have been.
Here's a replay of that. Nice open face turn. Comes around this section to the nice roundhouse into the whitewater. And he gets a second one. And nice. They give him a 5 for it, though.
Well, Lucas Pasolini getting the feet in the wax for a 5. So far the 20 has been lackluster. We're 9 minutes in, and it's been kind of snooze fest. But you know it won't last. Once once the set pops, it's on. Guys are going to go bananas. We're just kind of waiting for it.
Looks like there's quite a lot more water on the reef, though. It seems like it's come up. The water tide's come up a bit.
Yeah, it's coming off that low. The wind definitely increased.
God, I remember surfing a couple of NSSA national old guy events out here when conditions were like this.
Oh yeah, they would always put us out late on the Saturday. Here you guys go grovel. So 10 minutes has elapsed essentially from this heat, and nothing substantial on the board, and the boys just waiting patiently. You know the set's going to come. I do believe there is an increase in wind swell for the day today. Should be some fun waves on offer tomorrow. Take the grommets out for a little sesh in the morning.
Yeah, it's Sunday tomorrow.
I mean, what's that? It looks like a day boat out there, a little cattle boat doing some fishing off the kelp, way past the kelp beds. Well, we're just waiting for Huey to wake up, send us some bumps. So PT, forgot what I was going to ask you. It was kind of a good question. I spaced.
You're having a senior moment,
it
mate,
was,
and you're
yeah,
not senior,
no, I just,
and you're not senior yet.
Yeah, just a bubble popped in my head. I lost my train of thought staring at the horizon on the TV. 'Cause we're just in a little tent staring at the TV. We're like, we don't even know what's happening outside. A couple small waves. I don't think anyone's going to entertain this stuff. At least they shouldn't. No.
I see a few bumps out there. Looks like we might be getting a little set.
Yeah, it's harder. It's much. But I mean, Lowers is a focal point for South Swell. We know this. If this thing pulls in anything out of the south, Lowers catches it. It's traditionally bigger than most places. So I think this is, I don't know, whatever it is, 210 or something. Right. 18. Wow, maybe the 20s is just going to be a full-on sleeper. Like, you know,
well, because time's ticking away, we're at nearly like under 18 minutes, and there's only been 2 scores. And what's going to be critical here is who calls the double whammies, I reckon. There's like, you know, like those are going to be consequential to the final tally.
Yeah. I mean, I think I see something out there. I'm not sure if it's a proper big set, but there's definitely some motion on, like you can kind of just see like the wind chops on the top. I mean, this may materialize on the reef. It's so hard to say.
It's
maybe
whether
not.
they're out of position though.
Yeah,
you
maybe
know,
not. Well, it's weird. It's like it's gone on the wide on the right, and then the left. I mean, this
the
is
Huntington guy in the yellow sitting down the ways. He
Yeah,
might,
yeah, he's
he
on
might
the
score,
wide.
He might score because it might force all the guys to look at the left, the way they're separated. Here we go.
All right, so this wave's standing up, and we're going to have some takers.
There's 2 of them.
At the very least, we do know there's 2.
Up and riding Blue. Blue would be
Taj Lindblad just flying on this one. Oh, it's like you see people with that much speed, you're like, just want them to do something huge.
beautiful turn off the top from Red.
Tristan Thompson, part of the Thompson Trios. Sunrise Surf Shop guys. Woof. Bang. All right. First whammy of the heat, Tristan Thompson. Boys look happy about that. Some good surfing going on. There's the cowbell. We can hear it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think there we go. Our board fell asleep. It's gonna, nobody's ridden a wave in so long. Our scoreboard went to sleep. Okay, waiting on scores. Here's the replay of Thompson's wave. Beautiful arc right there, just through the buckets. Kind of a little half carve, bangs it again. And just wraps it all the way back. And another quick little pocket wrapper. Let's see, what do you think? 7 range?
7-ish.
Yeah. I mean, Lindblad caught a bomb and was just streaking, but just sadly just didn't really get to the open face with all that speed. This thing was just kind of shutting down.
It was just a series of whitewater climbs, basically.
Yeah. Okay, a little split of the peak. Ooh. Oh, that didn't feel good. Is that Johnny Mel or Sam Coffey? I'm not sure.
I think that was Johnny Mel.
All right, Tristan Thompson, 7.67, 15.34 points for Jacksonville. Hello. Pretty good. We'll take it. Cowbell. More cowbell. San Clemente, Taj's wave, 617. Here he goes. This is back up. See if he can just get in front of this thing and let it go.
Well, he's working this little inside runner.
Oh.
Nice snap there on the end. And another one. Great finish. Wasn't much happening outside, though.
Yeah, he was just on the battle to get to some open face, but a couple quality turns in the smaller section. Shouldn't be anything crazy, but I don't think San Clemente needs anything crazy.
Not really.
They've already done it. Yeah, scores, I mean, seeing some 4s for Lindblad. Jet Schilling will be taken to the water after that, your current junior world champion. Just a few months ago, Jet took the W down in Oceanside. Okay, look at this. We got some paddles.
Everyone's paddling.
Pasolini took a look, didn't go. Johnny Mel up and riding.
Johnny Mel comes off the bottom, rips it off the top, out onto the open face, streaming down the line, looking for the aerial, and and he manages to ride out of it. Is he calling for the whammy? Calling the whammy.
That was a very half-hearted whammy. He was like the uncertain whammy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think still looking in at the beach.
Hey, air win for air guys. Here's the replay. And Just the setup lipper and then runs into this section. You see him just gaining the speed and then just goes for the punt, uses that wind and just blew it to the feet. So good. And SC waiting on scores for Johnny Mel. I'd say that's going to be something decent, but nothing crazy. You know, it's a little bit of a deterioration of surf, too. You know, it's like we haven't really seen that.
They might give him a 7.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Why not? Good lipper into a frontside rotor.
Right. 7.8.
Wow, okay. Now the paddle, who's going? Split of the peak. PT, who's on the right? Looks like Shaden.
Yes, it is. Nice rip off the top right there. Around this section. Gets it. Bert. Oh, my God. That was a great lip up right there.
All right, Shada. You gonna claim it? Nah, he's like saying no way. No way, Kaz.
Yeah, no, Kaz.
All right, I claim him.
Kaz, you got to claim that one. That, especially with only 9 minutes to go. Right? You got to give the other guy a chance.
Yeah, it was some good surfing. So HB.
I mean,
SC.
Who's not had a good, who's not had the ripping wave yet.
This is Gabe Schumacher, Jacksonville. Ugh. Oh.
Oh.
So now this is Pasolini. Zap. I mean, he's the first surfer, and he's basically used up 21 minutes. Kind of testament to how slow this heat's been.
Is Ramos better surfer?
Ramos is he's very sparky.
Because he did. Pasolini never.
I think he
whammoed, right?
No, so they're gonna leave it to Yago. Looks like a very similar score. Yeah, another 5. So a pair of pocket 5s for Lucas. Now Yago's got he's the whammy. But again, he's one of the Brazilian crew for HB. Shade haven't scored it. Yago he rips. So, I mean, we should expect to see some good surfing out of Yago. I mean, the surf's gotten kind of funky. Definitely not the pizzazz we've seen in a lot of the sets earlier. But
There's
this is
a replay.
Yeah, got a hold of the first one.
We still don't have the score.
It's coming in, though, and it looks good. I see 1-8 in the score line being dropped. A 7-7. Waiting on Judge 3. Having a dig. San Clemente, Jet Schilling.
On the backhand, drops in. Gets up. Fly papers the lip. Comes around this. Gets it vert again. Comes around the section. Oh, just hammers that last turn.
That was wicked.
Is he wham?
Yeah, Jet came out firing. So Shaden, still one score to drop for Shaden for North Shore Board Riders. But I'm going to guess it'll be
Here they come.
High 7 range.
Here come the scores.
7-6-3 for Shaden. Oh, how was that first turn?
This one, though, right
Just
here.
hammers it. Jet Schilling's wave's going into the better than good zone.
Huntington Beach is in the hole.
HB sitting on a 5. They're reliving the 40s.
Yes, they are.
San Clemente, 8.4 for Jet Schilling. That was a damn good wave. Yeah, Jay, from the peanut gallery, there's your 170 point total. So San Clemente, they're on 14-4.
They haven't got a whammy yet.
5-7.
They haven't taken a whammy yet.
Oh, and they haven't whammied. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't take that one.
That's what I reckon.
I mean, that was an easy one to just go yes, because he just basically
16 points.
Railed most every turn on that wave. The middle not so much, but the opener and the finish were insane. So yeah, 8.4, a 9, an 8-2, and an 8. So one judge was super happy, and the other two were happy. Red, here we go. Jacksonville. Your surfer Gabe Schumacher. Trying to make sense of this wall here. Running down the line. See if he can find some open face. There he goes. Digs the toes in.
This wave just, it was one of those waves where as hard as you want to try and do something, the wave didn't cooperate.
Oh, I hate those waves. Who's that? Oh.
That was North Shore.
That was Liam Wilson. Now here's Iago. So he's going to be the whammy for HB.
That was a nice turn. But they're just nice turns.
I mean, this is the comp manual wave. Like, it's not standing up, giving him any lip line to really work with, up and out. So Iago looking for something better. Well, there's Gurr. I see Gurr in the mix.
Like, he's not going to get much better than a 5 on that wave right then. It was similar to Pasolini's, right?
Yeah, it was just kind of a sleeper wave. Now San Clemente, Sam Coffey swooping. Sorry, Santa Cruz. There's too many SCs in the house.
Oh
no, Sam. Sorry. Oh, yeah, it was Sam.
That was a big fall.
Ay.
Actually, the order that they finish in will be the order pretty... no. Santa Cruz and North Shore are... Right now, North Shore's got them by a fraction.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Oh, there you go. They took the lead, 19. No, now it's Santa Cruz, 20.60. North Shore, 19.69. Jacksonville, 19.34.
That's not enough to get Santa Cruz in front of North Shore, though, in the totals, right?
No.
No. But if Huntington doesn't come up with something here,
you can win
Jacksonville might go by them.
You can win the battle, but you may not win the war. Again, there's a lot of sprints to win to win the marathon, I guess.
North Shore's still hanging on to second.
All right, here goes Sam Coffey on a foamy one. Good-looking wave, though.
Oh,
wow.
That was a committed turn, that first one.
All right, well, 2 big maneuvers. 3, at least the timing looks right, and they look big. Sam, all formed out. Bang! Well, no! He came undone. Oh, you can see he's pissed. I would be too. Oh, man. Well, hey, Santa Cruz is in the lead. We'll take that. Here we go, Liam Wilson.
Wow, he's done a lot of streaking so far, but no maneuvers. Now he gets one in. Comes around this next section. Not a snap on the open face. Can he get a finish?
Oh!
Yeah, he got that vert on the end.
Oh, my gosh. Jet. Well, everyone's doing it. We're going to go to the quad.
It's only a minute 30 to go.
1:30. Wow, Jet just went bonkers but came undone. He was like on the biggest one, I think. A little bit of a flurry. Minute 20. This thing is pretty much nearly in the history books. San Clemente didn't have the showing, but they also haven't whammied.
Right.
So once they do, I mean, it's good night, Irene. They're just going to shoot to the top probably. Most likely. I mean, what, they are 7 points off the lead right now?
Right.
So, but time's running out, though. That's the problem.
Yes.
Jet just needs to find a wave and whammy it.
Less than a minute.
Yeah, even like a 5 will get it done. Because then it'll be doubled. 40 seconds. But unofficially, I mean, we're pretty certain San Clemente is going to be a 3-time U.S.
quadruple. Here's the last chance for a wave right here.
This is it. Jet Schilling. This is going to count. Here he goes. Oh, he pulls into a closeout at Lowers. What are the chances? You don't see that every day. Oh, I don't believe it. Well, they didn't get it.
It's over.
But they did unofficially take the win.
North Shore went to the front, though.
Yeah, North Shore took out the 20s.
Which means they end up second.
Is that going to do it for them?
And Santa Cruz is going to be third.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, what an absolute doozy. Don't go anywhere. We've got the awards coming up, and we're going to cut to a break, and then we'll be back. We're going to look at a couple of the heat highlights, and yeah, PT, what a day. What a day. Knuckles for days. So don't go anywhere. We're coming back at ya.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship, presented by New Earth Project, is brought to you by The Couchsurfing Show, the greatest live surf show ever created, by Live Heats, where history is made, and by Action Sports Canopies, shade redefined.
Yeah, we are revolutionizing the entire surf world right here, obviously. Come on.
Oh! This is core.
Nolan behind the peak.
Oh my God,
Back
that
goes
was
the peak.
insane. It's
Right.
obsessive.
Oh.
Wow.
Come out of that. That was sick.
This is so next level.
Hopefully this year gets into lower.
Oh,
Wow.
that's
Easy
what-
butterballs.
To all the fans watching today, thank you so much. Thanks for the support. We'll see you next time.
We switched over to live heats. We've got 265 members. We run 2 banks all day, and the only way we can run 2 banks all day for 9 hours and get through 190 surfers is with live heats.
Well, don't go anywhere. We have the award ceremony, but before we say our goodbyes, massive thank yous to our sponsors, a New Earth Project. I mean, there's a host of them, Yeti, Caliente Southwest Grill. I'm just trying to get a handle on all these bonsai bowls. You name it. My paperwork is escaping me. But what a beautiful day of insane surfing. This has just been a privilege and an honor to come chop it up with PT and Don. And I'd like to kick it down to the beach, but they're not ready. But thank you for tuning in and stay with us. Thank you, Action Sports Productions, Fuel TV. We are just waiting patiently for the awards. So don't go anywhere.
wife Alix are starting Venice Board Riders. So it doesn't happen without all of you. I want to thank our board of directors, David Skyball, Brad Blankenship, and our co-founders, Ziggy Williams and Chris Moreno, and say in memory to Casey Wheat, we miss you, Wheatie. Want to thank a New Earth Project for being such a great partner of ours and making this possible. Surfer Magazine, the Bible of the Sport since 1960, making a huge comeback. Keep your eyes out for Surfer Magazine. Turtlebox Audio, live free, listen louder. West Peak Sparkling Spirits, Yeti. Where's Mike Baggs? Mike Bagnolo, thank you for supporting us at Yeti. Rip Curl hosting us tonight for our after party. Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the Surf Network, Range Essentials, BK and the crew, thank you for everything that you did to come down here with Dr. G. That was insane. Sunbum, Good Days Daily, Bonsai Bowls, to the Bard family, and John Oda, thank you for supporting us the way that you do. Zebra House Coffee, Sarah, you guys light it up every year for us, so stoked. Fiber Strap, the world's first sustainable replacement for zip ties. So check those guys out. Foo Wax, thank you. Action Sports Canopies, Heather Flanagan at Northside Cafe, thank you for everything that you've done for us. Board and Brew for the sandwiches, California State Parks for these amazing places to surf, and finally the Live Heat. So that's it. We don't do this without our sponsors. No. Chris, we're on TV, bro. So we're thank you. No escape from that. Okay. What a day. So we're going to bring you up in order with 121.54 points from the right coast, Jacksonville Board Riders. Come on up. So Dane Jeffries, who started Florida Board Riders, Jason Motes, I'm going to turn it over to you to tell us who your MVP is. Thanks for coming.
I'm going to hand it to him first.
Hey, thank you guys so much. All you gentlemen are amazing for doing this. This has just been the best. I'm a Florida boy, okay, so you West Coast guys, take it easy on me. The best day of surfing for a contest I've ever witnessed in my life. I've been surfing contests since I was 5 years old. Nuts. So thank you for this. I'll remember it forever. Amazing day. So this is our president. I coach. I have fun with it. I get a lot of the good stuff. This guy's behind the scenes making it all happen, and he doesn't get near the love he needs to get. Dane Jeffries, he's going to present the MVPs. Love you, brother.
Can I say it's the best day of my life? Because it is. All right. My two best friends are co-MVPs. Wait, let me finish. The first one has been with me since the beginning. Our first event was 45-mile-per-hour northeast winds. He looked at me and said, "Are we really going to do this?" And I said, "Yes, we're going to do it." And he's been with me at every event, putting the tents up, breaking the tents down, makes some noise. He shapes his own boards, got a 7.5 at Lowers. Wayne Satterwhite, everybody. And the second one got a 9.5 before the heat even started. Ex-CT surfer, she got a 7 in her heat, and we love her so much. She's been volunteering this entire past 2 years. She's psyched on it. Come on up here, Karina Petroni. And Karina's really good with words, so I'm going to let her say something.
Hey guys, thank you so much. It's an honor to be back here again. Thank you so much for always housing me. Board Riders, thank you guys so much for coming out, supporting all of us. This is a community effort, putting the rock and roll back into surfing. And I'm just so stoked and fired up to be here. Thank you, San Clemente, for hosting us. It's been wonderful.
Damn, she's good with her words.
All right, Karina Petroni, Jason Motes, Dane Jeffries. Congratulations, Jacksonville. All right. So, with 122.27 points, Huntington Beach Board Riders. Here we go. So Jeff Deffenbaugh and Billy Webb are going to talk.
Oh, I'm going to talk. MVP, well, it's a kind of an easy one right now, right? Well, let's thank the clubs first. Okay. Hey, everybody went out there and gave it their all for sure. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the waves are awesome. Let's see. San Clemente took it again. You know, they've got a pretty tough team to beat. Let's say it. Hey, I'm happy just to be in the mix today on Saturday. We've been fighting for it for a couple years. You know, I'm proud of the whole team, the whole club. I mean, this thing that's going international, I'm really proud that you guys are going that direction too. That's going to be a big deal for sure. So, on that note, our MVP is almost a 10-point ride today, Brett Simpson. He's somewhere around here. Here he comes. Oh, yeah. Signing autographs, as usual. You want to say anything? Let me hold that.
Guys, this is awesome. I mean, I just to be here with all the crew, North Shore, Santa Cruz, Jack's Beach, who else? San Clemente, obviously. They smoke everyone every time. We got to figure this out one of these days, but I don't know when or if it'll ever happen. But who did I forget? I forget somebody. But just to see the North Shore crew here, to scrounge it up. They traveled over to Kauai, battled. I think it's just this thing's taken off, and it's been a pleasure. I mean, to surf lowers, 5 people out, and I'm stoked to be here. I mean, finally that wave came that you've been waiting for like 15 years. So stoked. Love you guys.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Congratulations, Brett Simpson. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for HB Board Riders. All right. Our brothers and sisters from up north with 137.36 points. Santa Cruz Board Riders, come on up. Tell us who your MVP is. Pete Mill, Matt Myers. Here we go.
Thanks, Don. So I got to check the stats, but I think we were 5 or 6 times runner-up here, so we're getting pretty consistent with that. But we're always in the mix, so we're definitely proud to be in the mix, representing from Central NorCal. And after this, we had a really good qualifier heat today. Our team went off top to bottom. That was probably one of our best heats we've ever had. So big ups to our team for showing up today when it really counted. Love you guys. Good job, Santa Cruz team. Then in the final, after the second, 7 divisions, after the second division, I think we were right there in first place, maybe tied with San Clemente. So, due to this one specific surfer who really put the momentum, I believe it was the only perfect 20 of the week. He's going in the history books. In the history books, from Pleasure Point, Kai, Otter Punch, Wolfsbeck. Perfect 20. Perfect 20. Congratulations, Grom. And what do you have to say for yourself?
I don't know. That was fun.
Talk us through the wave.
I saw it coming at the beginning of the heat, and I was like, I'm gonna get this one. Started off, and then I don't know, kind of like surfed it through. It was fun.
Did you feel it was a 10?
Yeah.
He felt it. Yeah. Here we go. Kai Otter Punch. Yeah, Grom. Thank you guys, and congrats again, San Clemente, and big love to North Shore coming out. You guys are amazing. Thanks.
Thank you. Congratulations, Santa Cruz. Perfect 20 going in to the record books. You'll be a stat next year. All right. First year club, barely get it together. Head over to Kauai in the pouring rain. Compete in the first Hawaii. Thought he was going to have to go to Walmart to buy his own jerseys. But no, they show up and put up 140.53 points. North Shore Board Riders, come on up, you guys. Come on up, North Shore. Love Hodel, who is your MVP?
Okay, before I go to the MVP, I'd like to say that all of you are MVPs, and thank you for the town of San Clemente for having us and hosting us. Thank you, Don Meek, for all your love and support and for pushing me to put this together. I can't believe Hawaii has never done this. And it took me to do it, you know, the only Haole Hawaiian in Hawaii. You gotta be kidding me, brah. So I'm just super happy, proud of this team coming together on our own dollar. You can sponsor us, anybody, please. Nah, it's just joking. But I want to let this team know how proud I am of you, and I'll support you to the end of time. You can use me and utilize me for anything. And our MVP came out of the gates just with, like, choked up with time. And this person showed up, blew up, put some high scores on the board, and I'm going to have to give that to Sky Suet for really killing it. Woo! Yeah, Sky, thank you. What'd you think about that?
The waves are firing out there, and I was just stoked to surf lowers with 5 other people. And, yeah, I was kind of crunched up with time, but I somehow managed to work it out, and I'm stoked.
Thank you, everybody. Epic.
Thank you, Love Hodel, Joel Centeo, Sean Moody, Berger. Thanks for coming over, dude. Congratulations. North Shore Board Riders making their mark. All right. So we've used up all of the plaque space on this trophy. Three-peating here at the U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project. Ladies and gentlemen, your new champions, hometown San Clemente Board Riders Club. Come on up. Benji Severson, Frankie, come on up. And by the way, all 14 members of your team are winning a new Turtle Box speaker. Big love, San Clemente.
Time to have Hawaii here, and we got the East Coast and what it's doing here for in America, and just the community, all the faces. Obviously, the surfing, the waves showed up today, and mostly just thank everyone. It's rad, man. It's a cool thing to come out and see people you haven't seen in a while, and heckle a little bit, and some boos, some cheers, and then walk away and win the comp. Who's coming next year? Come on. Come on, Hawaii, you got it. Santa Cruz, you guys look good too. So thank everyone. Rad, what a rad event. The swell, the sun showed up. It's been like 6 weeks since we've had sun. So thanks everyone. Frankie, I think you're going to announce the MVP.
Yeah, I got to say, the Ocean, Brillo staff, Don Meek, and the whole crew, you're the real MVPs here today. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes here, getting all these different clubs wrangling up from around the nation. But it's a privilege to host here in the backyard. And as you can see, the kids and different families are down here having a good time. So thanks for everyone rolling in. And we had an honorable mention. We had a couple surfers pull out this morning. I got some flu. I don't know. Someone was putting some Visine in the Yeti water over there. So I think they got a little torch. So we called up Ben Barantel. He's a local lifeguard here. He had a cutout to his prom tonight. He's the last year in the 19, so he's an honorable mention. He went out and I think he whammied a 9.6 with a few minutes left. But surfer that is MVP today. He's in our U14 division. He went out. He had a game plan. He said, hey, I want to go right. I want to get a set wave. I want to bang it. And when a 13-year-old tells you that, you look at him and you go, all right, let's see it. He went out and did that same thing and banged it, whammied a high 8. And so his name's Bodacious Bojangles. I'd like to have you come on up here and get your whammy, Bodacious. Where are you at? Bodacious, walk us through what it feels like to be a Grom surfing lowers in your hometown, throwing up a whammy. Turn around. Don't look at me. I want you to look at them. Tell us what's going on.
I'm just stoked I got that wave. I was like the only one out there. And this like perfect right came in. I'm like, oh, sick. And then I get it and do 3 good turns and whammied it, and yeah, stoked.
Was that one of the bigger waves you ever caught out here?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, good job. Congratulations. Hold it up, man. You earned it. Bojangles. What else you got to say?
Nothing.
Pack your trash.
Huh?
Pack your trash.
What's that?
Pack it in, pack it out.
Huh?
Pack your trash. No, you're good. All right.
All right, San Clemente board riders, congratulations. Let's get everybody up here for a team photo. San Clemente board riders, get up here, you guys. So there you go. Congratulations, everybody, tonight at Rip Curl. Congratulations to the crew. And for everybody watching at home, thank you from Lower Trestles. We're out. And let's get a family photo of everybody up here too, okay? Thank you.
The 2024 U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by a New Earth Project is brought to you by a New Earth Project and their New Earth approved catalog of packaging solutions for a healthy planet, by Turtlebox Audio and their line of waterproof Bluetooth speakers. Live free, listen louder. By West Peak Sparkling Spirits. Ride with us. And by Yeti, built for the wild. At Atlantic Packaging and a New Earth Project, we're thrilled to introduce FiberStrap, the world's first sustainable cable tie designed to replace traditional plastic zip ties. Made in Sweden from sustainably sourced craft paper, FiberStrap works across virtually every application. From hanging banners to bundling products, if you use zip ties, we have an earth-friendly solution. FiberStrap, made to endure, but not to last. For more information, visit anewearthproject.com.
You bitches of Danny and the Dingo. Built to shred. Welcome to my first hat. Welcome to On Safari.
It's time to slam.